Let's dive into the tragic past of Lam Vien, a man who died not on a battlefield but in pure helpless agony as his family was slaughtered. In his past life, he was a useless nobody struggling through a harsh apocalypse. But fate gave him a second chance. Reborn into the past right before the cataclysm strikes, his memories of the apocalypse become his absolute greatest weapon. Wasting no time, Lam Vien abandons all illusions of peace. He trains like a madman day and night, relentlessly pushing his body and mind to their absolute limits. Others see only the ruined world and the blood oath burning in his soul. In this life, he must be faster, stronger, and far more ruthless. If anyone dares to threaten his family, Lam Vien will make them pay a price so terrifying they cannot even begin to imagine. The tragedy of his past life will never repeat itself. Now the scene shifts to the stony Samark desert of HXA town. Deep in the quiet wilderness, a stony Samark lizard suddenly raises its head on high alert. Suddenly, terrified screams of "run fast" echo through the air, chased by a pack of level 3 desert demon wolves with 80 HP, 20 attack, and 3 defense. From the distance, the desperate, agonizing cries of a group echo out, begging for anyone to save them. The fleeing team consists of a priest, a mage, and a warrior, all of them currently at level 3. The blonde girl panics, crying out that their luck is trash since they only plan to hunt level 1 scorpions. Pay attention, how did they run into level 3 demon wolves? She turns to their leader, desperately asking what they should do next. The leader points ahead, urging his teammates to push just a bit further towards some desert trees. Demon wolves cannot climb trees, so if they make it up there, they might actually have a chance to survive. But she cannot hide her terror, knowing these savage desert demon wolves are absolutely brutal by nature. Once they lock onto a target, they will never stop hunting. Things get worse as she realizes they are already injured from the last battle, and their only 2 pieces of black iron gear are completely broken. A dark, desperate thought fills her mind. Are they really going to die in this place today? Right at that moment, the pink-haired mage accidentally trips and crashes to the ground. Her teammates spin around in absolute horror, screaming out her name, Xiaohei, as the wolf pack closes in right behind her. Xiaohei looks up, her eyes completely filled with pure terror. The snarling beast with bared fangs reflects in her terrified eyes. In this split-second life-or-death moment, a sudden flash of blue light erupts. It cuts clean through the beast, spraying fresh blood everywhere, as the demon wolf takes a fatal strike. Its lifeless body collapses right next to Xiaohei, landing motionless on the scorching hot desert sand. You and I can feel her shock as she looks up at her mysterious savior, unable to believe he just saved her life. Suddenly, a status window pops up above the stranger, clearly displaying him as level 1. Xiaohei gasps in total disbelief, asking if a level 1 beginner just saved her. She falls completely silent as she stares at his young face and his mysterious glowing red eyes. The young man calmly steps in front of Xiaohei to face the growling, furious wolf pack, coldly muttering that these level 3 monsters are really not that tough. Provoked by his words, the remaining wolves charge at him like mad. Gripping his sword tightly, the boy shows no fear as blue lightning-like energy wraps around his entire body, and he charges straight into the pack. The demon wolves leap simultaneously, desperate to tear their enemy to shreds. But in a flash, 2 glowing blue slashes rip through the air, easily slicing 2 wolves in half amid a spray of blood. One final decisive strike instantly brings down the last standing wolf. All 3 party members stand frozen, unable to process what they are witnessing. The young man stands coldly in the battlefield, his blood-dripping sword plunged into a wolf. Sweating profusely, the female leader gasps in total shock. Did he seriously just kill 4 desert demon wolves using only a beginner sword? But their relief is short-lived as Xiaohei suddenly points ahead in absolute panic, yelling, "Look!" In the distance, an even larger pack charges toward them, their crimson eyes glowing through the dusty twilight as an entire army of wolves appears. The blonde girl screams in terror, wondering where this massive pack of wolves came from. Xiaohei trembles, replying that the nearby desert wolves must have smelled the fresh blood of their fallen pack members. The leader frantically screams at him to run, and trust me, you and I want to see if he survives this starter village-wiping horde. I am not joking, you are going to get torn to pieces. You and I are diving into a wild fight as he turns with a smug smile. Instantly, a mysterious green energy wraps around his body, and several glowing cards suddenly manifest in his hand. A system screen pops up right before him. Player Lam Vien, do you want to summon skeleton warriors? His eyes flash with a sharp green light as he silently gives the command, confirm. The glowing cards fly from his fingers, stabbing straight into the ground and bursting into a radiant light. An intricate magic circle with ancient ruins appears, covering the entire field. The ground beneath the wolf pack begins to shake under a downpour of green energy. From deep below, a glowing skeletal hand suddenly claws its way out of the dirt. Right after, multiple level 3 skeleton warriors with 100 health, 35 attack, 5 defense, and the decapitate skill rise from the earth, but the demon wolves do not back down, charging forward with fierce momentum. He smirked, eyes flashing cold as he waited to see who would get ripped apart first. The undead army roars silently, raising their shields. As the battle begins, a skeleton warrior blocks the alpha wolf's leap with its heavy sword. While another shields a side strike, the skeletons coordinate perfectly, easily holding back the brutal advance of the aggressive wolf pack. Watch closely as 15 minutes later, this battle finally wraps up. Lam Vien coldly pulls his sword from the final wolf, spraying blood everywhere. All around him, dead wolf carcasses litter the barren ground. Alerts pop up: you killed 16 desert demon wolves, gaining 160 experience. Along with items, you received 16 desert demon wolf hides, 16 desert demon wolf teeth, and 16 desert demon wolf claws. Right now, glowing spheres representing loot float quietly over the dead beasts, waiting to be claimed. Lam Vien sheathes his weapon, calmly absorbing the glowing essence as it gathers into his open palm. Behind a nearby boulder, a terrified female mage stutters to her team leader. Am I dreaming, or did he seriously just wipe out 12 desert demon wolves all by himself? A pink-haired girl slowly approaches him, asking curiously, "Excuse me, are you a mage? Did you just use a summoning skill?" "I am a mage too, but I have never seen a skill like yours before." Lam Vien turns back, his eyes glowing with a mysterious red. "Who said I was a mage?" The girl freezes, her eyes wide, widening in total shock as she gasps, "Then you are," while he just smirks with absolute confidence. Now you and I are looking at a system screen revealing his forbidden S tier class. The system clearly displays this unprecedented status: player Lam Vien, level 2, occupation, Necromancer, talent, Shadow Summon, Underworld Gate, strength, 5 constitution, 25 spirit, 30, experience 159 out of 237. I am Lam Vien, a reincarnator from Blue Star. 3 years ago, scientists observed a massive, mysterious planet named Demon Star suddenly appearing right next to Blue Star. 3 months ago, a mysterious company announced a virtual reality game that completely shocked the entire world. After entering this game using their special VR headsets, people were classified into many different classes. By leveling up, they gained real combat abilities to fight off in-game monsters. At first, nobody cared much, thinking it was just a simple game as the line between reality and virtual world blurred. Until one day, some players started gaining their exact in-game powers in the real world. These gifted individuals became known as the Chosen Ones. But true disaster struck when cultists calling themselves worshippers of evil gods invaded our reality from the virtual world, massacring innocent people. Blue Star cities crumbled into ruins under the devastating rampage of giant monster tentacles. Despair filled Lam Vien's eyes as he cradled his family's bloody bodies. "My parents died in that disaster. Humanity gathered our planet's entire strength to fight back, but in the end, we were completely defeated by those cultists. And I died in that final war. But I never expected that 1 hour ago, I would actually reincarnate back to my very first login. This time the system granted me a forbidden S class, saying, 'Congratulations. You have obtained the only forbidden class, Necromancer. Your triple's talent is Shadow Summon. Stay tuned for what comes next.' Let's dive into this S hellgate as Lam Vien's eyes burn with pure bloodlust. This time I must upgrade my strength and skills even faster to protect the Blue Star and my family." Back in reality, Lam Vien coldly pulls his sword from the final wolf's corpse, silently reaching his hand toward the dead beast. A vibrant green aura suddenly erupts from his palm, shrieking with ghostly energy as it wraps around the wolf carcass. Bright green threads branch out, connecting every scattered corpse on the ground as their eyes suddenly flare with eerie green light. The system interface flashes, asking if he wants to use Shadow Summon on the desert demon wolf. Yes. Sharp monster claws tear through the dirt as the dead beast rises up. Lam Vien realizes that this class allows him to resurrect the entire wolf pack together with glowing phantom eyes, while still retaining the ability to use his shadow summoning skill. Turning monster corpses into undead puppets fighting for him, these creatures do not just inherit their previous levels and combat skills. The system instantly updates their stats. Demon Wolf Zombie level 3 HP 80, attack 20, defense 3. Skills are Bite and Deathly Body. Bite deals 200% damage to enemies, and Deathly Body makes them immune to fear, poison, curses, injuries, and bleeding effects. With a wave of his hand, he draws a glowing magic circle as they gain this incredible new deathly body skill. They are practically immune to negative status effects. Suddenly, the ground splits open, bursting with a blinding green light that reveals his special class talent, the Abyssal Gates. Pay attention here, because this gate can store every single undead monster he revives, and his storage capacity will only expand as his level grows. Deep from beneath the ground, a massive, eerie gate wrapped in heavy iron chains rises up. A chilling creak echoes as the heavy doors slowly grind open, unleashing a brilliant, blinding light. The undead wolf pack slowly strides forward, entering the mysterious world beyond the gate. Enveloped in a swirling storm of magic, Lam Vien stands firm, surrounded by dozens of phantom beasts. If my level gets high enough, I will command an absolute army of death. Witnessing this horrific scene, the female mage backs away. You and I would be terrified too, as she asks who he really is. Ignoring the terror of the three girls, Lam Vien gazes up at the shifting colors of the sky, whispering that the time has finally come. Suddenly, the sky turns blood red as glowing crimson text appears in mid-air, announcing that the giant Deathwolf world boss is descending upon the desert. With eyes full of dark excitement and intense bloodlust, Lam Vien knows it is time to destroy this boss. In the distance, countless blood-red lightning bolts crackle down with destructive force, leaving nearby players completely frozen in absolute terror. The blood-red sky suddenly cracks open with giant crimson fissures. Within the tier, a pair of glowing demonic eyes glare down at the panicked crowd. Players scream in sheer terror, shouting that the giant Deathwolf has arrived. One player screams while running for his life, yelling that the game website listed its attack range as 50 meters. They must run as far as possible as desperate cries for help echo through the desolate desert. Pure chaos erupts as terrified players scatter in every direction to escape the onslaught. But the boss is too fast, tearing into the crowd and leaving only death. Two players hide behind a boulder, watching in horror. Right before their eyes, the colossal wolf brutally devours a helpless, unfortunate player. The massive beast stands tall amidst a field of corpses, its Lord-level status panel flashing on screen. Level 6, HP 2400, Attack 360, Defense 48. Its deadly skills are Roar, Giant Heart, and Claw of Death. Amidst the chaos, a player tries to rush forward but is held back by his companion, warning him that he is insane. A solo player stands zero chance against a beast like this. You are just throwing your life away. Still hiding behind the boulder, the two players shake with fear, whispering to each other about whether anyone can actually defeat such a terrifying world boss. Suddenly, one of them points in shock, asking what that lone player is trying to do. Amidst the absolute chaos, a single lone figure casually walks right toward the monstrous boss. It is Lam Vien, calmly walking with his sword in hand as his white coat billows, his red eyes burning with cold determination. The blonde player doubts him, but you and I know this kid is built different. The other player agrees, reminding him that the giant Deathwolf is a dangerous level 6 Lord boss. Without serious help, even all of us combined would barely scratch the surface of this monster. An info panel pops up, and trust me, you'll want to see how these monsters rank, starting with Common, Elite, Boss, Lord, King, Monarch, and God tier. Among them, even a level 1 Lord tier monster is a massive threat to any beginner player starting out. Lin Yuan stops in his tracks, standing face to face with the giant beast. From behind, another player screams in absolute despair, "Hey, are you crazy? Come back, you are just throwing your life away." He looks up at the massive monster, muttering, "A level 6 world boss." Then he speaks with pure disdain, "Looking at you now, you are absolutely nothing." Enraged by his words, the wolf lets out a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave erupts as the system announces that the world boss has activated its roar skill. Lin Yuan quickly dashes aside to dodge it. Immediately after, the world boss swings down its razor-sharp claws, activating its Death Claw skill. His eyes suddenly sharpen as memories of his past life flash before him. I remember in my past life, this level 6 giant Deathwolf, even with its world boss buffs, only has 3,000 health points and 510 attack power. For the adventurers in this rocky desert, where the highest player level is only 3, this is definitely a deadly challenge if you do not have a full team. Recalling that bloody past life, he silently thinks to himself that back then he almost lost his life even while fighting it with a whole party. Returning to reality, the giant claws rain down, but he faces them with absolute calm because now, I have been reborn, surviving countless life or death battles, and I am no longer the weak person I used to be. The sharp claws slam heavily into the rocky ground, sending debris and shattered stones flying everywhere. With incredible agility, Lin Yuan swings his sword and smoothly glides through the space right beneath the monster to dodge the strike. That sight leaves the player hiding behind the rock jaw-dropped. Honestly, you and I would be just as stunned by his insane speed as the beast roars in fury, its entire body radiating a crimson murderous aura alongside a system warning that the world boss has gone completely berserk. Faced with that raging fury, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth simply curl into a confident smirk, and he violently slams his hand flat onto the ground. Instantly, a massive magic circle glowing with a deadly green light spreads rapidly across the dirt beneath his feet. From the very center of the circle, a bizarre chain-wrapped giant gate rises along with his chilling command. "Arise!" The towering gate of death looms high, completely blotting out the sky, making even the giant death wolf growl in hesitation. As the heavy doors slowly crack open, Lin Yuan's gaze turns ice-cold as he orders, "Charge, my army of death!" Answering his call, a pack of undead desert demon wolves with glowing ghostly eyes instantly surges out from the vibrant green portal. The players hiding in the distance are completely shell-shocked, stammering to one another, "What on earth is that strange gate? Are those undead? They look exactly like desert demon wolves." "What? Desert demon wolves? How can he turn so many level 3 wolves into undead like that?" Lin Yuan dashes forward alongside his undead pack, calculating silently, "I have already reached level 3 thanks to killing monsters on the way here. The capacity of my Hellgate has also increased to 30. Though it was a bit late, this level up was definitely worth it." The fierce undead wolf pack aggressively rushes to tear into the giant boss, using the aggro mechanics of this cultivation world. When the summoner is stronger than their summons, and both are present on the field, the boss will prioritize attacking the summoner first, unless the summons attack first, in which case it will not switch targets. Swarmed by the undead, the giant boss swings its massive claws, violently scattering them in a fit of rage. However, one undead wolf possessing an immortal soul resiliently howls, drawing the enemy's attention right back to it. The boss raises its claws to strike the tiny undead. Watch closely here. This is the exact opening he was waiting for as his eyes flash. He leaps high into the air, using the aggro mechanics of the game. Once the boss targets his summon, he pulls back the aggro and completely interrupts its attack mid-swing. Continuous waves of blue sword energy tear into the wolf's massive body, completely disrupting its attack tempo. Struck by the sudden slash, the giant death wolf throws its head back and howls in agonizing pain. The moment Lin Yuan lands, the boss turns in a flash, glaring with bloodshot eyes as it charges to attack him. But he already knows the rules of engagement. When the boss focuses its rage on the summoner, just keep using the summoned monsters to redirect the aggro, and instantly the undead wolves lunge forward to bite its body while it is heavily distracted. Lin Yuan nimbly leaps back to maintain a safe distance, confidently reminding himself that even ants can kill an elephant. Even if each undead wolf only deals 15 damage 30, trust me, you cannot miss what is next. Trust me, even 400 health points won't save this giant death wolf. Watching the boss struggle desperately against 7 surrounding zombies, he coldly notes it won't last long. This clever kiting tactic leaves 2 players hiding behind a rock completely amazed, admiring his skills. It is truly incredible after all. That is a Lord-class world boss. But suddenly, they have no idea that right behind them, a trio of players with sinister smiles has emerged from the shadows, whispering to each other with evil laughs. Minutes later, a devastating blow crashes straight into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of thick dust. The battle is wrapping up as the system registers -500 health, and Lin Yuan leaps high, raising his sword, ready to deal the final blow to the beast's battered body. As the giant wolf savagely bites down on a smaller zombie wolf, he seizes the perfect opening while the boss is fully distracted. He unleashes a powerful slash at the boss. The system instantly registers a critical hit, causing its health points to plunge by -500, down to 300, 200, then 80. Hit hard, the beast howls in pure agony, echoing across the desert. Its giant body loses balance, crashing down heavily and sending sand flying in every direction. Lin Yuan calmly walks up to the dying beast as his system screen flashes with the boss's health, sitting at 10 on the verge of death. He looks down coldly at the defeated prey awaiting its end. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo from behind as a group rushes forward, kicking up sand. Now pay attention. 3 ambushing thieves suddenly leap into the air, wielding their weapons and screaming to strike him down right now. Kill him and the world boss loot is ours. His zombie army is already wiped out, so just die. Despite the sudden sneak attack, Lin Yuan does not panic, merely narrowing his cold crimson eyes with murderous intent. From afar, the players behind the rocks scream out a warning for him to be careful. But even without it, Lin Yuan already spins around with blinding speed. He swings his heavy sword, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped wave of energy that sweeps all three thieves off their feet, blasting them back into the air with agonizing screams. All three crash heavily to the ground, pools of blood gathering right beneath his dripping blade. Standing tall over their bodies, Lin Yuan mutters in pure disgust, warning them not to overestimate themselves. Now let's pause. The onlookers are completely dumbfounded, breaking into cold sweats as they cry out in disbelief. He just wiped out 3 level 30 thieves with a single, effortless strike. An instant kill having cleared the path, Lin Yuan calmly turns and walks back to the groaning, struggling giant wolf. Gathering all his strength into his sword, he unleashes a brilliant wave of glowing energy, dealing a merciless final blow that tears right through the beast. The system once again registers another critical hit. Right on cue, a glowing victory notification pops up, confirming the world boss Giant Wolf's health has officially dropped to 0, declaring his successful kill. He gains 480 experience points and 1 soul gem. Watching the giant beast's corpse slowly emit a brilliant golden glow, Lin Yuan wonders with high anticipation what kind of rewards the very first world boss of this entire game will grant him. From within the Pillar of Light, a silver treasure chest and an exquisite blue gemstone gently float down. Lin Yuan reaches out to grab the gemstone, carefully inspecting its details and its passive effects. This gem contains pure soul power, and once a player collects a certain amount, they can visit the Ancient Council to trade them directly for legendary grade gear. Clutching the gem in his hand, he quietly recalls that after reaching level 60, players must travel to the Ancient Council where the elf race lives to continue leveling up. Right now it is still way too early. However, this gem is the absolute easiest path to obtaining legendary gear. Memories of the game's equipment ranking system flood his mind, showing tiers ranging from lowest to highest, starting from white, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. With glowing weapons illustrating the tiers, new players usually only possess basic white gear and rarely manage to obtain even black iron equipment. Now let's look back with him. Pulling his thoughts back, he calculates his start from 2 hours ago using past life experience. He had successfully controlled 2 skeleton warriors to lure an elite black sand lizard far away from its post. This gave him the chance to unlock the bronze chest they guarded, obtaining the black lizard cloak inside, a bronze tier gear piece. Along with it, the item's details popped up on his screen: bronze grade, cloth armor type, with effects granting plus 30 defense, plus 10 spirit, and plus 10 agility. At the same time, he also glanced at a newly acquired title, Wolf Hunter, a title that when equipped increases attack power by 10%, critical strike rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. Trust me on this, in a fantasy world, titles change everything. Different titles can grant players unique attributes or special buff effects. The bonus stats from this Hunter title are honestly amazing. Turning back to his loot, he reaches out to open the chest. The system immediately announces that he is the first player to defeat a world boss. He receives his reward, a silver chest that leaves him quite surprised. A real silver chest. The lid pops open, revealing a hoard of priceless treasures, starting with a silver tier sword, a special weapon infused with pure glowing moonlight energy. It gives plus 100 attack and plus 10 agility. Next up is the Eye of Death accessory. This gives plus 40 spirit and level 1 corrosion, dealing 200% corrosive damage to target enemies. Then we have recovery potions, instantly restoring 20% of his health and mana when consumed. A level 1 skill scroll boosting mastery by 100 points, and finally some rare monster essence. Its effect? This rare essence only drops from elite beasts. He can brew high-tier potions with it or just drink it directly to instantly gain 10 bonus points across all his main stats. Looking at his inventory packed with 5 precious items, Lam Vien is absolutely thrilled. This is an epic harvest. For defeating the world's very first boss, the system's rewards are insanely generous. Right then, a bright green pillar of level-up energy envelops him. The system calculates his massive experience points. As his player profile updates, he smiles at the surge of raw power. Incredible. He went straight from level 3 to almost maxing out level 4. Each level up grants him 5 free stat points. He puts 3 points into spirit and 2 into strength. Instantly, his player profile updates his new stats. Player name, Lam Vien. Level 4, class Necromancer. His forbidden talent is ready. Shadow Summon, Gate of Hell 0 out of 40. Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 25, Spirit 35, Experience 52 out of 779. Staring at his soaring stats, he smiles with pure confidence. Very good. With this upgrade, his stats are now the highest of any player in the gravel desert. His eyes drift to his empty talent slot, where the words glow brightly, Gate of Hell, 0 out of 40. Pulling up his status window, he carefully analyzes his next move. Even though all his trusty zombie wolves died in that brutal fight, his level up expanded the Gate of Hell, letting him hold up to 40 zombie summons. Now watch, he has a crazy plan. He strides toward the boss's massive corpse. Reaching out, he casts his green magic spell. A system prompt flashes. Do you want to cast Shadow Summon on the giant death wolf? His eyes burn with an absolute overwhelming hunger for power. With zero hesitation, he says yes. Instantly, the giant lifeless eyes of the corpse snap wide open. A blinding emerald magic light erupts, completely tearing through the pitch-black night. The resurrection is a success. Armored claws crackling with dark energy shake the ground as the newly summoned giant zombie wolf lets out a deafening roar. Behold its terrifying stats. Giant Death Wolf, level 6, 2400 health points, 360 attack, 48 defense and skills. Demon Wolf Roar, Heart of the Beast, Death Claw, Corpse of Death and Wrath of Death. Demon Wolf Roar deals 400% attack damage to nearby foes, stunning them for 5 whole seconds. Heart of the Beast boosts its health by 1000. Death Claw adds 150 attack power. Wrath of Death boosts allies' attack by 10% and critical rate by 20%. Look at this beast. He basically broke the game. Lam Vien nods with deep satisfaction. Just as expected of a legendary world boss, it possesses both massive area of effect damage and superior crowd control abilities. After becoming a zombie, it keeps its undead body while gaining an extra team buffing skill, Wrath of Death. The colossal beast obediently steps into the glowing portal of hell. He keeps planning his next move. With the help of this giant death wolf, replenishing his undead army inside the Gate of Hell will be a breeze. In the distance, onlookers tremble in sheer terror, whispering under their breath about how incredibly frightening this guy is. Did he seriously just turn the massive world boss into a zombie summon? And what is that creepy glowing portal? And trust me, as he turns to leave, we all know he is far more terrifying than any boss. Let's see what whispers Lam Vien just caught. He glances back with suspicion, making 2 hidden figures vanish instantly. Sighing, he mutters to himself, "Oh, so they are still hanging around." After those 3 bandits died, they actually dropped a decent dark iron sword. It is a solid weapon for low-level players, but I already have my white silver sword. He reaches out and grabs the dark iron sword hilt. Seeing him approach with a sword, the hiding players quickly back away, stammering in fear. Look, he is coming over here with his weapon. He would not kill us just to rob our gear, right? It is still not too late if we run away right now, is it? But with superior speed, Lam Vien already stands right before the player wearing the headband, asking in a cold voice, "You were the one shouting earlier, right?" Sweating coldly with a pale face, the headband guy nervously stammers out, "Yes, me." Unexpectedly, Lam Vien hands the dark iron sword hilt over to him and says flatly, "Take it." The headband guy stares in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. "Wait, what is this?" After giving away the weapon, Lam Vien turns and walks back into the blazing desert, casually waving goodbye. "Thanks, this might be useful to you." The other players crowd around, their jaws dropping in absolute disbelief. "What? No way. Did he really come just to give you this sword? Look closely, it is a dark iron tier weapon worth tens of thousands of yuan." 10 minutes later, Lam Vien is still walking alone through the windy, desolate desert. Suddenly, his body starts glitching with intense static. "Pay attention here," he frowns, realizing what this feeling means as he's instantly booted. The entire virtual environment shatters instantly, replaced by flashing blue electromagnetic waves on a dark screen, accompanied by a piercing warning beep. A bulky virtual reality headset with a blinking red warning light is revealed on his head. Back in the real world, Lam Vien frowns as he removes the headset. With a deep sigh, he thinks, just as expected, the battery died and forced me out. He sits quietly in his gaming chair inside his tiny room, carefully placing the virtual reality headset down on the computer desk. With a look of worry and determination, he tells himself that he needs to make money fast to buy a proper gaming pod. He looks up at his massive computer screen, which displays the interface of his fateful game, World of Cultivation. The screen transitions to digital networks enveloping the globe as he recalls the basic facts. World of Cultivation is an incredibly realistic 3-dimensional game. It is divided into multiple login regions based on different real-world countries. Within each login region, there are different in-game empires to choose from. For example, in the Elpot district where I live, there are 4 starting nations. Images of these nations appear, showing the grand architectures of the dry, rocky Western Desert Empire, the majestic Southern Empire, and the freezing northern underworld empire buried under endless sheets of ice, along with the final realm of Tide Island, surrounded by a massive, endless ocean. Memories take him back to his first character creation screen, prompting him to choose a birthplace from the available options. Southern Empire, Northern Underworld Empire, or even the Tide Island. Facing the virtual panel, you might expect a change, but he makes the exact same choice as his past life. He decisively reaches out and taps the screen, selecting the Western Desert Empire. His gaze drifts into the past, recalling the dark secret he uncovered right before his death. Memories return to the fateful day a giant glowing red evil eye tore open the sky, raining down absolute destruction as horrific screams echoed from every corner of the city. Amid the terrifying sight of collapsing buildings, thick black smoke, and raging fires, citizens ran in desperate panic, begging for help. In his past life, Lam Vien lay helpless under the rubble, covered in blood, while screams for rescue rang in his ears. Right at the edge of death, a fluttering cloak suddenly passes across his fading vision, forcing his bloodied eyes open to look up in shock, witnessing a majestic cloaked figure standing tall amidst the burning ruins, directly confronting the terrifying evil eye. Lam Vien locks his eyes on the badge worn by the cloaked figure. Is that the Golden Jade, the crest of the Western Desert Guild? That yellow eye crest belongs to the first apostle of the demon god, which means that person is actually... The memory shifts to show that cloaked figure bowing respectfully before a massive evil entity, revealing that the traitor is a human player. Back in reality, we leave him in his dark room, plotting his next move. You and I are starting this journey with a hero who remembers the first cultist key to the evil god's summoning. He has 3 years before the descent. If he can eliminate this target within this time frame, he might just prevent the tragedy from repeating itself. His crimson eyes flash with absolute determination as the image of a glowing golden badge flickers in his mind. Right now, that badge is his only lead. Clasping his hands together, he quickly devises a plan, knowing only guilds in the main city of the West decorate their badges with golden jade. But to enter that city, he must reach level 10. To expose the true identity of this rat, he needs to level up fast. Thinking of this, his gaze hardens with absolute resolve. Yes. Suddenly, he raises his hand and a magical card glowing with vibrant green light appears right between his fingers. Sitting on the chair shrouded in a dark, ominous aura, he stares at the card. Did he really just summon a skeleton warrior card? He squeezes his hand tight, crushing the card into brilliant shards of glowing energy. In this fantasy world, some special players can actually manifest their game powers into the real world right from the moment they start playing. These people are known as shadows of mighty warriors, appearing deep within their subconscious, the Chosen Ones, also widely known as the true children of destiny. Every single Chosen One possesses a powerful hidden class and an exceptionally high luck stat, making them the core fighting force in the battle against the evil god later on. In his past life, he only obtained his in-game abilities in reality, when the global catastrophe finally broke out. But this time, pay attention, it happens way earlier, seemingly proving that his forbidden Necromancer ability is absolutely extraordinary. He wonders what the exact difference is between his power and the hidden classes of the Chosen. Deep in thought, a sudden clicking sound from the front door makes him stand up instantly. Glancing at the wall clock, he slowly steps out of his bedroom. That is right, at this hour it must be. Entering the dining room, his father and sister are sitting in shock before a lavish feast, staring at Lin Yuan. What is all this? Holding a hot plate of roasted meat, he sets it down with a warm smile, telling them everything is ready and they should eat. His sister smiles, nudging their still dazed father. Can you not see, Dad? This is a rare sweet gesture from Lin Yuan. His father nods. Oh right, okay. Watching his family enjoy their meal in the flesh, his heart overflows with emotion. You and I both know we only truly appreciate things after they are gone. Only then do we realize the value of what we had and desperately try to make up for lost time. In his past life, he lived in ignorance, taking these peaceful days completely for granted. Memories of his past flood back, showing him locked away in a messy room wearing virtual reality goggles. He ignored the painful sighs outside his door, warning that if he continued this gaming addiction, he would completely ruin himself. His mother begged his father to stop, fearing Lin Yuan would lose his temper again. And when the catastrophe stripped away everything, he painfully realized just how foolish he had been in the past. Staring at his tear-stained reflection on the virtual screen, his face is filled with sorrow yet absolute determination. Placing food on their plates, asks if Dan is coming home since today is Sunday. His mother smiles warmly, explaining that Dan Dan is preparing for mock exams and took some food to study at school. By the way, if you have time later, please bring some of this freshly made food to her. The packed lunch she took cannot compare to a delicious, freshly cooked meal like this. His father jokingly teases him, amazed that Lin Yuan actually learned how to cook. These chicken wings are absolutely incredible. Do not go hogging them all from me, dear. His mother chuckles and responds that they are all for him. As they eat, his father picks up another piece of food, his eyes sparkling with pure joyful surprise. Looking gently at his parents, he softly promises to learn how to cook many other dishes for them. Hearing those touching words, both parents freeze in place, completely stunned by their son's sudden and unexpected display of love. His mother gently wipes away a tear of joy while his proud father nods with a soft smile. Later on, Lin Yuan runs fiercely up the outdoor stairs, his heavy, rapid breathing echoing. He pushes himself to the absolute limit, drenched in sweat. He tells himself that to properly control the immense power brought from the game into reality, he absolutely must build a physical body strong enough to support it. Refusing to slack off, he furiously strikes the heavy bag. Trust me, you do not want to miss what is next. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character finish an intense workout, showing off his incredibly shredded new physique. Looking down at his stopwatch, he frowns slightly. 50 meters in under 5 seconds is not bad, but there is still room to improve. Right then, the digital watch on his wrist suddenly goes off, emitting those familiar and persistent beeping sounds. His eyes narrow as he looks up and mutters that it is finally time to go back. Logging back into the game, he emerges from a blinding digital light as a notification pops up, stating he has entered the stony desert. Suddenly, the desert sky is covered by the massive shadow of a winged creature, accompanied by a screech that rips through the air. That dark mass dives toward the ground at terrifying speed, casting a shadow so huge it could swallow him whole. Knitting his brows, he looks up coldly at the sky. A flock of bizarre crimson-feathered birds is diving straight for him. Facing the beastly horde blocking his path, he does not flinch at all, standing tall and proud. With one lethal slash, he cleaves the monstrous bird in two and its information panel immediately pops up. Wailing bird, normal level 2, health 4. Attack power 20, defense 2, active skill beak attack, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Spinning his sword, he stands proudly on a rock as the system announces he received 15 experience points. Looking at the dead monsters scattered around, he shrugs in disappointment. But wait, watch closely, because he has a better plan. His crimson eyes narrow, entering a moment of calculating silence before he immediately turns the beast into his summon. At that exact moment, a massive wolf paw stomps heavily onto the harsh desert sand. Out of the brutal darkness, an entire pack of desert demon wolves with dozens of bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes charges to surround him. Lam Vien calmly leans back against a boulder, sword lowered with a smug smirk as he easily attracts the massive pack of wolves. It is no surprise that he is currently considered one of the absolute favorite prey of these desert demon wolves. Preparing for the upcoming slaughter, he casually pops the cap of a magical potion bottle using his thumb. Staring directly at the charging wolf pack, he calmly tilts his head back and downs the liquid. Powerful energy surges through his body, and the system announces that monster essence has been consumed, all skills increased by 10. He then bolts forward like a flash of lightning, taking full advantage of this. The ferocious demon wolves bare their sharp, stinky fangs and claws at him. But in an instant, his blade ruthlessly pierces through the jaw of the leading beast to start the slaughter. Blinding green sword energy slashes out repeatedly, completely tearing apart the surrounding formation of the wolf pack. Lam Vien lands gracefully, flicking the blood off his sword as the system announces he successfully defeated 4 desert demon wolves. But there is zero time to rest. You see those 2 massive beasts lunging from above? They want his head. With a flawless sword strike packed with destructive energy, he slices both beasts completely in half right in midair, announcing that he has successfully defeated 10 desert demon wolves. Stomping onto the dry desert sand, Lam Vien unleashes green sword energy and an overwhelming murderous aura. Dodging a dangerous high-altitude pounce from a giant beast, Lam Vien quickly leaps backward to safety. Immediately he swings his blade, releasing a wave of green demonic energy that tears right through their surrounding formation. Gripping his weapon tight, he mutters that they are coming. His eyes flash with a cold, murderous intent as he whispers, "Perfect timing." The razor-sharp blade hums loudly, instantly slicing through the monsters charging head-on toward him. He continuously swings his weapon amidst a rain of thick black blood, clearing the horde as the system notifies him that as the slaughter continues, The system kill count keeps rapidly climbing, confirming 30 desert demon wolves defeated. He finishes them off with a spinning slash that explodes with massive area damage. The system panel flashes with the final achievement, showing 40 desert demon wolves successfully eliminated. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Right after, the gates of hell open, summoning 7 zombie wolves to march forward. Looking at his undead army, he calculates that after 2 battles, the gates of hell are fully stocked with zombie beasts. Standing on the cliff, he reviews his status panel, showing player Lam Vien at level 5. Class Necromancer, taboo tier talent Shadow Summon, with gates of hell currently at 50 out of 50. Strength 22, Constitution 20, Agility 45 and Spirit 48. Experience points 38 out of 1,252. He confidently assesses his power-up after consuming the monster essence. His current combat power is finally high enough to easily take on elite-grade monsters of the exact same level. Staring into the distance, he decides it is time to find that person. Trust me, you do not want to miss what is next. Alright, you and I are about to watch him enter Black Sand Town, pulling down his hood to blend into the crowd. Stopping in his tracks, he stands before the wooden door of a small house, pushing it open with a loud creak of the hinges. An old character looks up and asks. And then his status screen pops up, revealing Kongxi, the mage instructor of Black Sand Town. Lin Yuan approaches and gets straight to the point, asking instructor Kongxi to teach him skills, while recalling how this immortal cultivation game world operates. Typically, skills are learned from books dropped by monsters or found in hidden treasure chests, with images of other players doing so flashing in his mind. Beside those basics, every class has its own starter guide responsible for teaching new players. Now facing this old character, he thinks to himself, this is the same guide who taught me when I was a rookie mage in my past life, named Kongxi. The old man excitedly replies, Great, teaching you gives me enough money for wine for the next 2 weeks. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow as he analyzes his past life. Because of that, I have very little knowledge about this Necromancer class that I obtained in this life. Even so, looking at the combat style, it can still be considered a class that relies heavily on magic. Now pay attention to this. Pulling out a coin purse, he knows he must master basic mage skills that fit a Necromancer's playstyle before getting his special class skills. Then he confidently says, I want to learn the Spirit Fire skill, the healing art, and the stealth art as well. He tosses the coin pouch to the old man, who catches it with a greedy chuckle, muttering that money makes everything easy. The fabric parts, revealing the glittering silver coins resting snugly in the old man's hand. With his payment received, Kongxi conjures a brilliant sphere of magic, declaring solemnly, Do your best, young man, for the glory of mages will shine brightly upon you. As a glowing blue magic orb flows into him, triggering a system notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully acquired 3 mage class skills. Spirit Fire Black Iron Tier Level 1 effect inflicts 100% magic damage on the target, consumes 10 mana, cooldown 10 seconds. Mastery level 0 out of 100. Right below, the status screen continues to list the other skills. Starting with the Healing Art, Black Iron Tier, Level 1. Effect applies a healing force to the target, restoring 10% of their maximum health. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown 3 minutes, mastery level 0 out of 100. Next, Stealth Art Black Iron Tier Level 1 effect puts the user in a stealth state lasting 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown 3 minutes, with mastery at 0 out of 100. Let's pause here. Stroking his chin, he quietly evaluates these new stats. Spirit Fire gives me reliable ranged attack power, while the Healing Art can recover my health and help my allies. As for the Stealth Art, it's perfect for saving my life during emergencies, but these are still just basic low-level skills. If I want to learn more advanced magic, I will have to find a way to secure more resources. With his target set, his glowing red eyes burn with determination as he decides it is time to set off and level up. His next destination appears under the red glow of dusk, east of Black Sand Town, the dangerous Black Sand Mountain. Crossing a steep slope, he quietly approaches and stops right at the entrance of a dark, eerie cave. Staring into the pitch-black darkness, images of half-man, half-wolf creatures immediately flash in his mind. These kobolds are level 5 monsters living in surrounding caves. With their keen sense of smell, they easily hunt prey in the dark and love launching surprise ambushes due to their cunning nature. Furthermore, they usually travel in packs of about 100, and after analyzing this, Lin Yuan's eyes narrow with cold calculation. So whether in numbers or level, these kobolds are the ideal target for him to level up using his army of the undead. Preparing to enter the cave, he pulls out a potion and drinks the fluid down, having bought it from a merchant half an hour ago. The system immediately alerts. Night vision potion effect grants the player vision within a 3-meter radius in dark environments, lasting for 30 minutes. With everything ready, he summons his undead army. I will use these kobolds to grind my stealth and spirit fire masteries to the limit, while cracking open a few treasure chests along the way. Holding a blazing torch, he leads his army forward to clear the path, utilizing the item's effect, a basic torch that increases vision by 5. Obeying their master, the fierce undead wolves charge into the dark, and you and I both know this hunt is going to be legendary. Let's follow him as his steady footsteps echo down these narrow stone cliffs 15 minutes later. Suddenly, under the flickering firelight, his face tightens with extreme caution. He stops instantly, frowning and signaling his wolf pack to halt. Movement ahead! In a flash, he spins around and hurls his burning torch straight forward. The blazing light clearly exposes the figures of monsters stealthily creeping up the stone steps. From deep within the pitch-black shadows, a low guttural growl echoes out, followed by bloodshot, glowing eyes slowly opening. Suddenly, countless wolf-like dark shadows leap out of the darkness, baring their razor-sharp fangs. Seeing his enemies, he smirks coldly as the kobold miners appear alongside their floating status screens. Kobold Miner. Level 5, Attack Power 30, Defense 6. Skills Dig and Strike. He waves his hand, commanding them to slaughter every last one. The battle erupts as a reckless kobold leaps from above, aiming its pickaxe right at his head. At the same time, a muscular beast raises its razor-sharp claws, roaring in pure rage. Without faltering for a single second, he unleashes a green sword wave that cleanly slices his foes apart, instantly defeating 2 kobold miners. Even as their allies fall, another monster lunges forward to trigger its smash skill, leaving deep, painful gashes across his summoned wolf pack. Ignoring the damage, Lin Yuan ruthlessly swings his blade, slicing the beast clean in half right in midair. The system logs 8 kobold miners defeated, leading him to conclude that these pests do not possess much actual power, but dodging their heavy swinging pickaxes is absolutely crucial. Just as the thought crosses his mind, 3 more kobolds madly leap down toward his position. Reacting in the blink of an eye, he smiles, his body dissolving into a misty shadow as the system alerts that his stealth skill has been successfully activated. With his sudden disappearance, the beasts strike empty stone. Honestly, you've got to love his timing, because as one confused monster looks around, Lin Yuan materializes right behind its back, whispering, "Hey, over here!" Right away, he delivers a devastating strike that tears the beast apart, leaving it roaring in agony in a massive pool of spraying blood. As the corpse collapses, the system notifies him of his slaughter, confirming 20 kobold miners have been completely eliminated. Standing on a high ledge looking down at the pile of bodies under his feet, he smoothly sheathes his sword. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he sees the update Stealth Level 1 at Black Iron tier, with 5 out of 100 experience. He mutters that his stealth skill has leveled up, but his brief moment of satisfaction quickly fades away, gazing at his newly resurrected army rising from the eerie mist to evaluate their status. You see, these basic kobolds are just too weak, meaning leveling them up is going to be incredibly slow for us. The zombie status panel confirms exactly that, displaying Zombie Kobold Miner normal tier at level 5. Attack 30. Defense 6. Dig. Smash an undead body. The smash skill deals damage to the target up to 5% of their maximum health. Shaking off his disappointment, he quickly orders his new minions that from now on they will replace his zombie wolves. He moves forward, telling himself that he needs to locate the boss of this dungeon as soon as possible. With his kobold escort leading the way, he ventures deeper into the pitch-black chasm of the cavern. As they walk, he suddenly freezes in his tracks on the cold, rocky ground. A massive cavern dome opens up before him with jagged, dark holes carved into the walls and branching pathways. Instantly sensing killing intent in the damp air, he casts a sharp sideways glance, scoffing softly. His eyes lock onto a silent dark crevice that clearly hides an ambush, but he just smiles with complete confidence. Summoning a blazing spirit fireball in his palm, he whispers, "Found you." He hurls the fireball forward, detonating it into a massive blinding green explosion that incinerates the slimy monsters waiting in ambush. Yet despite that, from deep inside another tunnel, neither Lin Yun nor his undead horde panic, and trust me, we are all waiting to see what emerges from the darkness next. Then a furious roar. A heavily muscled beast leaps forward wielding a massive whip as the system screen instantly flashes. Elite Kobold Overseer, level 6 HP 350. Attack power 100, defense 10, skills dig and whip. Let's jump into a world where our main character calmly analyzes a brutal truth. The weak are always prey for the strong. This is the unchanging law of survival in nature, where even the hunter is ultimately destined to become the prey. Just look at this giant green snake slithering silently right behind that wolf, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It opens its vicious jaws wide to snap up the wolf, proving that absolute danger is constantly lurking around every corner. Returning to the battle, the Overseer whips his heavy steel chain down with devastating power, unleashing a truly deafening explosion. A massive cloud of dust rises, but like a resilient wolf, our hero bites right back. He calmly explains that sometimes the ultimate hunter will disguise themselves as prey to strike from the shadows. His razor-sharp eyes pierce right through the thick dust, exactly like at this very moment. Reaching out calmly from the thick fog, he catches the beast's spiked whip with his bare hand. His bare hand grips that dangerous spiked weapon with absolute ease, completely ignoring any pain. The Overseer's eyes widen in terror as a calm voice rings out, "Gotcha," before the monster can react. Lin Yuan strikes. Pulling the whip, he delivers a thunderous counterstrike that slams the giant monster flat onto the stone floor. The furious beast scrambles back up, letting out a deafening roar as it throws a massive punch in retaliation. But its fist only hits empty air, striking a mere illusion and leaving the monster utterly confused. Now pay attention here. Lin Yuan is floating right above it, plunging his sword through its skull as the system confirms one kobold overseer defeated. With its life extinguished, the massive body of the beast crashes to the ground with a heavy, resounding thud. But as the dust settles, furious, relentless growls begin echoing from the deepest, darkest corners of the cave. Lin Yuan glances toward the shadows, raising his guard to the absolute maximum. The roaring grows louder as an entire army of kobolds wielding sharp pickaxes gradually emerges from the pitch-black darkness. Lin Yuan stands completely alone, calmly facing down the massive horde. Under the command of two leaders, the entire horde unleashes a wild, crazed roar. The system immediately alerts him that the Overseer has activated the whip skill. The enemy miners enter a bloodthirsty state, increasing their attack speed by 40% and movement speed by 25% for 60 seconds. Facing the army, he coldly counts them. No, maybe even 50 of them. You might think he's in trouble, but his own summoned army is about to match them in both numbers and raw power. Smiling calmly, he opens the gates of hell. As a death wolf roars from within, he commands, "All of you, come on out and get a breath of fresh air." A pack of undead wolves with glowing eyes immediately charges out to obey their master. Standing beside his massive undead death wolf, he smiles triumphantly, declaring that the hunt has officially begun. Responding to his command, the summoned wolf pack lets out a terrifying roar in perfect unison. Unafraid, the kobold army raises their weapons and roars back. Led by the death wolf, the undead horde charges forward, tearing the kobolds apart in a brutal rain of blood. The giant alpha wolf throws its head back and roars, activating its demon wolf howl, unleashing a circular shockwave that sweeps across the entire battlefield. The kobolds hit by the blast are instantly dazed, falling into a state of severe dizziness and heavy continuous bleeding. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan waves his hand and orders his army to kill them all as system notifications flood in. You have successfully defeated 5, 10, 20, and 40 kobold overseers. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 6. Standing among the piled corpses, he begins his dark summoning ritual. Dozens of kobold zombies with glowing blue eyes stand up, ready with their new digging skill, along with whip strike and deathly body. While the new minions clear the battlefield, 2 survivors try to sneak away. But a towering zombie shadow suddenly blocks their escape path. As Lin Yuan's cold voice rings out, "You think you can escape?" He swings his sword in a sharp arc, telling them to ask his blade first. Suddenly, a massive hammer slams down right where he is standing. He leaps backward to dodge as the system warns that the boss has activated its decisive blow skill. A giant kobold boss appears, roaring in absolute fury as its character stat screen flashes before his eyes. Kobold boss. With stats like that, you and I know our hero won't flinch for a second. Let's dive right into the action as our main character lands on a cliff, smiling confidently. The furious kobold boss rushes forward, swinging its massive hammer repeatedly. Its heavy hammer smashes hard against the stone cliff, carving deep cracks into the rock face. The monster misses completely, getting its weapon stuck tight in a stone crack, leaving it totally dazed. Lin Yuan instantly seizes the opening. Raising a battle axe he just picked up, he leaps down and delivers a devastating, crushing blow onto the beast. The impact unleashes a massive boom, but his blade fails to pierce through that incredibly tough armor. That defense is exactly what you'd expect from a boss. He can't even scratch its thick hide yet. Furious, the boss swings back violently. Facing this terrifying strike, Lin Yuan's eyes lock onto the heavy hammer heading straight for his chest. He just stares coldly at the massive weapon rushing toward him. The beast roars, smashing its weapon directly into the ground. Dodging the blow, Lin Yuan takes a solid combat stance, realizing this elite monster's aggressive combat style is far from simple. Judging by the raw power it's showing, this beast is easily 2 to 3 times stronger than a standard elite. Pay attention here because this is where his real strategy starts. Summoning blue flames on his fingertips, he plans to keep his distance while dealing constant damage. Immediately, he orders them to rise, summoning his entire undead army to completely encircle the giant boss. The system warns him that the boss has activated its execution skill. Instantly, his zombie deathwolf charges forward to block, but the system alerts that the hit deals double damage. Seeing this, he immediately waves his hand, ordering an all-out assault. His zombie army swarms the beast, tearing at its flesh to hold it down. Then the deathwolf howls, activating its powerful party buff. Death's Wrath is active, boosting their total attack power by 10% and critical strike chance by 20%. Fueled by the massive buff, the frenzied undead horde attacks with pure savage rage, roaring wildly. With Death's Wrath active, their offensive stats are boosted by 10% and critical rate by 20%. This full-force coordination deals massive damage, making the boss scream in agony as it takes -150. Staggered by the ruthless onslaught of the undead, the boss begins to falter. Seizing this chance, Lin Yuan conjures a fireball, casting his fire spirit magic. Leaping high into the air, he unleashes a barrage of deep blue spirit fireballs. A rain of fire pours down, enveloping the pinned-down boss. Taking massive hits, he howls in agony, losing -20, then -30. -30. If we remember correctly, things are about to get crazy. Kobolds have incredibly low magic resistance. Enveloped in burning flames, the beast lets out a final agonizing shriek. It charges frantically at Lin Yuan, seeking revenge. He simply smiles and triggers his stealth skill, instantly vanishing into the air. He slips right behind the charging boss. Since you practically begged for your own demise, I will not show any mercy. He targets a glaring weak spot right on its neck, where there is absolutely no armor protection. Diving down, he plunges his sword directly into the monster's neck. The blade tears through the flesh, dealing a critical blow. Blood splatters as the screaming beast takes -100 damage. It roars one last time, swinging its hammer in pure desperation, but Lin Yuan snaps his fingers and commands a zombie to block. Instantly, he leaps right onto his wolf's back. Now his entire zombie army swarms forward, surrounding and tearing apart the completely exhausted boss. As the boss struggles to defend, he notices its heavy armor has finally shattered. Immediately, he condenses a massive storm of glowing magic spheres, preparing for his final strike. Unleashing his full firepower, he coldly sentences the beast to death as a barrage of damage numbers pop up. -30, -40, -40. Engulfed in burning flames, the boss throws its head back, screaming in agony. Witnessing their leader fall, the remaining monsters roar frantically and launch a wild, desperate charge. Looking at the remnants, his gaze doesn't waver for a second. This is just a pathetic, desperate struggle. The slaughter wraps up quickly and system notifications flood in. You have successfully defeated 10 kobold supervisors. You have successfully defeated 20 kobold miners, followed by an additional 35 kobold miners. Seeing its kind brutally slaughtered, the lone survivor runs for its life, but it suddenly freezes in shock, seeing a cloaked figure blocking the path. Drawing a sword crackling with blue lightning, he asks in a freezing tone, planning to run? Grip tightening on the hilt, he says, "Leave your life behind first." He leaps high and slams a devastating lightning strike straight down on the foe. The kobold's head is sliced clean off, flying into the air amidst a fountain of bright red blood. As the headless corpse collapses onto the stone floor, we are left waiting to see what he conquers next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Lin Yuan level up. Putting away his weapon, a notification confirms the monster's death, awarding him 50 XP. Instantly, a brilliant light wraps his body. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Staring at his updated status screen, he smiles with satisfaction. Level 7. Excellent. Player name Lin Yuan, level 7. Class Necromancer. Forbidden SSS rank talent Shadow Summoning. Hellgate capacity 20 out of 70, strength 27. 23, 45. Spirit power 50. Experience points 68 out of 2,745. His distant eyes are full of calculation. With this, he is one step closer to level 10, the requirement to enter the main city in the Western Desert. Reviewing his active skills, he nods in approval at his stealth art and spirit fire. Their proficiency is fully maxed out, upgrading both to level 2 and doubling their overall status effects. Checking the screen, stealth art black iron level 2, spirit fire black iron level 2. Now pay attention here. This is where his luck gets crazy. Walking back to the defeated monster, his eyes catch something shining. It's a bronze treasure chest waiting to be looted. Without any hesitation, he reaches out and pops the chest open. The lid flies open, releasing a blinding golden glow. System notifications flood in. You have obtained a cobalt pouch and an ever-burning torch. You have obtained a skull mask. You have obtained gloves of darkness. Opening up the cobalt pouch reveals another sweet reward, 20 gold coins. He quickly calculates. In the near future, major world banks will allow players to exchange in-game currency for real-world money. 20 gold coins equal 200,000 yuan in real cash. Not bad. He inspects the other items. The system displays the details. The ever-burning torch grants a 3-meter vision radius in dark environments. It has no time limit. Next is the bronze skull mask weapon type. Equipping it reduces physical damage taken by 5%, while adding 10 stamina and 10 strength. Let's pause for a second. Touching the final item, his eyes flash with surprise. Slipping on the blue-silver shadow gloves, a silver-grade weapon. The glove's effect scales directly with the physical power of the kobold race. Defense plus 30. He chuckles, realizing his luck is insanely good. Pulling a silver-grade weapon from a bronze chest? Unreal. They perfectly match the strength of kobolds. He cannot wait to test them out. Meanwhile, near the kobold cave, a muscular warrior surveys the battlefield. Huang Feilong, the mighty leader of the Scarred Blood Guild. Class Warrior level 8. Standing tall, he speaks proudly. Our recent training has yielded incredible results. We wiped out 30 phantom desert demon wolves in less than a single minute. As long as we two brothers stand united, absolutely nothing is impossible for us. He is the Scarred Blood Vice leader, Huang Feiho. Class Rogue level 5. Their lackeys quickly kiss up to them. As expected of our leaders, you wiped out that entire wolf pack instantly. Your raw power is truly terrifying, one of them praises. Exactly. If we cross paths with those Thunderguild scum, again we will completely erase them. The others shout in agreement. However, Feiho only snorts in frustration. If that bastard Lin Yuan hadn't suddenly appeared out of nowhere, we would have claimed the world's first monster kill long ago. No other guild would ever dare to look down on us. They bitterly recall the global system announcement. The world boss Giant Wolf has been slain by player Lin Yuan. Remembering him standing on that massive corpse leaves them in utter shock. Feiho remains incredibly bitter, muttering that he has no idea what kind of dumb luck that bastard had. But the moment I see him, I will unleash my pure wrath. Feilong frowns, scolding him. Feiho, how many times must I say to stop being reckless? The guild leader calmly analyzes the situation. Lin Yuan is ruthless, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Instead of making him an enemy, we should recruit him to our side. With orders given, Feilong shoulders his axe and walks off, remembering a nearby kobold dungeon he wants to check out. I am going to investigate its location. Everyone else, stay here and recover your stamina. The lackeys bow respectfully. Once he leaves, Feiho gnashes his teeth in frustration. My brother scolded me 3 times over that stray dog. Clutching his dagger tightly, he growls under his breath, Lin Yuan, just you wait. You bastard, I will rip out your fangs. Trust me, we cannot miss what happens next. And then cut your head off so the boss knows who is truly powerful. Seeing his boss fuming, a lackey quickly rushes over, pointing his finger and pleading, Deputy Leader, please do not get worked up over that useless trash anymore. Look over there, what is that? Hearing this, Flying Tiger frowns, looking where he is pointing, and asks, what is it? Alright, you and I are about to watch a helpless girl walk straight into a trap. This purple-clad mage is strolling under the sunset, completely unaware she is being stalked. Flying Tiger and his lackeys stealthily stalk her, smirking with a devious grin. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is heading toward the cave. He looks satisfied at the notification, level 7 elite zombie, health points 1000, attack 150, defense 80, skills, dig, scythe of death, and crushing blow. On impact, crushing blow deals 200% of attack damage to the target, with a 10% chance of landing a critical strike. He calculates silently, noting he just added an elite zombie with massive combat power to his collection. Plus, the number of undead inside the Hellgate has reached 70. He will keep pushing forward like this. Suddenly he pauses, slightly turning his head as a panicked scream echoes from a distance. Stay back, don't you dare come any closer. The female mage backs away in terror, clutching her staff defensively. Don't come near me. If you take another step, I won't show mercy. She looks desperately at Flying Tiger's crew closing in on her. Now watch this part because these absolute jerks show their true colors. Smirking at their lucky find of such a beautiful girl, he approaches with lustful eyes, telling her not to worry, she just needs to serve them a little bit. Instead of suffering, you should just enjoy it. The lackey beside him sneers, chiming in. Exactly. Just make our deputy leader happy and you'll get all kinds of nice rewards in return. Unable to take it, she raises her staff to defend herself, warning them that she won't hesitate to attack if they advance. But with a loud ringing crash, the blonde guy easily kicks her weapon away, mocking her to show how she plans to attack them, leaving her crying out in absolute agony. Taking advantage of this, he brutally grabs her hair, growling in pure contempt. You're just a low-level mage, did you really think you could hurt us? He pulls her close despite her painful wincing, threatening her. You have been stupid enough. If you still will not give up, try it again. Go ahead, the more you struggle, the more excited I get. She closes her eyes and lets out a desperate scream. And just when you think she's a goner, boom, a steel fist crashes right into his face with terrifying explosive force. The dark armored steel gauntlet clenches tightly under the sun, letting out a bone-chilling metallic sound that makes your skin crawl. Flying Tiger takes the punch full on, and is sent flying backward with a pathetic, agonizing shriek. Watching this instant beatdown, his horrified lackeys scream in absolute terror. Deputy leader! His body slams hard into the cliffside, kicking up a massive swirling cloud of dust. He lies deeply crushed under the falling rocks, battered and bleeding heavily, while Lin Yuan slowly stands up straight in front of them. He calmly looks at his glove and casually remarks, "Not a bad effect, that was much easier than I thought." One terrified lackey instantly turns tail and runs for his life, crying, "Oh my god, I have to report this to the guild leader." The remaining two point their swords at him, stammering, Who are you? You just messed with the Blood Feast Guild. Your only fate is death," he responds simply by glaring coldly at them with glowing red eyes. Their guild crest immediately flashes vividly through his mind, the Blood Feast Guild. In the early stage of the game, they were the #1 guild in Black Cut Town's beginner village. And almost all of their members were red-named players who absolutely loved doing evil. He recalls the vivid images of those brutal, heavily armored murderers brandishing their deadly weapons, alongside evil mages carrying skulls of players they killed, spreading absolute terror and chaos wherever they went. These notorious red-named players are highly dangerous individuals classified by the system once their crime points reach 10 or more due to malicious actions like intentional assault, stealing, and looting other helpless players. Even though the evil god hasn't invaded yet, and player deaths don't mean dying in the real world, losing high-end gear and dropping levels still causes massive, painful setbacks for any player. Lin Yuan's face remained as he slightly smirks, asking them calmly, "Are you boys with the Blood Feast Guild? Trust me, you and I know these cowards caused him endless trouble in his past life." Hearing this, the ponytail guy frowns with a grunt, while the bald punk arrogantly puts his hands on his hips and snorts back, "Let's jump into a wild fight where these thugs claim they are the #1 guild in Black Sandtown, bragging about their vice leader to try and scare our main character." Tightening his bandaged wrist, he sneers with absolute arrogance, warning that it is already too late unless they want to die a truly miserable death. They flash malicious grins, continuing to hurl disgusting insults at him, demanding that he chop off his own hands, kneel down like a dog, and beg for mercy while calling them masters. But he does not let them gloat. With cold eyes, Lam Vien instantly lunges forward, swinging his weapon with a burst of green energy that unleashes a deadly slash cutting right through the air. In the blink of an eye, blood splatters everywhere as the thug's arms are sliced clean off, flying helplessly through the air. The two lackeys fall backward, screaming in pure agony while Lam Vien stands over them completely unfazed, delivering a cold, merciless judgment. "Appreciate the advice, but I will chop off your hands myself. Save that dog barking of yours for the long walk down to hell." Watching this, the female mage clutches her torn robes, completely frozen in shock as she stammers at how unbelievably strong he is. At that moment, deep down in the canyon, the blonde vice leader who just got blasted away is sliding down a dusty, rocky slope. His trembling hand reaches for an empty potion bottle as he gasps for air in absolute agonizing pain. Immediately, a system notification pops up, stating he used a health potion to restore 20% of his hit points and mana. Pay attention here as he staggers back up, clutching his broken body while swearing vengeance against the bastard who did this. A fierce red aura suddenly erupts, completely enveloping his entire body, gripping his weapon tight. He steps into the darkness, growling that death is the only fate waiting for his enemy. Heavy footsteps echo as a voice booms, demanding to see who has the guts to mess with them and actively seek death. A lackey quickly points him out, yelling that the target is right over there. Hearing the noise, Lam Vien raises an eyebrow and turns around. The female mage behind him flinches in fear, while the lackey points directly at our hero, shouting that he is the culprit. He claims this kid almost killed the vice leader, causing the massive guild master beside him to glare in surprise. But the moment he gets a clear look at his face, the armored guildmaster completely freezes, breaking into a cold sweat as he raises his weapon to defend and yells to wait. Terrified, he looks into those cold, crimson eyes, realizing the rumors were true. They are completely emotionless, yet radiate an absolutely crushing pressure. His eyes drop to the weapon in his opponent's hand, trembling as he realizes it looks like pure crystallized moonlight. It sparkles with a sharp, ice-cold glow, a legendary blade that looks capable of easily slicing through absolutely anything. A terrifying, brilliant green aura is radiating from Lam Vien, completely overwhelming the entire battlefield. The sheer power coming off him is suffocating, forcing his enemies to watch in absolute terror as they struggle to even breathe. I know what you are thinking. The leader is terrified, but his clueless lackeys behind him have no idea, still shouting for him to attack. Hurry up. Show this brat our true power. You blind fool, how dare you provoke us like this? Do you actually want to die today? Just wait, you are dead meat. Drenched in sweat, the armored guild leader grits his teeth in panic, realizing how insane this aura truly is. And that legendary sword must have dropped from a boss monster. This guy is without a doubt the famous monster known as Lam Vien. He grips his massive sword in sheer despair, silently cursing the clueless idiots cheering behind him. Why did these fools have to pick a fight with this monster of all people? They are completely useless, good for nothing but ruining my life. Completely ignoring his brainless subordinates who are still shouting empty threats, blocking out all of their useless noise, Lam Vien calmly stares directly at the massive guild leader, speaking in a soft, chilling voice, asking if he is indeed the leader of the Blood Guild. Cornered in front of his men, the boss grips his weapon tightly, refusing to let his pride be crushed. His eyes narrow as the tension reaches a breaking point, preparing to fight for his life since this battle is absolutely inevitable. Just as the two sides stand locked in a tense standoff, Lam Vien looks up after hearing a sharp tearing sound from the cliffs above. The female mage also looks up, spotting a dark shadow diving down, and screams in absolute terror for him to watch his back. Swooping down from midair, the blonde vice leader plunges straight down at a terrifying speed, twin daggers ready to strike, roaring like a madman to die. His face is twisted with extreme hatred and deadly intent as he glares with wide eyes, screaming with every ounce of his strength to die. And that's where we leave it, as the enemy swings his giant weapon with a smug grin, mocking our hero. See you next time. Alright, you and I are about to watch this fool make the worst decision of his life by challenging the blood sect. Two grunts charge forward, aiming their sharp blades right at Lin Yuan and the female mage. But the enemy's next move stops the guild leader dead in his tracks, making him gasp in absolute shock. What? Right behind Lin Yuan, a massive werewolf phantom erupts into existence, glowing with an eerie green aura that leaves the enemies completely stunned. The beast bares its fangs with a chilling grin, and swings its energy battle axe to unleash a thunderous strike. The sheer overwhelming force of the blow blasts both attackers backward instantly. The werewolf's brutal strike sends a massive green shockwave tearing straight into the cliffside, leaving behind a path of total destruction. Seizing the opening, Lin Yuan dashes forward with blinding speed, aiming his sword right at the terrified guild leader's throat. With his glowing blade pressed close, Lin Yuan stares coldly at his target and whispers, "Next up." Watch close as the guild leader's eyes go wide, his face turning pale with absolute terror. Showing zero mercy, Lin Yuan unleashes a flurry of blinding consecutive slashes that cleanly slice through his enemy's life with lethal precision. Death claims him instantly as the guild leader collapses into a pool of blood on the sand, while Lin Yuan calmly turns and walks away. He glances back at the corpse with pure disdain, muttering that a pathetic guild like this isn't even worth his time. Suddenly, a bright red system warning pops up to flag him for killing another player, adding 2 points to his crime stat, which he calmly notes as 2. Still, his face remains completely calm since the penalty will fade away on its own, provided he plays nice for 1 week. Behind him, the female mage watches the surviving blood sect lackeys scramble up the rocky cliffs, desperately running for their lives. She quickly asks, "Oh my god, they are getting away, should we chase them down?" Lin Yuan stands still, holding his blade, and casually replies that those weaklings are just tiny bugs not worth chasing. He walks over to the Vice Guild leader, who is currently dissolving into bright, sparkling fragments of digital data. The dropped loot immediately materializes on the ground, starting with a silver-tier battle axe that deals massive area of effect damage. Next is a pair of silver-tier twin daggers radiating a bright glow which carry a deadly continuous burn effect. And finally a compact bronze-tier weapon. Rubbing his chin, Lin Yuan inspects the loot and admits their stats are actually decent. I know what you're thinking. Even if he doesn't need them, they will fetch a great price on the market before he leaves. The female mage finally snaps out of her trance, blushing deeply as she looks at him with pure gratitude, thanking her savior for saving her life. She hesitantly steps closer to her hero, shyly whispering that she still doesn't even know his name. Lin Yuan pauses for a brief moment, then turns around with a highly confident, gentle smile. My name is... Standing against the fading sunset, he looks back over his shoulder and delivers a proud statement. One day you will see my name sitting right at the very top of the global top 10 list. His absolute confidence leaves the female mage completely stunned as she quietly mutters, the top 10. But seeing him decisively walk away into the sunset, she immediately runs after his retreating figure, asking who even cares about some ranking list anyway, begging him to let her tag along. Suddenly the scene shifts directly to the weak sand desert, a barren wasteland blanketed under a sky full of choking dust. Right here, Lin Yuan stands face to face with a massive, spiky creature that just emerged from deep underground. These are level 6 weeping thunder scorpions, and they are threateningly raising their massive, dark purple venomous tails. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly narrow with sharp focus. He draws his weapon, ready to dive into another battle. A toxic stinger shoots forward, but with incredible reflexes, he easily dodges and counters, slicing right through their tough armor with a powerful wave of green sword energy. Cold, killing intent flashes in his eyes as a violent surge of magical energy erupts around his body. Leaping high into the air, Lin Yuan unleashes a massive green sword storm that violently sweeps away and tears apart the surrounding horde of scorpions. His system panel flashes with victory screens, confirming that 60 weeping thunder scorpions have been completely wiped out in the area. Brushing the dust off his blood-stained robe, he smiles in satisfaction at his newly gained power, having jumped straight to level 8. Even though gathering those paralyzing herbs is kind of a chore, this haul is definitely a massive jackpot. Suddenly the scene fades away, shifting his memories back to 2 days ago, inside a gloomy castle corridor, where a highly mysterious wizard slowly walks out to confront him directly. The purple-bearded wizard bows, saying, "Hero, we finally meet. And trust me, you'll definitely want to see what happens next." Alright, let us dive into this crazy story where a green system notification suddenly pops up offering our main character a quest. Accept? Lin Yuan scans the detailed quest information, reading the mission name and Alchemist Emo's final request. The mission? Head into the Desert of Crying, gather 100 paralyzing herbs and deliver them back to Alchemist Emo. Time limit, Iron Tier. Target, the rare paralyzing herbs. It is a desert plant pulsing with lightning elements. Stroking his chin, Lin Yuan thoughtfully recalls his past life, remembering that a very special dungeon will soon open in the main city. Deep in his memories, he remembers a cave glowing with blinding blue lightning, a dangerous dungeon packed with lightning elemental monsters. To survive and conquer it, players must possess an incredibly high resistance to lightning elements. Because of this, the demand for effective lightning resistance potions will skyrocket, and their value will rise to thousands of gold coins. In his previous life, someone made an absolute fortune just by capitalizing on this. Completing this simple herb-gathering quest is his ticket to obtaining the recipe for that highly coveted lightning resistance potion. Today is Emo's first day in Black Sand Town, and once this quest is completed, he will vanish forever. Without a single moment of hesitation, he reaches out to tap the bright accept button on his system panel. Now watch closely, because this is his only shot to grab that recipe. He clicks accept and his memories fade, bringing him right back to the Desert of Crying, where glowing grass is completely surrounded by dangerous beasts, level 6 crying lightning scorpions that guard the precious paralyzing herbs. But like lightning, he delivers a devastating stomp, crushing the head of a rushing scorpion, calmly analyzing the situation. To him, these creatures are barely a threat. After wiping out the small fry, he kneels in the sand and reaches out for the glowing herbs. Since he is here, he decides to seize this opportunity and level up his newly learned gathering skill to its absolute limit. Waves of bright green magical energy instantly wrap around his hands as the system notification pops up in front of him. Gathering skill Iron Tier Level 2, active effect. Increases harvesting speed with a 5% chance to obtain rare quality herbs. Resource cost, 1 spirit point. Cooldown 3 seconds. Proficiency, 120 out of 200. Standing tall, his cloak fluttering wildly in the howling desert wind, he looks toward the misty sand dunes, ready to push deeper in. Lin Yuan strides forward with power, his heavy boots sinking deep into the dry, unforgiving desert sands. You and I both know that silence never lasts. Suddenly, the earth shakes violently, and his hand flies to his sword hilt. What is this? Instantly, a massive purple stinger bursts through the sand, soaring into the air with a deafening crash of shattering rocks. The arrival of this terrifying beast kicks up a massive cloud of dust, completely blocking out the scorching desert sun. Lin Yuan reacts instantly, leaping high into the air to dodge the scorpion's devastating razor-sharp pincer swipe. He slides hard across the ground, digging deep trenches into the sand, slowly lifting his head, his cold eyes narrow as a sharp red light of caution flashes within them. A titanic monster rises completely from deep beneath the sand, radiating an overwhelming aura as bright red warning alerts flash repeatedly. Mutated monster, the crystal fiend lightning scorpion, has appeared. Danger, danger, danger! Staring at the massive shadow covering the entire sandy plain, Lin Yuan frowns, wondering how a mutated demon monster could possibly spawn here. Suddenly, the creature's stat panel materializes clearly right before his eyes. Crystal Fiend Lightning Scorpion. Level 10, HP 2800, Attack 400, Defense 55. Skills: Paralyzing Lightning Strike, Poison Needle Thrust, and Earth-Shattering Claw. Crystal Thunderstorm. Even facing a high-level boss, Lin Yuan simply lowers his head, letting out a confident, smug smirk despite the incredibly dangerous situation. Unleashing a surge of green mana around his body, Lin Yuan charges forward like a wind-cutting arrow, filled with pure battle intent. Today I will use your giant body to test my Silver Slash for the very first time. He unleashes a lightning slash directly at the scorpion's massive claw, sending a violent wave of dark blue electromagnetic shockwaves surging outward. However, his powerful attack is deflected with a deafening metallic screech as his blade strikes an outer shell as hard as diamond. Frowning, he quickly analyzes the beast, realizing its armored hide does not have a single gap to penetrate. At that moment, the beast glows intensely as blue lightning surges, and the system instantly blares out a warning. And that is where we leave him, bracing with his sword as a destructive lightning field explodes around him. Trust me, we cannot miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as the system warns Lin Yuan of an incoming venom strike, forcing him to guard. The monster charges in with a blinding lightning thrust, forcing him to raise his sword and block it just in the nick of time. But it doesn't stop there. The giant scorpion unleashes a devastating beam of lightning, tearing through the air as it charges straight toward him. As he barely dodges, Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, realizing its power is way beyond his expectations. First, he needs to distract and divide its forces. Thick dust and smoke fill the air as the beast frantically charges toward him. His eyes flash as dark green mana wraps around him, and he coldly calls out to his kobolds. Shouting "Awaken!" a glowing green portal rips open, and a pack of wolfmen armed with pickaxes and hammers charge out to attack the beast. Lightning fast, one wolfman slams his pickaxe straight into the boss's heavy armor, sending sparks flying and shaving off 200 health points. Watching the impact, Lin Yuan narrows his eyes with a calculating look. No critical hit. Enraged, the boss activates its earth-rending claw skill, smashing its massive pincers down to shatter the ground and blow the wolfman back. Pay attention here. While the monster is distracted, multiple glowing green soul fireballs are launched in rapid succession, tearing through the air. The barrage of fireballs fly straight into the scorpion's wide-open mouth, causing a blinding magical explosion. Even as the beast burns and slowly loses health, he coldly tells it to taste his newly upgraded soul fire. Raising his hand wrapped in eerie green flames, Lin Yuan gives a decisive command to go. Right then, a heavy rope suddenly wraps tight around its massive claw, as the wolfmen use thick ropes to bind the beast and drag its giant body down to the sand. Seizing this golden opportunity, the wolfman leader leaps high into the air, aiming his massive hammer straight at the target. The heavy hammer slams down to deal double damage, triggering a massive critical hit notification. Seeing this, Lin Yuan exclaims with satisfaction, saying that they finally landed a critical hit. Writhing in absolute pain, the scorpion roars in pure rage as surges of lightning erupt from its heavily cracked body. Watch closely as he agilely leaps high into the air. As the scorpion looks on in confusion, His fist instantly gathers a surge of bright blue lightning energy, triggering a notification that his hunter title has been successfully activated. His attack power, critical hit chance, and magic damage all instantly increase by 10%. Eyes glowing red with pure killing intent, he channels all his power into his raised fist, promising to smash the beast to ashes. Diving down like an arrow into the eye of the storm, he roars out for it to prepare itself. The massive collision triggers a blinding explosion of light that tears through everything, accompanied by his ironclad, chilling declaration to shatter. The scorpion's seemingly unbreakable outer armor starts cracking in a long line, revealing a blinding surge of energy hidden deep within as it splits apart. Unable to endure anymore, the monster's body completely explodes, shattering into countless sharp armor fragments that go flying in every direction. At the same time, the system notifies him that he defeated the mutated Crystal Lightning Scorpion, earning 560 experience points. But the boss immediately revives as a giant zombie, standing as a level 10 Crystal Lightning Zombie Scorpion with its entire skill set intact. Right then, he suddenly notices another giant scorpion burrowing straight down into the sand. Right behind Lin Yuan, his newly summoned giant Crystal Lightning Zombie Scorpion stands tall, ready to obey his every command. Suddenly, a massive horde of scorpions rushes in from the distance, catching him slightly off guard. But his eyes quickly flash with a cold, calculating look, realizing this is the perfect opportunity. He orders his new summon to sweep them all away. Right on cue, the system announces that the Crystal Lightning Storm skill has been successfully activated. He roars, telling them he will play with them using his new pet as endless crystal lightning fires from the zombie, tearing through the air, unleashing a devastating blow onto the smaller scorpions as damage numbers rapidly pop up on screen. -50, -60, -60. Coordinating perfectly with his pet, Lin Yuan leaps high into the air with his glowing red eyes. He delivers highly dangerous lightning slashes down on the monster horde, as weak point hit notifications flash repeatedly across his screen. His sharp blade stabs deeply into the hard shell of one of the beasts, triggering yet another weak point hit alert. The sheer power of his thrust completely pierces its heavy armor, causing a blinding light to erupt from the deep wound. After landing this perfect finishing blow, he lands majestically on the ground, his cloak fluttering in the wind. We leave him standing tall on a battlefield of dead scorpions. Let's dive into a world where brilliant gold screens flash before your eyes, announcing that you have finally reached level 10. He opens up his glowing blue status screen to check his progress, confirming player Lin Yuan is level 10. Class Necromancer. Tebu Talent Dark Summoning. Hellgate progress is currently 20 out of 100. Strength 32. Constitution 28. Agility 47. Spirit 53. Experience points at 152 out of 5,159. Lin Yuan smiles with satisfaction. Leveling up twice feels incredible, and right then his boss rewards start to shine. He silently calculates as the notifications display his new silver tier weapon along with several lightning attribute items. Leg armor, a paralysis ring, and a phantom crossbow, all silver tier loot from Yongbao. Selling these items will definitely help ease his family financial situation back home. The desert wind whips through his clothes, holding his sword tightly as he stands tall atop a giant sand dune. Looking down at the scattered monster corpses, the system confirms that all enemies in this area have been cleared. Suddenly, a brilliant golden glow envelops his hand as a system message pops up congratulating him on obtaining a gold tier class skill book. An ancient grimoire with a creepy eye in the center floats down. Pay close attention to this, because it triggers a massive change. Golden magic power radiates from the book and flows through his body, displaying the skill name Dark Curse, Gold Tier, restricted to Necromancers. Clutching the book close to his chest, Lin Yuan grins and admits he has some incredible luck. As the golden light erupts, the system announces that the skill book is being integrated directly into the player memory database. A massive beam of light pierces the desert sky, accompanied by a message congratulating him on unlocking an exclusive skill for the Necromancer class. The skill details expand on his screen, surrounded by glowing images of eerie green skulls, revealing the spell, Dark Curse Level 1. It deals damage equal to 20% of the target health, or restores 20% of a summon health, costing 100 mana. Cooldown is 10 seconds with mastery starting at 0%. Instantly, an eerie blue soul flame begins to dance across his hand. He mutters, analyzing the skill, realizing he can now heal 20% of his undead summon health pool. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpen as he stares intently at the newly acquired power swirling right in his palm. He turns toward his undead scorpion standing near the cliff. Its health bar currently sitting at 60%. Unleashing a burst of bright green energy with a flick of his wrist, he says, "Let us try this out." The energy strikes the beast's head, triggering a glowing green crown symbol that radiates intense light. The undead scorpion throws its head back with a powerful roar as its health bar leaps instantly up to 80%. Clenching his fist to dissolve the mana, he looks into the distance with pure determination. This is where our journey truly begins. It is time to head to the main city and track down his very first summon candidate. The scene suddenly shifts back to reality as Lin Yuan removes his virtual reality helmet with a sharp, heavy click. His face is filled with shock as if a sudden, massive realization has just hit him out of nowhere. Out in the living room, his mother stands behind his gaming pod with a worried expression, calling out, "Yuan, your dad threw his back out. Go help him," giving him quite a start. Both of them quickly step in, supporting the groaning father as they gently guide him to lie down on the couch. His mother says softly, "Dear, take it easy." Massaging his back, she complains with genuine worry, "Why are you always so reckless at your age? Trying to fix the air conditioner yourself instead of calling a professional, and now look at what you have done. You have gone and hurt your back again." Lying on his stomach with sweat on his brow, the father forces a smile to reassure her, saying, "We need to save every single penny we can. Just last week when the washing machine broke down, did I not fix it myself with a few simple steps?" Standing silently near the doorway, Lin Yuan listens as his father continues in an optimistic tone, "Besides, this is just a minor injury. It is nothing. I will be back on my feet after a short nap, and tomorrow I still have to pick up Xiaotan from school." Lin Yuan lowers his eyes, deeply moved as he watches his hard-working father unable to say a single word. Moving to the next morning under a clear, quiet sky. In the bedroom, the father is still sleeping peacefully while the mother frowns, annoyed by some sudden noises. Hearing a series of loud, chaotic sounds coming from the living room, she pushes open the bedroom door. Still half asleep, she calls out, "Yuan, is that you? Why are you making so much noise this early in the morning?" Stepping out, the parents freeze as workers mount a massive, luxurious television on the wall. "You and I can tell their lives are already getting a major upgrade." A delivery worker steps forward. "Trust me, you and I are about to see a wild story," starting when he grabs the father's hand, making them scream as he asks if they are Mr. and Mrs. Lam, delivering items Lam Vien bought. "We brought everything and assembled them as fast as possible. Please sign to confirm your delivery." Standing completely stunned in the living room, the father breaks a sweat and mumbles, "Wait, I am not dreaming, right? What on earth is happening?" The scene cuts to a high-end fitness gym, where Lam Vien is doing sit-ups, muscles rippling, sweat pouring down as he maintains a steady and controlled breathing rhythm. Switching to the treadmill, his feet keep a smooth, effortless pace before he speaks up, "Sorry for this sudden interruption." The beautiful female manager smiles warmly and asks, "Would you like to sign up for our premium VIP package? We have a great discount." Without a second thought, he hands over his bank card, saying, "Fine, use this card." Then he thinks, "After selling off some of my unnecessary gaming equipment, I managed to fully renovate our house and even bought a family gym membership." His eyes immediately flash with a deep, mysterious look as he thinks, lost in thought. He knows his parents and little Dan must start physical training early. This is the only way they can adapt quickly once the immortality phase officially begins. Holding the card in her hand, the female employee's beautiful face blushes slightly, screaming inside her head, "Oh my God, this customer worked out for so long, yet his face is not even red and he is not out of breath. Plus, his athletic physique is just way too perfect." Suddenly, pay attention to her reaction as her eyes widen in shock, gasping, "What is this?" Her hands shake, thinking in disbelief, "Is this the premium VIP card only given to those with over 5 million in their bank account?" Ignoring the employee's utter shock, Lam Vien calmly pulls out his phone to make a call. "Hello? Yes, it is the prize money from a past gaming tournament. Yes, you two should rest at home today and leave little Dan to me." Watching his muscular figure walk away, the employee clutches the card to her chest, whispering in awe, "This customer is still so young. He is truly an extraordinary man." Meanwhile, at the school gate, the final dismissal bell rings and crowds of students rush out shouting excitedly, "Class is finally over! Hurry up to the Net Cafe, let us squad up for a match. Wait, hold on, let me join too." Amidst the bustling crowd of students, a schoolgirl with shining golden hair adorned with a blue bow gently steps down the stairs. That is Lam Dan, Lam Vien's sister, showing off her sharp beauty as she walks gracefully in a neat uniform. Two of her classmates happily run up, chirping, "Hey, today is my birthday, so please come over to my house tonight." My older brother bought the strawberry cake I love most. You are seriously so lucky, Dan. Having an older brother is awesome. I am so jealous. I wish I had one too. Lam Dan's eyes narrow slightly, thinking to herself, is having an older brother really something we should be jealous of? Memories of her lazy brother with messy hair, glued to video games and constantly typing in a messy room flash in her mind. Cutting off her thoughts, she adjusts her backpack and walks forward, gritting her teeth and thinking she does not need a brother. Suddenly, a young punk steps out to block her path with a cocky attitude. Taunting her, "School beauty, Lam, you are way too arrogant." He and 3 other thugs surround her with sly, malicious grins. The leader continues, "We have sent you invitations so many times through others, but you never bothered to reply once. But this time we came in person to invite you out, so you should at least show some basic manners." Trapped Lam Dan glares fiercely and snaps, "What do you guys want?" Her terrified classmates shrink behind her back, trembling as they ask, "Class president, who are these people?" The arrogant punk boldly reaches his hand toward her face, saying, "Look at this smooth skin. Let me get a little touch." Furious, Lam Dan violently slaps his hand away with a powerful swipe, yelling, "Do not touch me! Get out of my sight right now!" She waves them off, pointing directly at the thugs' faces and shouting, "If you touch me again, I will call the police." Enraged, the thug swings his hand and delivers a stinging slap to her face, making her scream in pain as he roars, "Damn you! You are not worth my respect." The blow is so hard that it sends Lam Dan crashing to the ground with a painful cry, while her friends scream in horror, "Class president!" The aggressive punk raises his hand again to strike down. Bellowing, "Is a little insult too much for you? Why do you have to act so pure and innocent?" Unable to dodge, Lam Dan closes her eyes tight and raises her arms to protect her face, bracing for the blow. But at that exact second, a solid hand grabs the thug's wrist with powerful force. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Stick with me here. This shocked girl slowly opens one eye in absolute disbelief. Behind her, a towering figure appears with eyes burning with blood-red fury, his voice dropping to a freezing whisper as he demands, "Who gave you permission to touch my sister?" The young man steps forward firmly, leaving Lin Dan that familiar face in sheer shock as she gasps, "Lin Yuan." Trapped in a tight grip, the angry thug struggles to break free, cursing, "Where the hell did this stray dog come from?" At that moment, 3 of his thugs rush in to surround them, shouting threats, "If we do not knock every single one of your teeth out today, we are not men. Are you looking for a death wish? Stop talking and break his arms first, then we talk." Now watch closely. Lin Yuan fires a lightning-fast punch straight into the leader's face, sending blood flying everywhere. Without pausing, he drives a devastating uppercut with monstrous power, launching the second thug high up into the air. Giving them no time to react, he spins around with a thunderous kick that sweeps the third guy away. To finish this lightning-fast combo, he stomps down brutally onto the last man's face, leaving him heavily damaged. Lin Yuan stands there imposing and tall, as the explosive power from his stomp shatters the ground beneath his feet into pieces. Beneath his feet, the thugs lie completely flat on the ground. Having cleared out the trash, he turns back to look at the 3 shocked, wide-mouthed girls. Calmly, he says they are gone. On their way back, the 2 siblings walk together as Lin Dan curiously asks, "Why did you come today?" She secretly thinks this guy spends his entire day glued to video games. So why did he actually come to school to pick me up today? Still looking straight ahead, he calmly replies, "Dad threw his back out, so Mom is home taking care of him." Hearing this, she gets visibly anxious, asking in a panic, "He threw his back out? Is it serious, brother?" He calmly reassures her, "It is nothing major." After that, silence falls between them, with only the steady sound of their footsteps. Lin Dan lowers her head, secretly glancing at her older brother, thinking to herself that it has been forever since they last talked like this, making it a pretty awkward situation. The evening sun shines gently on Lin Yuan's sharp, chiseled face, highlighting his weathered yet extremely sturdy and calm demeanor as they walk. The silence is suddenly broken when 2 of her classmates run over from a distance, waving excitedly and shouting, "Class president! Class president!" As they catch up, the girls hold their cheeks in awe. "Class president? Is he really your brother? He looks nothing like that lazy brother you always talk about." "Yeah, I had no idea Senior Lin Yuan was this cool and handsome. Why did you never mention him to us before?" Lin Dan freezes up, staring blankly at her best friends. We both know she is thinking, handsome? Seriously, this guy? Under the bright sunshine, Lin Yuan smiles softly, causing the nearby schoolgirls to gossip. "Oh my god, who is that? He is way too handsome." "Yeah, he is one of the graduated seniors. He looks so much better than any of the guys currently at our school." Seeing her classmates stare mesmerized at her brother's tall back, Lin Dan blinks in surprise, thinking, his popularity is unexpectedly off the charts. One of the younger girls even musters up the courage to walk up, shyly saying, "Hello, senior." He politely replies, "Oh, hello there," leaving Lin Dan walking behind him completely puzzled. Wait, has he always been this tall? Why did I never notice this before? As her gaze lingers on his broad shoulders and solid build, questions flood her mind. He actually has muscles now? When did he even start working out? No wonder he fought so well just now, but he is clearly still the same person. Her old memories flash back, recalling the image of a frail, skinny Lin Yuan, exhausted, wearing a hood pulled down low, and completely glued to his phone amidst the crowded subway trains. In stark contrast to his glowing look today, past Lin Yuan was just a shut-in living in a dark room with messy stubble. Staring blankly at his controller surrounded by trash and food, Lin Dan furrows her brows, gazing deeply at her brother's sturdy back, thinking to herself, but why do I feel such a sudden massive change in him? Her friends cheerfully wave goodbye, chattering away as they leave. "See you tomorrow, bye." She is suddenly startled by a familiar voice, turning around in confusion to wonder what is next. Lin Yuan bends down slightly while the nearby girls stare in pure admiration, offering his back as he says, "Hop on." Flustered, she waves her hands with blushing cheeks, saying, "I will walk, but let's see how long she can resist." Alright, let us dive into this wild scene. What on earth? She definitely does not want to be carried in front of everyone. But suddenly a powerful force yanks her forward. She tumbles forward, landing right on her brother's broad back in the middle of the school lobby before she can even scream, "Hey, brother." Lin Yuan shifts her up securely and begins walking away. He calmly says, "All your classmates have already gone home, so do not force yourself if you cannot walk." With his incredibly sharp eyes, he had already noticed the bloody bruise swelling on his sister's ankle. He continues, "You were pushed down just now. Did you end up spraining it?" Lin Dan rests her chin on his shoulder with wide, shocked eyes, wondering when he even noticed. The moment they arrive at the front door, he calls out, "We are back." While Lin Dan softly calls out to their parents, both of them stand completely frozen at this rare sight, staring at each other speechlessly. Leaving behind his parents' completely stunned expressions, he calmly carries his sister straight through the living room, which now has brand new furniture. He skillfully uses his strong hands to wash the soap-covered dishes in the sink, as his mother smiles gently at the sight. She whispers softly to her husband, "Look at our son. Does it not seem like he is a completely different person now?" The father nods in pure amazement. Yes, he cooks, washes dishes, and even went ahead and replaced the old household appliances. Meanwhile, the mother gently pats her daughter's hand, noting how their sibling bond seems better than ever before. Holding her warm cup, the girl awkwardly clears her throat and asks, "Oh, is that so?" Gently blowing on the steam rising from her cup, she thinks to herself, he really is a strange guy. Has he truly changed like this now? Lin Yuan stands before the sparkling clean sink, wiping his hands while saying, "All done." With that, he casually takes off his apron and turns to leave, saying, "I am heading to my room now." Lin Dan stares at the closed wooden door, feeling a brief flash of disappointment, thinking, what was I even expecting? He is still just a game addict. She suddenly flinches as a hand reaches right out, holding out a bottle of ointment. Standing there, he instructs his sister, "This ointment is great. Remember to apply it after you shower." He steps back into his room, coldly throwing out a warning that he is about to start playing games. Now pay attention to this sweet detail. He tells her not to disturb him unless it is an emergency. But she just sits there, tightly holding the cool ointment. Closing her eyes to enjoy this warm feeling, she smiles softly and playfully complains, "I know nobody wants to go in there anyway." A rare smile lights up her face, instantly melting away her usual cold and arrogant school beauty vibe. Leaning against the door, he sighs and rubs his forehead as his mother's distant voice calls out, "See? I told you their relationship got better, so what happened at school today?" His sister quickly evades the question, saying, "It is nothing, Mom, I am heading to the shower." He leans back into his soft gaming chair, finally letting go of the heavy burden. Thinking to himself, now all the recent family issues will finally settle down. Brushing back his messy hair, his eyes regain their usual sharp focus. He decisively puts on his virtual reality headset, ready to log back in. He mutters, "Time for us to head back into the game." The scenery brightens as a massive pillar of energy strikes down on the desert, displaying the notification, "Main City, Sandwind City." A sharp, highly calculating gaze flashes beneath his hooded cloak as he mutters, "Time to go and hunt down that little rat." He strides toward the towering spires and airships flying through the sandstorm, as the system text suddenly pops up, You have officially entered the Sandwind City. Elsewhere, a man gets brutally kicked in the face and screams in terror, "Please, respected guard, I swear to God, it was all just a huge misunderstanding." The guard in iron armor points his sharp spear straight at the groveling man, roaring, "Shut your mouth and save those filthy lies for when you are in prison." Meanwhile, from the shadows, Lin Yuan quietly stops to witness this entire brutal arrest unfold. The guard suddenly pauses, his eyes darting sharply to the side with high alertness, whispering. He turns his head to stare into the empty space, muttering in confusion, "How strange, was I just seeing things?" Lin Yuan's figure completely blends into the dark corners of the corridor as he hides behind a giant stone pillar not far away. Frowning, he carefully analyzes the game rules, patiently hiding to wait for the perfect opportunity as he calculates. After calculating his crime points, he realizes it will take 3 full days for them to reset. Lin Yuan stands tall in the sunny square, pulling his cloak closer while muttering that this is the perfect time to go and welcome his old friend. And that is where we leave it, staring at a magnificent cathedral with the text reading "Church." Let us jump right into this crazy world where Priest Lawrence stands before his altar, ready to bless a kneeling believer. "In the name of God, your past darkness is washed away. From now on, your soul shall be as pure as pristine snow, and holy light will guide your path. Now I shall bestow this holy baptism upon you." Lam Vien steps into the cathedral and calls out, saying he comes from the poorhouse. The old priest smirks with a gentle smile, his eyes showing keen interest upon hearing the newcomer's bold words. Lam Vien calmly walks right through the church crowd, boldly declaring that he heard there is a patient in critical condition, and he is here to cure him. A gatekeeper's voice echoes from behind the massive wooden door, asking the young man to treat their legendary knight. To which he simply replies, "Very well." The scene shifts to a quiet room where a muscular man lies unconscious on a bed, a hideous green poison spreading across his chest, identified as Dak Kui. Dak Kui was once a member of one of the strongest knight orders in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom, the Scorpion Lion Knights. Lam Vien recalls an image of Dak Kui bravely fighting the monstrous scorpion lion beast in the past. He remembers that in his past life, he had to struggle at level 15 just to obtain a gold rank weapon from this man. Dak, former member of the legendary Scorpion Lion Knights. Lam Vien stands by the bedside, looking down calmly at the dying man, and calls out his name. "I came here specifically to heal the poison ravaging your body." Dak slowly opens his tired, sweaty eyes, his gaze landing on the system screen showing the young man's level. The old priest standing nearby looks on with supreme arrogance, uttering a mocking laugh. You are merely a level 10 mage. Even the common street guards have a higher level than you." Dak suddenly coughs violently, spitting out a dark green puddle of poisoned blood as he struggles to breathe. Pay attention here, because Lam Vien warns him that this poison is already eating away at his organs. "If you refuse to accept my treatment right now," Lam Vien leans down, staring coldly at the patient, wiping his mouth, and declares he will not survive past 1 month, silencing Dak completely. Dak grits his teeth through the pain, shouting that to cure this poison, he will need 1,000 grams of putrid gillfish fat. "If you do not fear death, go test your luck in the desert swamp." Suddenly, a loud system notification rings out, displaying a series of green status screens. "You have newly unlocked a gold rank quest called Dak's Request. Will you accept it? The objective is to gather 1,000 grams of putrid gillfish fat to cure Dak's body," prompting a highly confident smirk to form on Lam Vien's face beneath his dark hood. He simply replies, "Of course." The scene shifts to the muddy, foul waters of the desert swamp, where human skulls float aimlessly as bizarre, mutated fish swim through the bubbling ooze. These monstrous fish squirm across the dry sand before a giant beast suddenly bursts from the mud, opening its razor-sharp jaws to attack, sending a nearby guard screaming in panic. At that moment, the system shows an elite putrid gillfish, level 15, with 3,500 health, 300 attack, and 45 defense, possessing the unique skills Tail Whip Leap and Gill Curse Resonance. Right then, a brave blonde knight leaps high into the air, swinging his sword while shouting orders to his staggering allies below to hold their ground. The teeth of these beasts are razor sharp. "Do not let them bite you. Attack." "Ah, my back." The giant beast whips its tail, releasing a blinding light that crashes onto the ground, unleashing a deafening shockwave through the air. The blonde knight and his comrades are launched high into the air, screaming in agony as the bright energy explosion blasts them away. The helpless soldiers slowly sink, and we can all feel their sheer terror, calling out in terror as the mutated fish surround them, begging desperately for help. The giant fish tail charges with brilliant golden light before slamming down, as the system announces the activation of the tail whip leap skill. The monstrous fish opens its pitch-black mouth filled with fangs, lunging straight down at the knight with a furious, deafening roar. Gritting his teeth, the desperate blonde knight raises his sword to block the incoming strike. The screen goes dark as the giant mouth, complete with a slimy tongue and razor-sharp teeth, opens wide, covering the blonde knight, who stares in horror, his muddy face dripping with cold sweat as he thinks he is definitely dead this time. Suddenly, Lam Vien plunges down from the sky, his eyes glowing with terrifying crimson bloodlust. Sweeping past the knight with a wind-slicing gust, Lam Vien's firm hand grabs the warrior's sword-bearing arm. And trust me, we are about to see a whole new level of power. Alright, let's watch Lin Yuan drag the knight back to safety, unleashing a blazing torrent of cold green fire with a fierce roar. Without hesitating, he charges straight ahead as the brilliant green flames reflect in his fiercely confident eyes. The mutated fish monster stares in absolute shock as the green flame strikes its eye, howling in pure agonizing pain. The green fire erupts right over the beast's head, triggering a blinding explosion that shakes the ground. Lin Yuan lands smoothly, leaving the dazed knight sitting on the ground behind him. Clutching his throat, the blonde knight drops to one knee and gasps in shock. Did I actually just survive? Suddenly, he snaps his head around, eyes wide with shock as he shouts, "Wait!" Looking up at Lin Yuan, the knight thinks in absolute awe of the great hero standing before him. Suddenly, Lin Yuan dives down from above like a lethal arrow. Enveloped in a brilliant green magic aura, he unleashes a rapid storm of magic slashes directly onto the fish monsters, repeatedly dealing massive critical damage to them all. A giant fish monster with blood-red eyes takes a critical hit, opening its massive mouth to howl miserably. It swings its tail and leaps like a frog. Instantly, the whole pack jumps, snapping their razor-sharp teeth at Lin Yuan. The blonde knight's eyes widen in sheer panic as he screams, "Great hero, look out!" As another massive fish lunges through the mud, Lin Yuan easily backflips to dodge the attack, offering a provocative smirk as he whispers, "Is that really all you got?" Landing cleanly on the ground with a cold, calm expression, he stomps his foot heavily onto the earth to firmly lock his battle stance. Instantly, he summons his sword, gripping the glowing green hilt tightly as he coldly declares, "A pile of trash gathered together is still nothing but trash." He raises the sharp blade to his eye level, revealing glowing red pupils filled with lethal killing intent. He thrusts his blade straight into the monster's eye, unleashing a blinding flash that completely destroys its eyeball. The strange fish monsters take one lethal blow after another. They writhe in agonizing pain as the knight watches in a complete daze from afar, whispering to himself in utter shock, "Damn, what kind of powerful monster is this great hero anyway? The 8 of us were almost entirely crushed. Yet he single-handedly cut down 5 of them. His strength is insane, but wiping out this entire school alone should be impossible." The blonde knight breaks into a cold sweat, and trust me, he has good reason to be terrified. At the end of the day, the most terrifying threat from these beasts is their devastating group attack skill. Opening their mouths, the fish charge a massive wave of green lightning, unleashing a roar that shakes the heavens. Lin Yuan stands calmly on a high rocky ledge, completely unfazed by the toxic wave of energy surging toward him. He simply raises an eyebrow, his glowing red eyes surprisingly calm as he mutters a quiet "Oh." Right then, a system notification pops up, warning that the anglerfish are casting their group skill, Echo of the Abyss. All targets within range will suffer severe toxic fog damage, triggering negative debuffs like confusion and auditory hallucinations. He raises one hand to manifest a glowing star-shaped magic crest, his lips curling into a smirk as he mutters, "Just a petty trick. In this lifetime, I am not falling for this trap again." Channeling his raw mana, he roars to command his summon to rise from the glowing magic circle, pointing his hand straight forward, decisively ordering the giant spectral wolf taking shape behind his back to unleash the skill Howl of the Hungry Wolf. The spectral wolf throws its head back and unleashes a powerful howl, releasing a devastating sound wave that sweeps the fish. A system screen flashes, targets hit. The anglerfish are now dazed. Touching his face as green data manifests, he calmly whispers, "All right, you and I both know it is showtime." The system window glows in midair, displaying the details of his newly summoned item. This is the Awakening Mask, a single-use defensive item designed specifically to resist the toxic fog. With the mask equipped over his face, Lin Yuan leaps forward, diving straight onto the battlefield. He glides effortlessly through the air, the protective mask covering half of his determined face. He dives down like a shooting star, trailing a massive stream of green magic. He unleashes a volley of heavy slashes and coldly declares, "Kneel down and embrace your death." His jade magic blade pierces straight through the giant eye of a wide-mouthed fish monster. Instantly, a cold system notification flashes across the screen. Critical hit successfully landed. Using his momentum, he flips in midair to deliver a clean split down another monster's head, prompting the system screen to display critical hit landed once again. His eyes flash with ruthlessness. Trust me, it is over. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal battle as our hero drives his blade down, roaring, "Die!" He dives headfirst, plunging his sword deep into the massive razor-sharp maw of the beast waiting to swallow him whole. He scores a perfect critical hit. The bizarre creature writhes in agony, twisting its massive body and shrieking in pain under his relentless assault. Another fatal blow. The monster is completely overwhelmed by his sheer power. Sensing the danger, another fish monster turns back, slithering down the muddy slope to flee from the young warrior standing proudly above. Lin Yuan tightens his grip as his weapon glows with a powerful green aura. He glares at his fleeing prey and mutters, "Too slow. If you want to play like filthy bugs in the mud." He reverses his blade, unleashing a massive wave of green magic straight into the ground while declaring coldly, "Then rot down there forever." The exploding force triggers a blinding pillar of lightning that rips the earth apart, vaporizing the shrieking monsters trapped inside his destructive energy field. The blonde knight steps up, grasping the staff-wielding comrade's shoulder, and mutters in pure shock, "That is incredibly impressive." But his eyes immediately narrow as he quickly warns them, "But don't lower your guard just yet. Look closely at that churning mud as hundreds of deadly spikes suddenly begin to rise." They scream in terror as a swarm of fish monsters charges. Yet Lin Yuan stands completely still, calmly scanning them from the corner of his eye. He calmly commands the giant mechanical creature that just materialized beside him, "Go, Undead Lightning Scorpion." The magic beast raises its colossal tail, charging up a blinding purple energy light as a notification displays the activation of its crystal lightning skill. It fires countless brilliant purple crystal laser beams, shooting them straight up into the air. A barrage of purple lightning rains down on the fish monsters hiding beneath the mud, unleashing a massive bloody area of effect attack accompanied by the system shout, "Full explosion." These devastating energy spikes plunge deep, easily piercing through the monsters, and shredding right through their thick flesh and tough scales. One massive fish gets skewered right through its head, its bloodshot eyes rolling back as its jagged jaw gapes open, letting out an agonized shriek. Watching this, a short-haired warrior below grabs his head, his face dripping with sweat as he yells, "It's not working like I thought. The gap in level and numbers is just too massive. He cannot wipe them all out with a single attack." With the first wave cleared, Lin Yuan leaps forward and lands gracefully right in front of the cloaked squad. "And here's the crazy twist," he calmly asks the shocked crowd. "Who said I wanted to kill them all?" He reaches up to adjust his cloak, pulling his hood down low as his glowing red eyes narrow behind his gas mask with cold, calculating precision. The blonde knight and his ally freeze as they suddenly notice the bizarre direction of the attack. With eyes wide in pure shock, he stammers, "Wait a second. That target, the scorpion, is aiming directly for the bellies of all the female fish monsters?" Up on the slope, the corpses of the females begin oozing a strange fluid, attracting countless glowing red eyes that crawl out from the shadows as someone stammers, "Look, those are the male fish." The sweating wizard turns pale with shock, screaming at the insane scene unfolding before them. They are attacking each other. The monster fish have completely lost their minds. They go wild, frantically tearing their own kind to pieces, unleashing horrific roars that shake the entire swamp. A male fish sinks its giant jaws into a nearby blood-soaked corpse, its eyes filled with dark veins as Lin Yuan's calm, steady voice begins to explain the truth. Whenever these rotten female fish die or lay their eggs, they release a massive amount of mosquito, a thick, dark purple toxic fluid that pools along the rocks and continuously bubbles up with a highly distinct odor. This triggers an extreme rage in the male fish, forcing them to attack absolutely anything in their path. Standing tall and proud beneath the fading sunset, he says, "I simply use their traits to make them slaughter each other." Right then, a fish corpse slowly sinks into the swamp, leaving bubbling bubbles in its wake. Suddenly, a razor-sharp teeth lunges directly behind him, prompting a terrified bystander in the distance to scream, "Benefactor, watch out!" Lin Yuan remains motionless on the rock, staring up as the gigantic beast leaps and blots out the sky. The people below stumble back in absolute horror, clutching each other and crying out, "What? Wait, is that a female fish? How can its size match the giant male ones?" High above, Lin Yuan smirks beneath his mask, with perfect timing. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing his green magic, as we watch him summon his undead wolf to finish the job. Get ready as ghost wolves instantly charge forward, savagely biting and clinging onto the massive body of the giant monster. Watching the giant fish struggle desperately under the relentless wolf attack from afar, he coldly realizes it is indeed a level 15 elite beast. Facing its roaring, sky-shaking giant mouth, he thinks to himself that he is not dealing any damage even after summoning 6 zombie wolves. Right after, he grips his weapon tightly with a cold, confident look, knowing that this is more than enough to hold you in place. As a ghost wolf bites hard into the monster's head, his shadow blurs through the air, triggering a notification that he defeated one elite rotten mackerel. The glowing blade slices through the tough skin, sending purple liquid spraying everywhere. He confidently shouts that this is exactly it. Next, he flips and swings his weapon in a wide arc of mana, blasting dark purple toxic spheres away in all directions. His hand quickly scoops up a handful of purple eggs spilling from the monster's belly. With sharp aim, he throws the purple eggs straight into the wide-open mouth of a nearby dead male fish. Now pay attention here, because even the knights are totally confused, wondering what on earth he is actually doing. Lin Yuan turns and commands the ghost wolf, holding the egg-filled fish head, to take it to the central rock. Receiving the order, the creature immediately dashes off with wind-splitting speed. It drops the venomous purple fish head at the exact target, and he swings his sword with a nod, confirming it. At the same time, the wolf howls loudly into the sky to alert the area. The purple liquid inside the fish carcass begins to release thick, billowing clouds of toxic smoke. He thinks of luring them in as the smoke rising to the peak prompts the male fish hiding in the mud to crawl out. Attracted by the scent, the horde of crazy fish charges straight into the purple mist. He shouts for them to gather as deafening, ear-splitting, crashing sounds echo continuously inside the thick blanket of smoke. The frenzied monsters bite and smash into each other with intense fury. Along with a system notice, the mackerel pack has knocked themselves out. We both saw that coming, right? A shocked soldier suddenly remembers that mackerel eggs are incredibly attractive to males. The blonde knight adds that he deliberately used the pheromones to throw the entire pack into complete chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan reaches out his hand, gathering sharp green mana while muttering that this is still not enough. Then bulky zombie werewolf minions holding pickaxes emerge behind him as he commands them that it is finally time to work. They carry their pickaxes towards the massive fish carcasses scattered on the ground as he urges them to keep going. A werewolf swings its pickaxe with brute force, shattering the tough armored scales of the giant monster. Seeing the dropped item, the soldier points wide-eyed, asking if that is the blue venom sac found inside the males. Lin Yuan slowly approaches the group and calmly explains that yes, the blue venom sac growing inside the males is quite similar to capsaicin. The toxic gas and foul smell it releases make the fish pack sense extreme danger. Deep under the water, the remaining fish panic, thrashing wildly to escape while making painful cries. As they scatter far away, he calmly adds that they will stay back at least 5 meters. And they dare not stay, since they are not fully immune to their own poison. Once poisoned, they can only leave their fate in the hands of others. The blonde knight jumps with joy, shouting excitedly that they are gone, all the fish are gone. Lin Yuan turns, walking away amidst the dark water filled with fish carcasses. Thinking to himself, now all that remains is the side quest and the loot. He stops, standing right next to the massive monster carcasses rotting on the dry, barren mud flats. He reaches out to touch his gas mask as it shatters into digital data, closing his eyes to mutter. This gas mask played a very significant role in this battle. Finally, he raises a bright, dazzling gem high in the air, radiating powerful mana. Clicking his tongue with mixed regret and pride, he thinks it is a shame he bought it for 5 gold coins, but can only use it once. It is indeed a loss, but the system screen pops up to announce a glowing item. 1,000 grams of rotten mackerel oil extracted from the fat body of a rotten mudfish. This item is actually one of the key ingredients for making high-tier healing potions. The system effect is miraculous on infected, festering wounds and deep ulcers, causing necrotic tissues to regenerate into healthy flesh and blood. Reading those words, let's watch as Lin Yuan slowly bows his head, his eyes flickering with a hint of nostalgia as he whispers, "Oh, I almost forgot about this." Let's dive in as our main character raises his hand, tossing a small red ball hovering in his palm to open a new item panel. The nose of the wave teaser, a silver tier armor piece, basically a round mass crafted from rotten fish skin. Tapping it makes a squeaking sound as the strange item starts to vibrate and glow. Its effect releases rotten fish pheromones, inducing a state of panic in small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. He holds the red ball tightly, totally speechless as a drop of sweat rolls down, sighing at how ridiculous this thing looks. The quest rewards are incredible, but this design is a sick joke by the game devs. How could an item that literally makes you look like a clown even drop? Suddenly, the blonde knight leans in close, eyes sparkling as he gasps, "Wow, this is so cool and it even glows." He clasps his hands, cheeks flushing red with pure excitement. "Oh my god." It even moves, gets a major side eye from Lam Vien, who asks, "Do you actually like this nose cover?" The knight throws gold coins into the air, desperately begging, "It is so unique. My amazing savior, please sell it to me, I will buy it at any price." Sweat dropping, his teammates try to laugh it off, saying, "Sorry, he is always like this." Lam Vien casually turns his head and tosses the red ball over, generously saying, "Just take it as a gift." The knight reaches out, hurriedly calling after him, "Wait, at least let me pay you." But Lam Vien simply walks away, giving a cold "no need." To the astonished knights, Lam Vien walks away looking like an angel wrapped in a holy, dazzling halo. They clasp their hands, tears streaming down as they sob, "Our savior is a literal angel." Meanwhile, Lam Vien walks off thinking, "I know what you are thinking, who actually buys this trash?" Cut to the front of a massive cathedral where two cloaked figures strictly guard the majestic wooden doors. Inside the recovery room, a hand slowly pours a glowing green liquid onto a man's chest wound, sizzling as smoke rises. The bearded man suddenly sits straight up, gasping in shock as the shredded wound on his chest glows green, instantly healing itself. Calming down on his bed, the man looks over at the young guy holding the empty medicine vial. Shocked, he admits he never expected the kid to actually find it, just as the system chimes with a sudden notification. The notification confirms he has successfully completed Dak's gold tier quest, unlocking his epic reward. A gold-grade weapon, the Spirit Sword. Lam Vien waves his hand to summon the legendary blade, radiating pure magical energy. Finally, the green Spirit Sword is mine. This was the first gold-grade weapon he owned in his past life, and its stat screen immediately pops up. Gold tier weapon, featuring an attack power plus 150. Magic damage plus 150, spirit plus 100, with the green spirit seal skill. Its range is 150 meters, dealing 150% spirit damage to target enemies with no cooldown for just 10 mana. As the glowing blade hovers amidst crackling green lightning and magic circles, he begins to analyze its hidden potential. While the base stats seem pretty average, the attached green spirit seal skill makes it incredibly broken in combat. His eyes sharpen as he remembers slaying monsters in his previous life. Smirking, he thinks of its hidden effect. Each hit accumulates spirit energy, and after 3 consecutive strikes, it triggers 250% bonus damage. A glorious memory of his past life flashes by, standing majestic on a mountaintop summoning this massive blade. Trust me, back then this weapon made him absolutely unstoppable. The Spirit Sword swept through the western desert, helping him rise to the very top as the #1 mage. Back in reality, Lam Vien traces his fingers along the blade, his red eyes glowing with pure satisfaction. The system alerts him, main city reputation points increase by 1,000. Scorpion Knight reputation plus 500. Looking out at the busy desert city, let's see how he uses this power next. Alright, let us dive back in, where these basic stats are enough to let him wander the city. Suddenly he frowns as another glowing system notification pops up right in front of him. He gasps in surprise, wondering if there is more. The screen flashes, congratulating him on a perfect quest clearance, rewarding him with 10 extra favorability points with the NPC Dak. Watching Dak stare blankly while touching his chest, Lin Yuan realizes things are going a bit differently in this life. Dak wears a warm smile, turning to say sincerely, "Thank you so much, my young brother. Without your help, I would have probably ended my life on a sickbed by next month." Lin Yuan calmly replies, "It is the least I could do." Hearing this, Dak's expression instantly turns dead serious. Placing a hand on his chest, he lowers his voice to offer a crucial warning as a gesture of gratitude. Lin Yuan stands there quietly with a thoughtful expression. His eyes flash with speculation, wondering if the 10 extra favorability points he just earned have unlocked a special hidden storyline just for him. In his mind, the haunting words of a cloaked man beneath a blood-red moon surrounded by crows echo back, warning him that if he ever encounters a man named Quincy, never go near him. Right then, he calmly speaks up to clarify that Quincy is actually his teacher, asking why that is so shocking. Dak's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he gasps, "What, he is your teacher?" Dak places his scarred hand on his thigh, letting out a soft sigh before continuing, "Even though you hid your class, Dak knows the truth. Pay attention here because he is about to expose our main character as a necromancer." Am I right? Lin Yuan's brow furrows instantly. With a serious and highly alert expression, he asks, "How do you know I am a necromancer? With my profile hidden, not even Quincy could detect my class." Dak turns around, staring into the distance as he recalls, "I was once a knight in the Scorpion Tail Knight Order. We reported directly to the king himself. We were responsible for all kinds of highly classified missions, and one of those duties was hunting down rogue necromancers. Because of that, I learned a unique skill called darkness perception." Hearing the strange name, Lin Yuan repeats it with curiosity. Darkness perception? A glowing red hexagonal magic crest appears in midair, accompanied by Dak's explanation. Darkness perception is an exclusive skill belonging only to the Scorpion Tail Knights. Whenever a necromancer draws near, it senses them automatically, with the signal growing stronger the closer they get. Lin Yuan looks up at Dak, narrowing his eyes with questions. "So did you know who I was all along? To think there are skills designed specifically to counter necromancers." Dak waves his hand dismissively and answers honestly, "No, I was poisoned, and my perception was severely weakened. I did not notice it at first, but now I have been completely cured. The unique shadow presence radiating from you is impossible to hide. I know what you're thinking, the Lord of Darkness." Even Lin Yuan is completely confused. Dak bows his head with a deeply nostalgic expression. In a low voice, he says, "Then I must take you way back in time." As the scene shifts to grand statues bathed in holy light, his voice echoes in the immortal realm. The legend says there are 5 gods ruling this world: the god of light, the moon god, the nature god, the tide god, and the soul god. Next, a dark figure wearing a crow mask appears as Dak continues. But in the beginning there was a 6th deity, the Lord of Darkness. Also known as the King of the Dead, he was the most powerful deity among all 6 gods. The dark entity extends sharp claws to threaten the followers kneeling down inside the grand hall. His voice echoes with absolute authority, explaining that because of his overwhelming power, the Lord of Darkness did whatever he pleased. Soon after, this dark god bestowed immense shadow energy and a legendary scythe upon his most loyal followers, gifting them a massive source of dark power. He changed their classes into necromancers, forcing them to obey and execute his every command. Under the iron rule of the Lord of Darkness, the necromancers did not just send red-eyed zombies roaring through the streets to tear innocent civilians apart. They also raised every corpse to create a massive undead army that caused countless disasters. Consequently, all nations began to reject the Lord of Darkness, tearing down and destroying every temple dedicated to him. Every written record of him was burned to ashes, while statues of the Shadow God were toppled onto the fiery ground. As the cold narration continues, we learn that once a necromancer was exposed, they would be executed immediately. A red cross slashes over the necromancer symbol. So what do you and I take from this? This class has been permanently branded as an ultimate taboo. Alright, let's dive back in as Dag clutches his collar in the room, his face twisted with both hate and gratitude, admitting that a necromancer had poisoned him from the very start. He confessed that he initially expected to die here, until Lin Yuan suddenly showed up to save him. As his personal stats screen appears, Lin Yuan quietly looks at it, remembering that in his past life he was just a simple mage. He never expected legends to hide such a massive secret. No wonder the necromancer class is strictly forbidden in this world. Fortunately, he had managed to keep his forbidden class hidden from everyone this entire time. Rubbing his chin in deep thought, he takes a few steps back and forth, realizing that this whole situation is becoming incredibly complicated. He originally believed that clearing his crime points would be enough to investigate the clues about the crest in the main city. But now his glowing red eyes flash with visible tension. If he cannot find a way to suppress this heavy aura of the Dark Lord radiating from his body, his forbidden class will be exposed to everyone in no time. Snapping out of his thoughts, he turns back to face Dag, asking in a very serious tone, "Douglas, is there any way to bypass the dark detection of the Scorpion Knight Order?" Dag clenches his fists, sweat dripping from his face as he warns that, unless Quincy helps, but if he ever learns the truth, he will definitely kill Lin Yuan. With wide and tense eyes, Dag reveals the dark and terrifying truth that a necromancer murdered Quincy's wife, leaving Lin Yuan completely frozen in absolute silence as the heavy revelation sinks in. Now watch closely as Lin Yuan heads into the dry gravel desert, walking silently under the harsh blazing sun. Even as the system notification flashes, welcoming him back to the desert, he continues his quiet walk across the scorching sand. Flashing back 10 minutes ago, Dag panics and spreads his arms to block his path, warning him that Quincy literally wants to tear every single necromancer to shreds. Hearing that, Lin Yuan only slightly turns his head back. With calm and resolute red eyes, He firmly replies that he has no choice, standing completely still in deep thought as he tells himself that if he keeps carrying around this Dark Lord aura on his body, it will be too dangerous to go anywhere, let alone the main city, so he absolutely must resolve this problem. You saw that coming, right? While Lin Yuan is lost in thought back in the desert, a massive beam of swordlight suddenly slashes down, catching him completely off guard. With a deafening crash shattering the sandy ground, he quickly leaps backward to dodge the sudden sneak attack, yelling in shock and disbelief. Moving lightning fast, he plants his hand on the sand to stabilize himself, locking his sharp, vigilant gaze directly ahead. Heavy footsteps suddenly echo from the slope, and as he looks up, a massive crowd of players comes rushing down. Armed to the teeth on a high rock, a massive group of players surrounds him, as their arrogant shield-bearing leader shouts that he has waited days to finally trap him. The enemy steps forward with a sinister grin and eyes glowing with malice, mocking Lin Yuan by boasting that since he was ambushed last time, he brought 30 of his guild brothers for revenge. The shield warrior behind him sneers, saying they want to see exactly how he is going to die today. Another guy wearing a hat smiles in a sick, twisted way, telling Lin Yuan to make sure he screams as loud as possible when his head eventually rolls onto the desert sand. As they tighten their encirclement, a small mechanical camera beetle hovers right above their heads, broadcasting this brutal ambush live to the entire server. Right away, countless players receive instant notifications on their phones, announcing that the Bloodstained Guild is currently broadcasting live. Inside a crowded and noisy subway train, curious commuters quickly open their screens as the host's voice echoes out, welcoming all the lucky viewers. He tells everyone they are extremely fortunate to tune in today, rubbing his chin with a villainous smile to introduce their upcoming show. He boasts that they are going to demonstrate how to tear an opponent into tiny shreds, while the live viewer count rapidly climbs way past 200. In a busy office, a group of co-workers crowd around a computer monitor, exclaiming in shock that the Bloodstained Guild is broadcasting another brutal execution of a helpless newbie. Pedestrians on the street stop to glue their eyes to their phones, gossiping with curiosity, wondering what unfortunate soul got into massive trouble with them. 30 against 1, while another group of friends watch intensely from a laptop. The boy notes the target looks familiar, as the girl next to him sighs in pity. She says he's quite handsome, too bad he's about to die. But trust me, as Lin Yuan calmly dusts off his coat, he has a different plan. He coldly snaps at them, saying these two rabid dogs are barely enough for a warm-up, since they came looking for death. Get ready, you and I are diving into a chat storm after he boldly claims he has to kill them again, prompting wild dares from the viewers. Some call him cool, others grab front-row seats with snacks, waiting to watch him get absolutely pulverized by his enemies. Humiliated in front of hundreds. Furious, the shield-bearer turns red, swings his heavy weapon and roars out to kill him right now. On command, 3 deadly assassins wielding sharp daggers move with incredible speed, sliding across the sand directly toward Lin Yuan, while the mage raises his hands forward, summoning crackling currents of vibrant blue lightning that burst into the air. Up high, an archer draws his bow, releasing a blinding arrow of light that rips through the air with a brutal shout to die. Other warriors in mid-air swing their axes and swords, leaping down to crush the lone young man standing defenseless on the ground below. Faced with this massive coordinated attack, Lin Yuan remains completely unfazed as his system screen pops up to confirm a hostile attack, granting him a 15-minute window to strike back. Eliminating all of the hostile attackers within this strict time limit will not increase his sin stats by even a single point. Watch closely right here. He smirks coldly, unsheathing a crackling blue spirit sword with both hands, confidently declaring that 15 minutes is enough to slaughter them 3 times over. Slamming his sword into the ground, he bellows out a command to summon his undead army, ordering them to play as a thunder scorpion and 7 wolves rise from the green flames. A brutal zombie werewolf raises his massive pickaxe high, preparing to unleash a devastating downward strike. As the mage's lightning orb flies toward him, Lin Yuan stands tall, mocking the tiny spark and questioning if they dare call that lightning. With a single swing, the pickaxe crushes the spark to pieces as he commands his thunder scorpion to attack. The giant beast whips its deadly tail forward, piercing right through the warrior, leaping down from mid-air to poison them. Sensing the battle turning against them, the sweating commander screams at his squad, demanding all warriors fall back to form a defensive line, while shield-bearers immediately charge forward, slamming their shields into the ground to lock their formation. The synchronized impact unleashes massive shockwaves, sending a dense barrier of protective energy surging across the cracked sand. Behind the shield wall, mages chant in unison, transferring powerful magical energy from their circles to buff the main caster. Absorbing the raw power, the primary mage raises his staff high, gathering a massive crackling purple orb of lightning that radiates pure earth-shaking magical energy. Screaming like a madman, he slams his staff down to unleash the full force of the attack. Massive purple lightning bolts tear across the sand, striking down with immense force to decimate Lin Yuan's undead summon army. Meanwhile, archers perched on the rocks draw their bows and release a devastating, blinding rain of light arrows. Hundreds of glowing arrows tear through the wind, piercing the zombie wolf and thunder scorpion, dealing continuous damage of -15. Let's check the livestream now, where viewers drop from 212 to 168, mocking his summons as mere food for a level 8 elite squad. Some leave, calling him a show-off, while others start betting on exactly how long the kid can survive. Behind his shield wall, the smug swordsman swings his weapon, mocking Lin Yuan's ability to summon the undead. Even if you call forth that giant beast from before, it will be shredded to pieces under our relentless barrage, concluding that today is the day he dies, but Lin Yuan just listens. His face hidden in the shadows, Lin Yuan cracks a chilling smile and softly scoffs back at them. Seeing that creepy smile, the shield bearer starts sweating bullets, eyes wide as he nervously mutters, "Is he actually laughing?" At that exact moment, the livestream chat erupts again with panicked red messages screaming, "What on earth is happening right now?" Cracks suddenly tear through the ground, and a small explosion erupts beneath the mages, making them scream in terror. The ground collapses into a dark abyss, swallowing the screaming mages who desperately cry out for someone to save them. Hearing the massive, sudden explosion behind them, the frontline shield bearers and swordsmen look back, their faces twisted in absolute horror. They witness a giant zombie werewolf, swinging its heavy pickaxe directly at the head of a panicking comrade. A green lightning bolt strikes a screaming mage as he realizes they are being decimated in an instant. And trust me, we are left watching the commander scream in terror to fall back as it strikes. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a complete massacre as the enemy's shield defense instantly shatters under a savage wolf attack, unleashing a chorus of agonized, blood-curdling screams for mercy and help. Staring at this brutal slaughter, the leader and his shield guard pale in terror, sweating bullets as they gasp in shock. This sheer panic sends the live stream view count skyrocketing to 302, with shocked comments asking what is happening. An attack from underground? Do these zombies actually know how to coordinate? Who on earth claimed this guy was just a newbie? Who said they would tear him to shreds? Because right now there are literal bloody pieces scattered all over the ground. Ha 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 ha. Across the smoking battlefield, the enemy mage desperately conjures glowing yellow magic to heal their wounds, shouting out a warning to cleanse the poison first before treating the injuries. But before he can even finish, a sudden geyser of green magic erupts from the earth, blasting him into the air as he screams. Standing calmly in the middle of this chaotic war zone, Lam Vien nonchalantly extends his hand forward. Now watch closely, because as green energy dances around his fingers, a subtle distortion ripples in the air behind him. Instantly, he spins around and drives his magical sword straight into the empty warping space. The blade pierces right through an assassin who was just about to strike, coughing up fresh blood as Lam Vien pins him down. Stepping onto a rock, our main character looks down with pure contempt. "At least I am not dumb enough to turn invisible on open sand," he sneers, surveying the bloodbath below. The remaining survivors flee in terror, abandoning their defensive positions as they scream that he is too overpowered and all their shield bearers are dead. Witnessing the total collapse of his gang, the leader tightly grips his massive greatsword, raising it high. His bloodshot eyes burn with sheer fury as his face twists in the reflection of his sharp blade, growling out a curse at his absolutely useless, pathetic team. Consumed by pure rage, he leaps high into the air, swinging his giant sword directly down toward Lam Vien. "I will personally end you," he roars. Facing this deadly strike, Lam Vien simply raises his glowing red eyes. His face remains terrifyingly calm. Standing tall, his hand tightly grips his glowing green spirit sword, which is unleashing wild currents of energy. With a sudden upward slash, he activates his green spirit curse mark skill, summoning massive howling spectral skulls that charge forward with their jaws wide open. These giant phantom skulls tear through the air, trailing toxic green mist as they lock onto the airborne swordsman. The leader's eyes widen, his face turning pale with absolute terror as he stammers out in disbelief. In a flash, Lam Vien flips high into the air, unleashing deadly slashes as he lands smoothly. He calmly turns his back on the enemy, eyes hidden beneath his hair, and slowly starts a countdown. 3 behind him, the leader's sweat drips cold, his face twisting in complete despair as the countdown steadily continues. 1, an instant later, a colossal explosion rocks the ground, completely swallowing the screaming leader in a blinding flash. Lam Vien stands completely unfazed, gently holding the edge of his cloak, and smiles as his smoking green sword hums. Having this old friend in hand really does feel much better. Meanwhile, over on the livestream chat, wait, look at this. The stream count explodes to 558 as viewers ask if he is pay to win, calling him cute. That boss just got turned into literal fireworks. The guy who wanted to shred everyone got torn apart himself. Does he need a maid? I am great at cheering. Suddenly, a bright red system notification pops up, stating that user Hong Fai Ho has physically disconnected from the broadcast. Back on the brutal battlefield, the lone shield soldier watches in horror as his allies are torn to shreds by monsters and zombies, with desperate cries for help echoing around him. Drenched in sweat, his eyes tremble in sheer disbelief, wondering if this is all some kind of sick hallucination. In the distance, Lam Vien stands motionless amidst floating red magical sigils, radiating a suffocating pressure that makes the shield-bearer realize how much he has grown in just a few days. Surrounding him are the countless bloody bodies of his fallen attackers, lying scattered across the crimson earth. This terrifying aura makes the guard feel like he is facing a supreme ruler who controls all of creation, shivering as if he were staring directly at a demon from the deepest depths of hell. Suddenly, Lam Vien slowly turns his head, locking his sharp crimson gaze directly onto the final survivor. Meeting those terrifying red eyes, the guard drops his weapon. Game over, right? Alright, you and I are about to see this badass main character absolutely ruin his enemies. It starts with a guy on his knees begging, "Please don't kill me." But Lam Vien just draws a sword from a corpse. He slowly draws the blade out, his proud back tall as he walks straight toward the trembling shield wielder, coldly whispering, "Now." With a flash of light, he thrusts his glowing sword straight through the shield wielder's head, declaring, "It is your turn to taste absolute despair." The devastating strike pins the shield wielder's body, sliding him backward until he is impaled flat against a vertical cliff wall, forcing out a gasp as Lam Vien calmly reaches one hand forward, staring indifferently at the droplets of blood floating around his glowing blade, coldly muttering, "It is over." Immediately, his glowing red eyes narrow, casting a sharp glare toward a faint fluttering sound coming from the sky. High above, a tiny camera drone bug is frantically flying away in absolute panic to escape. Now pay attention, because he is about to do something absolutely wild. Gathering brilliant blue energy in his hand, Lam Vien calmly mutters, "I almost forgot." He flicks his hand, launching a violent blast of magic that tears through the sky, obliterating the escaping device. Recalling his magic, he stands in the middle of the ruined, lifeless battlefield and notes, at least now it is finally quiet. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a skyscraper glittering with lights under the night sky in the real world. An angry chat message flashes on screen, "Damn it, why did that big boss have to blow up the stream drone?" In a luxurious room, a group of men are discussing when a chat bubble pops up asking, "Does anyone know who he is?" Another user replies excitedly, "I know him. He is the beast who slaughtered the giant wolf. I saw it with my own eyes." On the computer screen, a flood of urgent messages keeps popping up, asking, "Where is he right now? I want to find him. It seems he is far out in the Blackstone Desert." The Mercenary Guild has already sent him an S-class invitation. In a dimly lit corner, a man in a white suit sips red wine, his face twisted in a sinister grin as he mutters, "Lam Vien." Let's pause here because our hero is about to track down his next target. Deep inside a dark warehouse in Blackstone Town, we find a ragged, bearded man sleeping soundly on old wooden barrels. The wooden door creaks open, revealing Lam Vien's half-hidden face in the shadows as he silently observes the room. In the corner, the heavily bearded man groans, lets out a loud hiccup and lazily mutters, "Ah, it is you again?" Littered with empty wine jars all over, Quincy tightly clutches his clay jug, grumbling in refusal, "I am not teaching you, I have enough money. And I made a killing today." Ignoring his attitude, Lam Vien calmly deactivates his disguise on the system panel, firmly declaring, "I want to talk to you." At that exact moment, his glowing status screen officially shifts his character class from Mage to Forbidden Necromancer. And just as a dark, menacing aura begins to surge out, the clay jug slips right out of Quincy's hand, shattering into pieces across the wooden floor with a loud crash. The drunkard's face instantly does a complete 180, his bloodshot eyes wide as he spits out with absolute hatred, "You are a necromancer!" He then frantically sweeps his arms, tossing everything aside. Quincy grits his sharp teeth, his face twisting with painful memories of sheer hatred as he mutters, "How many years has it been?" His rough, calloused hand clenches tightly, gathering a brilliant, crackling storm of blue lightning magic as he growls, "A necromancer." His fury explodes, eyes blazing with magic energy, and roars in absolute anger, "You dare show your face to me!" He leaps high into the air, throwing down a massive lightning strike straight toward the ground, creating an earth-shattering blast as blinding lightning tears through space, striking right where Lam Vien stood and ripping the floor into a million flying pieces. Staring through the thick clouds of dust, Quincy quickly raises his hand, sweat dripping down his face as he gasps, "Too fast!" A ghostly, freezing shadow flashes right past him, at a speed his eyes cannot even track. Seizing his chance to counter, Lam Vien spins in mid-air, thrusting his razor-sharp sword straight at his target. The glowing magical blade stops right in front of his opponent's eyeball. The young man calmly asks, "Now can we finally have a talk?" Under the crushing pressure, Quincy grits his teeth in a cold sweat while Lam Vien's sharp, icy gaze locks him down, completely dominating the situation. Lam Vien raises his weapon high. Looking down at the man, Quincy slowly asks, "What do you want?" Sighing in defeat, Quincy clutches his chest and mutters, "Fine if you insist. Trust me, you and I definitely cannot miss what comes next." Let me give you a hint as we journey back to a tragic, distant memory from a time when the world was ruled by the ruthless Dark Lord. An immortal world completely swallowed by endless despair. Fighting for justice, Quincy and his beloved wife battled the Dark Lord's most loyal and dangerous subordinate. The tragic image of a woman's shattered face tilting toward the sky appears as a cruel narrative reveals that, after their brutal clash, the enemy Necromancer lay dead. But his wife, while desperately trying to heal Quincy, was cursed by that vile Necromancer. Her pure soul was corrupted by darkness, stripping away her memories and transforming her into a tragic monster that can never reincarnate. Watching his beloved wife transform into a twisted demon amidst the dark mist, Quincy desperately reached out, screaming, "No!" He collapsed to the ground, his useless sword cast aside, shedding bitter tears of despair as he searched for a way to break the curse and save her. The only way to free her was to destroy her corrupted soul. But watch closely here. Quincy couldn't even lift a sword after that battle. Everyone believed he would spend his remaining years in hopeless grief, until he suddenly posted a mysterious quest. If anyone could save his wife, that savior would inherit his entire fortune, and any necromancer would learn the method to break the dark mark, a legendary treasure he retrieved from a fallen necromancer. However, the dark truth hidden behind Quincy's determined eyes was far more sinister and cruel. Quincy intended to use the reward as bait, hoping to save his wife while forcing other necromancers to pay the price. The horrifying image of his demonic wife sprouting blood tentacles appeared, yet 158 brave souls still accepted this quest. Under the monster's feet lay the armored corpses of countless fallen warriors, scattered across pools of deep red blood. A chilling system notification brought the flashback to a close. Not a single person had returned alive. Back in the present, Lin Yuan kept his sword pointed directly forward, his face completely calm as he demanded to know the details of the quest. Quincy curled his lips into a wild, fanged grin, replying sinisterly, "Huh, fine. Since you asked, I have been waiting for someone brave enough to play a little game with my beloved wife." Suddenly, a blue system screen popped up, prompting us with a choice. Quest detected. Do you want to accept? Quest name: Departed Soul of the Wife. Quest objective: and lay her troubled soul to rest. Time limit: 10 days. Difficulty level 3. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes full of confidence and said decisively, "I accept." Hearing his agreement, Quincy bowed slightly, a complex look flashing through his eyes. "Well then, good luck to you. Perhaps you will actually be able to complete my quest." Just as Lin Yuan turned to leave, Quincy's face twisted into a horrifying mask in the shadows, hissing with pure malice. "That is, if you can even crawl back here in one piece." The scene shifts to an old dark fortress sitting lonely deep within the silent mountains. Inside the castle, Lin Yuan walked with quiet, steady footsteps that echoed softly through the halls, slowly advancing deeper into the endless paved stone corridor. Engulfed in absolute darkness, he calmly consumed a special potion, prompting the system to display "Used Night Vision Potion." As his vision was instantly illuminated, he confidently stepped forward with his demonic army, featuring a thunder scorpion and 2 torch-bearing wolfmen. Stepping inside, Lin Yuan surveyed the dark corridor, noting that the Monument of the Dead had 5 floors in total. Every deceased non-player character from Black Wolf Town was buried here. Suddenly, a zombie roared fiercely, throwing its jaws wide open as it lunged straight out of the dark shadows. Instantly, the thunder scorpion's massive tail impaled the zombie's chest, making the creature sizzle and screech in agonizing, burning pain. Standing calmly as he watched the dissolving corpse, Lin Yuan continued his thoughts. Undead monsters like relentless zombies, skeleton-lingering ghosts would frequently spawn all along these dark corridors. As sluggish zombies wandered into view, system notifications confirmed that the monster levels increased with each passing floor. Floor 1 typically held level 1 to 3 zombies. The scene then shifted to armored skeletons wielding heavy shields and swords, noting that floor 2 contained level 4 to 6 enemies. Next, a cloaked ghost drifted silently through the air, warning that floor 3 was packed with level 7 to 9 ghosts. Finally, a massive beast trampling over blood-soaked corpses came into view, revealing that floor 4 housed a terrifying threat. The towering monster bared its fangs with a sinister grin, completing the warning, a deadly level 10 demon. With everything figured out, Lin Yuan led his allies toward the glowing portal. "Stick with me, because we're about to watch him take on this dungeon." "Alright, you and I are about to watch him step into the magic circle," confidently aiming straight for the 4th floor. Space quickly shifts, and the teleportation light sweeps him past the towering, majestic stone pillars of the Great Memorial. The camera glides through the dark, ancient stone arches, carrying him straight up to the higher floors. As the light fades, the system displays his landing location, the 4th floor of the Great Memorial of the Dead. Lam Vien walks down the massive corridor, carefully scanning the silent, heavy air. Suddenly he freezes. A strange rustling sound is coming from right up ahead. He glances into the darkness where countless glowing red eyes lurk, as chaotic noises begin to echo through the shadows. Instantly, a hungry ghost digs its claws into the wall and leaps forward, activating its wall-climbing skill. High above them, 2 more monsters hang upside down, ready to strike as they trigger their devastating shredding/skill. An entire horde of hungry ghosts rushes him from the dark. Their stats pop up. Elite Hungry Ghost level 10, 2000 health, 400 attack, 40 defense with skills including Decaying Bite, Wall Climb, and Shredding Slash. Now pay attention here. Facing this overwhelming horde, his face remains completely deadpan as he lets out a cold, chilling provocation. "Bring it on." Answering his call, his Thunder Scorpion unleashes a devastating strike, ripping a massive glowing blue fissure into the ground, activating its earth-splitting claw skill. Next, it whips its razor-sharp tail, gathering raw electricity that crackles violently with deadly sparks. The giant scorpion sweeps its tail with terrifying force, launching 3 hungry ghosts high into the air in a split second. His undead wolf army also rushes into the fray, unleashing relentless energy blasts that leave 7 hungry ghosts howling in pure agony. Under this overwhelming power, the beasts are repeatedly smashed backward, slamming into the walls and shattering the solid stone to pieces. One barely alive ghost desperately tries to claw and crawl across the cracked tile floor, its bloodshot eyes filled with terror before the glowing blade. Lam Vien steps down hard, crushing its skull beneath his boot as he mutters coldly, "I almost forgot about you." Now the battlefield is nothing but piles of dead, hungry ghosts. "You and I both saw that coming, right?" As the system notification lights up the silence, he looks back at the carnage, muttering that it ended faster than he thought. He waves his hand, swirling blue magical energy around his undead army while clicking his tongue in disappointment. It is a shame his shadow corpse control magic only works on normal corpses. It is completely useless against undead monsters. Suddenly, violent waves of purple shadow energy swirl around Lam Vien, radiating extreme danger. Startled, he whips his head around, his eyes locked onto the threat. Then, in an instant, a massive beam of purple energy crashes down from the ceiling, unleashing an explosion that shakes the entire floor. Lam Vien quickly raises his sword to block the devastating blast, gritting his teeth in absolute shock. What is this? The sheer force hurls him backward. Glaring into the swirling dust, he growls under his breath, "Damn it!" He is sent plunging down a massive, bottomless pit carved out by the blast, surrounded by jagged cracks glowing with purple energy. As he lands, he finds himself in a massive hall where a throne is lit by eerie, glowing blue flames. Suddenly, a colossal shadow entity emerges, releasing a terrifying roar that shakes the entire chamber. Lam Vien quickly recovers his footing, raising his sword to face the beast, while calmly looking around to assess his new surroundings. Looking up, he spots a glowing purple coffin bound by heavy iron chains, hanging high in the air. Did the zone just change? Inside that coffin stands a horned demon woman with her eyes completely blindfolded, frozen in place. But then a terrifying, wicked smile spreads across her face. She licks her lips, letting out a chilling, seductive laugh. Human, you have finally arrived. In an instant, she shatters the coffin and her heavy chains, triggering a massive blast that rocks the entire dungeon. She steps gracefully out from the rubble, flexing her razor-sharp claws as she purrs in a deep, inviting voice, "Fresh blood." Right below her, the system panel flashes with the stats of this resentful banshee. Lord class, level 18, 6,000 health, 800 attack, and 200 defense. With lethal skills like Death Flower and Piercing Screech. Lam Vien gets into a battle-ready stance. Narrowing his eyes, he realizes he got dragged to the 5th floor. "Trust me, you and I are about to see a wild showdown," as she lunges, screaming that she will rip him apart. Lam Vien swiftly raises his sword to block her razor-sharp claws, clashing with an ear-splitting metallic screech. Instantly, the demon spins, whipping massive tentacles from her back, as the system alerts that she has triggered her Death Flower skill. "All right, you and I are about to watch these massive tentacles slam down, cracking the stone floor and completely trapping our main character." Lam Vien swings his sword, releasing a brilliant arc of energy that instantly slices through the tentacles binding him. He leaps back a few steps, warily watching the tentacles ooze purple venom. He thinks corrosive poison as he watches the surrounding stone melt away from the acid. Analyzing this attack tier, he grips his sword hilt with both hands and channels all of his power directly into the weapon. With a massive swing, he releases blinding arcs of bright blue sword energy, shouting confidently, "This is useless against me." His precise slashes perfectly sever the remaining tentacles. Lam Vien focuses deeply as his blade glows with deep purple dark magic, actively absorbing his enemy's energy. The dark energy clings tightly to the tentacles, forcing them to slowly disintegrate into thin air. Furious that her attack failed, the demoness gnashes her teeth in rage. She opens her mouth wide, unleashing a devastating purple soundwave that ripples across the entire room. Suddenly, the system alerts. The boss has activated the Succubus Roar skill. Under this terrifying force, all the surrounding wooden doors burst wide open as the monstrous cries of rising entities echo through the halls. Lam Vien quickly realizes, is this an area skill? No. She is summoning something. Narrowing his glowing red eyes, he focuses intently to scan the shadows. Suddenly, out of the deep darkness, a decaying hand radiating a chilling green aura slowly reaches out, gripping the doorframe with a creaking sound. Now watch his face tense up as he raises his sword, instantly recognizing what she just summoned. What are those things? Right then, cloaked skeletons wielding weapons slowly march out from behind the wooden doors. He gasps in shock. Are the non-player characters of Black Gravel Town buried here? Not only that, countless skeletons in modern armor rise from the cracked ground as he mutters under his breath, "No way, these are also the challengers who failed the quest of Qi." Lam Vien tightly grips his sword, his face hardening in pure caution. Damn it, is she reviving them? Meanwhile, the dry bones click together as the shattered skeletons rebuild themselves. His sharp red eyes flash as he begins to analyze this terrifying situation, thinking to himself, there must be a whole army behind those doors. I never expected this boss could actually revive them. He instantly waves his hand to summon his zombie army, shouting out a decisive command, "Advance!" Standing surrounded by his wolves and scorpions, he points directly toward the wooden doors, shouting a loud order. Block those spawning. Instantly, a zombie werewolf raises a heavy pickaxe high and slams it down to seal the exit. He calculates his next move. Let's see if his zombie summons can successfully hold off these weak minions first. His Thunder Scorpion co-opts perfectly, using its giant pincers to block the path, keeping any skeletons from getting past. Lam Vien turns to face the demoness, raising his hand to command his army to activate their blood frenzy status. Instantly, a werewolf throws its head back and roars as the system panel flashes a new alert, entering blood frenzy status. The werewolf's eyes burn with pure bloodlust. Next, he summons two more of the absolute strongest creatures in his arsenal. He calls them out proudly, Cobalt Leader and Crystal Thunder Scorpion. The two summoned beasts charge at the skeletons breaking through the doors. Attack, he orders, as the Thunder Scorpion smashes its massive tail into the floor. The system screen flashes, earth-splitting pincer skill activated. At the exact same time, the Cobalt Leader swings his massive hammer high, slamming a heavy strike down. The combined force of both attacks creates a massive explosion, blasting the skeletons high into the air. This devastating impact causes the surrounding stone walls to fracture and crumble into massive chunks. Witnessing her army get completely overwhelmed, the demoness can only glare in helpless fury. But the moment the skeleton horde is destroyed, creepy green vapors begin rising from the ground once more, signaling a new wave. Floating amid her regenerating tentacles, the demoness lets out a mocking laugh that slightly surprises Lam Vien. She calmly caresses her face, her arrogant voice echoing aloud as she says, "Ghosts are spiritual monsters. Their spectral bodies can easily pass through solid objects, making them entirely immune to physical attacks." Meanwhile, as his cloak flutters in the heavy wind, he swings his sword in a glowing magic arc, replying confidently, "But they take double the magic damage." With that, he leaps high into the air, unleashing magic slashes that summon countless flying skulls straight at her. Gripping his glowing sword, he prepares his blue soul curse. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next." But check this out. The witch suddenly dashes forward at mind-blowing speed. Dodging every single attack with ease, she completely shocks him as her speed suddenly spikes to a whole new level. At the same time, the wooden doors blocked by his undead army shake violently, with rotting hands clawing from within, forcing Lin Yuan to look back. Sweating bullets, he realizes the tomb monsters could break out at any second, meaning he has to finish this battle right now. He quickly pulls out a glowing ring. Purple lightning crackles wildly around his fingers as he decides he absolutely must restrict her movements, gripping the ring in his hand to unleash its entire power. The system screen pops up to show he has equipped the silver rank paralysis ring accessory. Its effects grant him plus 100 health and mana, plus 15 agility, 15 spirit, and a bonus skill called paralysis toxin. Once equipped, this toxin gives his attacks a 5% chance to paralyze the target for 3 seconds. Fully geared, he flips through the air, slashing his sword to launch bright energy waves directly at the witch. Squeezing his fist, he channels all his lightning energy straight into the ring, activating his extra skill, paralysis toxin. A massive burst of purple lightning shoots from his fist straight toward the witch, catching her completely off guard. The hit explodes her defensive aura, and watch this. The system screen alerts him that the paralysis toxin has successfully triggered. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Lin Yuan leaps high into the air, swinging his sword to unleash a glowing magical crescent while yelling that he is not done yet. Instantly, a massive demonic skull materializes right behind the witch, slamming into her in a blinding flash of explosive light. Sent flying by the devastating blast, the witch is thrown backward as sharp green energy tears her dark cloak into shreds. Lin Yuan slams his sword down hard, triggering a shockwave that cracks the stone floor and sends debris flying everywhere. He thrusts his blade deep into a crack in the ground to keep channeling his magical skill. Looking up, his lips curl into a satisfied smirk as he mutters that this is not bad at all. You and I both know what's coming next. A massive spectral wolf emerges with a deafening roar as he confidently notes that hitting her with the green soul curse has successfully slowed down her movements. Obeying his command, the phantom wolf throws back its head and howls, releasing a powerful shockwave as the system alerts him. Affected by the deafening sound waves, the witch grabs her head in agonizing pain, stumbling around completely dazed. The system screen flashes immediately, showing that the target is now fully stunned. Lin Yuan grips his sword tightly, his sharp eyes filled with absolute confidence. 5 seconds of stun time is more than enough for him as he dashes forward like a flash of lightning. He creates countless clones to slash her from all sides, coldly asking how many of these attacks she can survive. A relentless barrage of magical slashes rains down on the witch, inflicting rapid combo damage. -50, -50, -60, -60, -60 damage. Racked with agony, the witch grits her pale teeth as thick black blood oozes from her mouth. Screaming in fury, she releases a violent wave of dark purple energy that explodes in all directions around her. Lin Yuan frowns, instantly on guard as the system warns him that she has just triggered a corpse explosion skill. Multiple dark energy blasts erupt from the dead bodies on the ground, causing earth-shaking explosions everywhere. Thick smoke and dust envelop the area as jagged purple lightning flashes wildly through the chaotic space. The entire army of ghost wolves and scorpions gets completely swallowed by the chain explosions, turning into ash as massive clouds of thick purple smoke rise to fill the giant tomb. As the thick smoke slowly clears, Lin Yuan's undead zombie army gradually begins to reappear, completely unharmed by the blasts, while Lin Yuan stands on a high rock, looking down at the battlefield and realizing that she used corpse explosion to blow up the zombies and collapse this entire tomb. Looking at his few remaining summons, he clicks his tongue in regret since his undead army has been reduced to only a third, a massive loss. Turning back to face the weakened witch, his eyes glow red with killing intent as he declares that it is finally time to end her. Leaping into the air, he swings his sword to summon a barrage of demonic skulls, screaming for her to get lost. The creepy skulls, wrapped in blazing green energy, charge toward the witch to form a massive storm of pure destruction, completely overwhelmed by his power. And that is where we leave it for today. As the witch reaches out in absolute despair, her health bar completely empties out, bringing her right to the edge of death. HP 300. She is about to enter a near-death state. HP 200. HP 100 almost dead. Finally down to HP 30. A blinding light suddenly flashes as we finally see the final system notification. Congratulations, you killed the Grudge Banshee and gained 800 EXP. Lin Yuan lands softly on the shattered ground, standing in the fading smoke. He looks up at the growling demon wolves surrounding him, wondering, is it finally over? As silence falls over the battlefield, mysterious purple souls begin floating all around Lin Yuan. From within those glowing lights, a beautiful female spirit appears and speaks in a gentle voice. Thank you, brave human. With a gentle smile, her body slowly dissolves into glittering stardust, completely fading into the void. Lin Yuan reaches out as a purple light descends and transforms into a small gold ring, floating gently right above his palm. Glowing with a brilliant light, the system panel displays Ring of Love quest item. Cannot be discarded or sold. Description: this engagement ring was given by Quincy to his wife, and it symbolizes the love between them. Lin Yuan frowns slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Is this ring the only drop reward? Suddenly, an old book with a skull mark, radiating waves of dark purple energy, emerges from thin air with an eerie, chilly ring. Lin Yuan looks up surprised. His face shows total shock, like, wait, what is this? He reaches out to catch the book, thinking to himself that he never expected the corpse explosion skill used by the Grudge Banshee to be exclusive to necromancers. The skill info panel pops up. Corpse explosion, learning requirement, exclusive to necromancer class. Holding the book, his eyes narrow, wondering if it's because the one who sealed her was a loyal servant of the Dark Lord. Right after that, the book dissolves into countless green light streams, merging into his body as the system announces, the skill book has been automatically recorded in the player's memory. As he stands in a brilliant pillar of light, the skill details appear. Corpse explosion, gold level. Level 1 detonates a corpse dealing 60% self-max HP as fire damage to nearby enemies. Cost 100 mana, 10 seconds cooldown, mastery 0 to 100. He smiles in satisfaction assessing the skill. Even though this skill will consume my summoned corpses, the damage and area of effect are actually great, making it an amazing bonus surprise for me. Now let's head over to the bustling black gravel town. Quincy, wearing a cloak on a balcony, stares blankly at the ring in his palm. Is this really the engagement ring I gave her? He tightens his grip on the ring as memories of his beautiful wife flood back, murmuring, a sealed soul has no memory. Only when she is set free does she regain her memories and drop her most precious possession of all. Quincy walks back into the room where Lin Yuan stands by the window. Quincy clasps his trembling hands and asks, my wife, she did not suffer when she died, did she? Lin Yuan calmly nods. Holding the ring gently, a tear rolls down Quincy's cheek. Staring at the distant, smiling vision of his wife, he chokes up and whispers, that is wonderful then. Turning around, he says sincerely, I never expected the necromancer class I hated most would be the one to fulfill my deepest wish. No matter what happens, I will cherish this kindness for the rest of my life. An old ancient book radiating wisps of dark black smoke slowly begins to materialize in his hands. He opens a chest containing a crown that radiates a vibrant green light, saying with a serious expression, now it is time to fulfill my promise. The system panel displays dark crown, unique grade, equipment type, headwear, effect 1. Sin value becomes hidden and cannot be viewed after equipping. Effect 2 completely conceals your dark aura. Note, exclusive equipment for necromancers cannot be sold or destroyed. Taking the crown in his hands, Lin Yuan thinks the dark crown, even though it gives no extra stats, hiding my sin value and dark aura is exactly what I need most right now. With a confident smirk, he calculates, with this item, I won't have any trouble dealing with the Scorpion Tail Knights, and I can do whatever I want inside the main city territory. The system panel pops up. Do you want a dark crown? Decisively, he replies, yes. A glowing magic circle surrounds him as the crown dissolves into green flames, merging into his body. Standing in the swirling energy with his cloak fluttering, he smiles and says, finally, I am one step closer to the truth. We leave him as the scene shifts to a busy Cloud City. Welcome to Sandwind City. Let's jump into the bustling city of Sandwinds together, where players are rushing to join countless guilds of all sizes. The 20-week guild led by a femboy, and our own guild, just waiting to see their leaders throw down. A girl mutters as the PvP guild recruits passionate players and the Apple guild calls for members nearby. As for the top-tier guilds, Lin Yuan checks the rankings, starting with number 1, the Army Guild. Number 2 is the Water Mirror Flower Guild, and number 3 is the Star Guild. Number 4 is Holy Song, number 5 is Eternal, and 10th is the Black Tree Guild. Just 10 major ones. Could that target be hiding inside one of these top groups? Staring at the guild leaderboard, Lin Yuan's red eyes narrow with intense calculation. He is still just a brand new player in Zocat. Joining one of these massive guilds is not going to be easy at all. Blending into the bustling crowd, his proud, solitary figure slowly disappears behind the other players as he mutters about finding a perfect chance. His long strides carry him down the paved stone street, passing by countless players rushing back and forth. He moves calmly through the chaos, his long dark cloak fluttering wildly in the howling wind. Now watch this part closely. Sudden heavy footsteps echo right behind him, causing the startled blonde knight to spin around with a look of pure shock on his face. In a flash, Lin Yuan's razor-sharp blade is already pressed against his throat. Feeling the sudden overwhelming pressure, the terrified knight's eyes stretch wide with sheer panic, stammering, "Who are you?" while Lin Yuan stands on the higher steps, staring down at him with an icy glare. But recognizing his face, the knight instantly sighs with relief, muttering that he finally found him. He cheers joyfully, eyes sparkling like stars as he throws both hands up, yelling, "Shen Yuan, it really is you!" But in his wild excitement, he trips over his own feet and faceplants hard, crying out in sudden pain. Lin Yuan looks down, completely speechless, furrowing his brow as he asks, "Is that you?" The knight quickly scrambles up, rubbing his sore backside with a silly grin, asking if Shen Yuan actually remembers him. Lin Yuan shoots him a sharp red glare, his voice dropping with deep suspicion. "How do you know me?" The knight scratches his head, explaining excitedly, "Yes, when I was watching the live stream of that bloodstained guild, I recognized your face instantly." An image of him sitting in an armchair surrounded by glowing blue screens pops up, as he continues boasting that he tracked down clues about him from thousands of chat comments, proudly standing amidst a giant mountain of gold coins. Laughing, "Haha. Then I spent $2 million to upgrade our corporation's latest facial recognition tech, just to make absolutely sure it was you. So please, praise me already." I know what you're thinking, and Lin Yuan is just as shocked, asking if he really spent $2 million just to find him. The knight scratches his head naively. "Is that really a lot? The Han Corporation easily spends hundreds of millions just to test a single system." Hearing this, Lin Yuan looks up at the distant skyscraper, whispering to himself, "The Han Corporation, the trillion-dollar tech giant that controls all advanced technology across the globe? With a background like that, who knows what else this guy has uncovered? Do I need to silence him right here?" But right then, the knight basically turns into a wagging puppy with sparkling eyes, pleading, "Shen Yuan, please. Shen Yuan, team up with me. Tomorrow is an S-class hunt in Bloodscale Cave. They say the iron-eating salamander nest was found, so all we have to do is—" But before he can even finish that sentence, he trips yet again, slamming face first onto the ground with a painful yell. He leaves Lin Yuan completely speechless and sighing. Turning on his heel, he coldly tells him to leave and stop following him. Thinking to himself, "Whatever. Why should I even take a complete idiot like this seriously?" Hearing the cold rejection, the knight just sits there laughing sheepishly, admitting that he's absolutely right. A powerhouse who can solo the entire Bloodstained Guild alone obviously doesn't need a team. He scratches his head, sighing that the Black Tree Guild's third team will also be at this hunt to scout new recruits. If you show off your skills, you might get a shot. Lin Yuan stops in his tracks, glancing back at the rankings where the Black Tree Guild sits at 10th place. Meanwhile, the knight sighs dejectedly, muttering that he will just have to go try his luck all on his own. Suddenly, a deep voice calls out from behind him, asking exactly when this hunt begins. He spins around in shock, asking him with confusion, "What?" Lin Yuan keeps his back turned, repeating patiently, "I asked when the hunt starts." The knight leaps for joy, chasing after him and shouting, "Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Shen Yuan, so you and I are in, right? Let's dive back in," as Lin Yuan places a hand on his shoulder, calmly saying, "Call me Lin Yuan." He continues walking and adds, "However, before we head out, I need to prepare a few things." The knight covers his mouth, stopping himself from asking, as the scene shifts to a ruined fortress with a skull flag fluttering and a title card appearing. The Vulture Bandit Camp. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the entire area, sending shattered rocks flying in every direction. Lin Yuan and his undead army smash through the stone wall, stepping inside as he commands, "The boss must be right up ahead." He exhales, a cold mist radiating from his mouth. In front of him are Birdman monsters, with the system displaying Vulture Bandit Zombie level 12, HP 1000. 600 attack, 250 defense, 70 skills, sickle throw, immortal body. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commands let us go as Lin Yuan stands on a high cliff, looking down at the Birdman army. They frantically wave their weapons and tear at each other amidst a pile of white skulls, unleashing horrifying screeching bird cries, while one Birdman monster extends its razor-sharp claws and growls threateningly. Lin Yuan extends his hand forward, his sharp eyes flashing, decisively commanding charge as they respond to his order. His undead army rushes down from above, launching a relentless assault. Meanwhile, one Birdman monster leaps high into the air, spinning, swinging its giant razor-sharp sickle that spins like a boomerang. The system announces that the sickle throw skill is activated, and the blade hurts rapidly towards a motionless Lin Yuan. But pay attention here. Just as it hits, Lin Yuan vanishes, leaving the monster in absolute shock as the weapon shatters. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, swinging his sword to unleash a glowing arc of magic. He decapitates 3 monsters at once, boldly declaring, "Your life is in my hands, and I am taking it." The system confirms 3 vulture bandit leaders have been defeated as he sweeps the battlefield. His consecutive rapid slashes wipe out countless more enemies, with the system repeatedly confirming that 6 and then 10 vulture bandit leaders have been successfully defeated. He lands lightly on the ground, his cloak fluttering amidst the shattered corpses of the monsters. He turns his head, his glowing red eyes filled with suspicion. He realizes the monster boss has already vanished from his throne, when suddenly a massive shadow looms right behind his back. The system panel displays Vulture Bandit Lord tier level, 19 HP, 6200 attack, 820 defense, 220 skills, sickle throw, stealth, backstab, followed by a loud shout as the backstab skill is activated. But let's watch closely as Lin Yuan quickly extends his hand, green sparks crackling around his fingers to activate Corpse Explosion. The Vulture Lord swings his sharp dual sickles, shouting die, but is suddenly blocked by Birdman zombies rising from the ground. A terrifying green explosion erupts, swallowing the entire area in a sea of flames. Blown away by the explosion, the Vulture Lord screams in pain as his body slams hard into the cliff, creating a massive crack. Lin Yuan leaps into the air, unleashing a thunderous punch down on his enemy. Clenching his fist as his eyes flash with green light, he shouts, "Take this," while the system announces the dark gloves are activated. The punch lands, shocking the Vulture Lord as Lin Yuan roars, "Go to hell!" A massive pillar of light erupts, sending the Vulture Lord falling into the abyss with a tragic scream. Lin Yuan lands with clenched fists, green lightning still crackling, as the system announces you have defeated the Vulture Bandit Lord. Congratulations, you reached level 13, and the skill panel appears for your gold tier skill, Shadow Curse level 3 effect, deal damage equal to 20% of target's HP, or restore 20% HP to an undead. Cost 60 mana with a cooldown of 6 seconds. EXP 20 times 300 gold. Corpse Explosion level 2 effect, detonate an undead to deal fire damage to nearby enemies equal to 80% of user's HP cost. 100 mana, cooldown 10 seconds. P 2 times 100. A skill scroll appears and the system asks if he wants to use it to upgrade his skill, to which he replies, yes. Holding his chin, he thinks to himself, not bad at all. I used a skill scroll to upgrade Shadow Curse once before, and now I have pushed it straight to level 3 while also upgrading my Corpse Explosion skill at the exact same time. Looking at his undead army, he smiles with satisfaction. And trust me, you and I are not ready for this immortal legion. Let's jump back in as the system alerts that I've acquired 130 undead monsters. The details of my new summons pop up, including a Vulture Bandit Captain at level 15, and a Vulture Bandit Lord at level 19. Lin Yuan's eyes flash with excitement, looking at the panel. He thinks to himself, after reviving the Vulture Bandit Lord as an undead, did it gain a new skill? Recalling the last time, he mutters. In fact, when the giant Death Wolf was resurrected last time, it also gained a new ability called Wraith's Rage. Stroking his chin, a small smirk plays on his lips. Does this mean resurrecting boss-level monsters always grants them an extra skill? If so, things are about to get really fun. Now pay attention here. The system suddenly alerts that our hunt officially starts in just 2 hours. His lips curl into a confident smirk. Lin Yuan spins around decisively, his cloak billowing in the wind as he barks out his command, "Time to move." We cut to the gathering area right outside the entrance of the molten bloodscale cave surrounded by jagged cliffs. Lin Yuan sweats, pointing forward as he asks in utter confusion, "What on earth are you wearing right now?" His friend is posing hilariously, showing off a ridiculously shiny set of armor. Lin Yuan can't help but ask, "Are you trying to cosplay as a Golden Knight statue or something?" The Golden Knight proudly puffs out his chest and boasts, Yuan, I spent 50 gold coins to have a master blacksmith custom make this super armor just for me. So don't worry, there's absolutely no way I'll end up dragging you down today. Right then a loud rip echoes from his crotch plate as the armor piece slides straight down to his ankles, exposing his colorful boxers and freezing them both in place. An awkward silence fills the air, and they just stare at each other completely speechless. Sweating bullets, Lin Yuan tries to break the tension, saying, well, that's definitely the first time I've ever seen modular armor. It is pretty unique. Blushing furiously, Han Tan hastily pulls up his plate armor while stuttering, the master blacksmith told me this is the absolute latest style. Gritting his teeth, he frantically tries to pull off his stuck helmet. But the helmet is completely wedged on, making him flail his arms and legs in a panic, crying, I'm blind, I can't see a thing. Yuan, save me. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is just left entirely speechless. Stumbling around blindly, he crashes straight into someone's legs while screaming at the top of his lungs. Our Golden Knight's head rams directly into a strange man's groin, triggering a very painful high-pitched gasp of sheer agony. Looking up through his visor, he mutters in a daze, huh? Standing right in front of him is a massive bald man, radiating an incredibly oppressive dark aura. The bald guy forces a terrifying smile and asks, are you okay? The system displays his info. Black Tree Guild, 3rd Team Cap. Jowl level 15. Han Tan freezes, breaking into a sweat as he feels a murderous aura like a giant viper looming behind the bald man. Gulping hard, he thinks to himself, wait, what? This guy is clearly smiling. But why do I feel like a venomous serpent is staring straight into my soul? Is this just my own mind playing tricks on me? Suddenly, a hand grabs his collar from behind and pulls him back, giving him a sudden fright. I know what you're thinking, that suit is a joke. Lin Yuan pulls him back, telling him to shed that ridiculous armor, while Han Tan chuckles sheepishly. Right. Zhao Hui narrows his eyes, focusing on this new arrival, and lets out a cold grunt. Lin Yuan's gaze turns razor-sharp, his glowing red eyes staring down the bald man without flinching. Zhao Hui breaks into a cold sweat, angrily grinding his teeth. How dare this punk glare at me like that? What an absolute pain in the neck. Trying to force his fake friendly smile back on, he speaks up. Hey, but his words are cut short by a rude shout from a guild member standing beside the one-eyed mage, who demands, which of you is Han Tan? The guy holds up a registration sheet with a photo of the Golden Knight, clearly showing the name Han Tan. Class Swordsman. Scowling, he carefully compares the photo on the paper to the actual person standing there. Then, pointing straight at Han Tan's face, he barks, Ah, it's you, right? The freak wearing that ridiculous outfit. The guild members behind him burst out laughing, mocking, What kind of terrible fashion sense is that? Ha ha ha. Look at that gaudy gold look. Does he think he's at some embarrassing cosplay convention? Han Tan scratches his head with an awkward grin, waving his hand to admit, haha, yeah, that's me, before quickly introducing his friend. You three are the big bosses from the Black Tree Guild, right? By the way, this is my friend, but suddenly the sharp sound of a blade being drawn cuts him off. The guild member unsheathes his sword, pointing it directly at them, and arrogantly interrupts, enough, we don't care about rookie names. Remember this well, and trust me, you won't want to miss the payback. You and I are about to see this guild mock Lin Yuan, saying they only let him join out of pity while he keeps his head down. His eyes are hidden beneath his messy hair, staying completely silent. Zhao Kui steps in and pushes the sword away, acting like a peacemaker. What are you doing? We should be nice to our new friends. The guard quickly makes an excuse, claiming it was just a joke, as he slides his blade back into the scabbard with a sharp click. Zhao Kui continues speaking with a faint, mocking smile. However, do not get ahead of yourselves just because of my kind words. You must appreciate this rare opportunity with pure gratitude. Got it? The lackeys bow in unison. Yes, of course, we will definitely do our absolute best. The one-eyed mage claps his hands to grab everyone's attention, loudly announcing that roll call is about to officially begin. Other players start gathering, whispering among themselves about how incredibly tense it feels. I never actually thought I would get the chance to work alongside members of such a major guild. Are these really the elite players from the S0 hunt? I just hope my gear does not fail me mid-battle. Lin Yuan casually looks around, instantly realizing that almost everyone here is just a rookie who recently entered the main city. Zhao Kui turns toward the dark cave entrance and barks an order, announcing they finally have enough people. Do not waste any more time, get ready to move out. He half turns with a sinister, confident smirk, telling everyone to rest easy. Even death itself avoids the Black Tree Guild, but trust me, we both know that promise is a trap. Zhao Kui boldly leads the group straight into the cave, as excited cheers echo all around them in response. Meanwhile, Han Qing has changed into a set of pure white armor, holding a small red flag as he happily struts past the grumbling guard. He waves it excitedly, urging Yuan to hurry up, claiming there are glowing slime monsters waiting inside. The guard walking behind them frowns and mutters, "Does this idiot think they are on a picnic?" Lin Yuan just casually follows, his ragged black cloak fluttering behind him. A dark, amused smile curls on his lips as his eyes gleam with anticipation. He can already smell it. Such a thrilling scent. Deep inside, the group navigates a long slope filled with giant stalactites inside the molten blood scale cave. A moment later, they halt at a massive fork in the road, whispering anxiously, "A three-way fork already? And we haven't run into a single iron-eating lizard yet." Another player quickly explains that this is actually completely normal for them. These iron-eating lizards are active at night and hide during the day, so they are probably resting deep inside one of these dark tunnels. A girl in the party turns to ask their leader for advice. "Captain Zhao, in your opinion, which of these paths should we take? Here is where you and I need to watch closely." His eyes narrow as he suggests they should split up. This sudden suggestion terrifies the rookies as horrific visions of savage monsters flash through their minds. Split up? But isn't doing that way too dangerous? What if we cross paths with a level 16 elite monster? The green-robed mage raises his hand to calm the anxious crowd. "Quiet down, everyone. Please remain calm. To ensure your absolute safety during this critical mission, our captain has already scouted the path ahead. When you met us earlier, we had just finished our investigation, and were resting up to prepare for this very moment." An armored man widens his eyes, gasping in complete shock. "What? Captain Zhao actually scouted the path ahead?" Zhao Kui stands proudly in front of the dark cave, nodding in smug confirmation. "Based on our morning scouting report, out of these 3 available paths, the middle tunnel contains strong pheromones from those lizards, meaning the risk of a sudden ambush is extremely high. The other 2 paths are perfectly safe." He spreads his arms, mapping out the plan, but notes that greater danger always means far richer treasures. "Therefore, to balance our speed while ensuring everyone remains completely safe, I have decided our guild will take the middle path, while the rest of you divide into the 2 side tunnels." He flashes a sly, manipulative smile, fake friendly, asking for their input on his decision. The clueless players buy it completely, praising him. No matter what, a major guild is truly on another level. Their tactical plans are always carefully calculated. "You are the captain of the Black Tree Guild's 3rd team and the highest level player among us, so your word is law." Amidst the praise, Lin Yuan coldly cuts in to take the left path. "Trust me, you and I will love this." "Let's dive right in," as Zhao Kui smirks, asking the crowd if anyone actually wants to go with them. The hesitant crowd glances between the two, whispering about whether they should actually team up with those guys. I mean, one of them looks incredibly sketchy and weird, while the other guy is just totally silent. Staring at Lin Yuan's quiet face, a man mockingly calls him a cold-faced freak, sneering that he probably hides his level and class just to save himself from total embarrassment. A blushing girl speaks up to defend him, "But I think he is pretty handsome." The man snaps back, telling her to go with him then. Zhao shrugs helplessly, teasing that Lin Yuan's popularity is clearly at rock bottom. "Too bad that even though I am leading this mission, I cannot force anyone to join you." Completely ignoring their harsh, mocking words, Lin Yuan turns around to leave, coldly saying, "Follow me," as Han Qing quickly scrambles to catch up. Their figures gradually vanish into the darkness of the left tunnel under the watchful, icy gaze of Zhao Kui. His fake smile instantly vanishes, clicking his tongue to reveal his venomous nature. What a pair of ignorant fools. Meanwhile, deep inside the silent cave, only the dripping sound of water falling from icy stalactites echoes, creating tiny, gentle ripples across the dark, freezing puddles. Lin Yuan and Han Qing walk through the quiet cavern while tiny slime monsters hide themselves behind the jagged rocks. Now watch closely as Han Qing tenses up and whispers anxiously, "Yuan, the temperature is dropping fast. I have a really bad feeling about this. Plus, sweating bullets." He turns to whisper that he feels like someone is watching their every move. In fact, the feeling is only growing stronger. Lin Yuan remains totally calm, glancing back to reply that he finally noticed there is indeed something lurking nearby. Han Qing gasps in pure panic. "But wait, didn't Leader Rao say he mapped the route out and this path was absolutely safe?" Lin Yuan lets out a cold, mocking laugh. "Do you seriously trust him that much? This is an S-rank raid, yet they brought a bunch of rookies. It is obvious they want to use us as bait to clear the path." Han Qing asks, completely stunned. "Then why didn't you?" Lin Yuan tilts his head, watching the slimes peeking from the walls, and calmly interrupts, "Expose him?" In an instant, he reaches out and grabs a trembling slime, startling the poor creature. Lin Yuan throws the slime deep into the dark tunnel, stating coldly, "Because, as it turns out, I also want to see exactly how many there are." Both of them freeze, staring into the pitch-black abyss ahead. You and I can see those glowing red eyes appearing, as Lin Yuan muses about what fun creatures he might lure out. A pack of monsters crawls forward as the system screen flashes. Elite iron-eating lizards, level 16, 3,300 HP, attack 440, along with corrosive iron-tail strikes. Suddenly, a massive surprise attack slams into the ground, scattering rocky debris everywhere. Shifting to the next cave, a brilliant fire vortex erupts amidst a swarm of monsters, accompanied by a roar burn. The one-eyed mage unleashes his destructive magic, sending the iron-eating lizards screaming in agony. Right after, a powerful slash of blue light strikes down, slicing a monster cleanly in half. The arrogant swordsman swings his blade to cut down the enemies, shouting, "You fools, attack and witness my true power." He turns to flatter Zhao Kui, "Leader, thanks to those scapegoats drawing away the monsters and dividing their forces, our job is so much easier. I can't believe those idiots actually fell for that lie about scouting the route." A spiked mace spins wildly in the air, whooshing as Zhao Kui's voice booms, with most of them dead. The iron-eating lizards in the other tunnels are also facing certain death. Zhao Kui swings his mace to crush a beast, boasting, "That's when we step in to harvest the rewards. We will get double the results with half the effort." Just then, 3 ferocious iron-eating lizards leap down from above, targeting him. Zhao Kui maintains his arrogant mocking grin, shouting at those brainless beasts, "Who do you think you are growling at? All of you, bring it on." The lunging monsters are instantly blasted back by an unseen force, their broken bodies slamming hard against the rocky walls. Zhao Kui drags his spiked mace, sparking fire on the ground, and growls coldly, "Trash. Belongs at the bottom of the food chain." Back in the left cave, Han Qing's eyes widen as he stammers, "You?" Before him, a beast swings its tail, "But trust me, he's ready." Let's jump into the action as the system notification pops up. Iron Tail Whip activated, sweeping with a metal tail. Upon hitting, it deals damage equal to 170% of attack power. Instantly, giant scythes spin furiously through the air as the system triggers the machete throw skill. This technique throws a machete up to 10 meters with a recoil effect, dealing 160% attack power. At the same time, shadowy birdmen flicker past the giant lizard as the system activates stealth and backstab. Watching this undead birdman army completely overwhelm the lizard pack amidst the deafening clashing sound of weapons, Han Tan gasps in shock, asking when on earth he managed to tame all these undead monsters. Unable to hide his admiration, he excitedly adds that this sight is even more impressive than their previous battle back in the muddy swamp. "You are absolutely incredible." Lam Vien turns around with a calm smile, replying that he did say he was off to prepare a few things beforehand, did he not? Han Tan gapes in absolute shock, wondering how he tamed all these incredibly powerful monsters in less than a single day. Right then, the system screen flashes a notification that he has successfully defeated 55 elite iron-eating lizards. Lam Vien steps over the monster's corpse, surrounded by his undead army, and calmly notes that it is finally over. Their combat efficiency is not bad at all. Han then watches with sparkling eyes, whispering how incredibly jealous he is. He wonders when he will ever become as strong as his friend. Now pay attention, because the ground suddenly erupts in violent shakes. Stumbling to find his footing, Han Tan panics and calls out for his friend Vien. But seeing Lam Vien busy harvesting the monster carcasses using an eerie blue flame, Han Tan tells himself that his friend is busy, so he should check the situation himself instead of constantly bothering him over everything. He needs to prove he can be useful. Creeping cautiously toward the rumbling vibrations, he mutters that it seems to be coming from this direction. He stops in his tracks, tapping his heel lightly against the stone. Looking down with clear confusion, he wonders if the strange vibrations have finally stopped. Suddenly, a massive bright red tongue erupts from the ground, shooting straight up into the air. Han Tan jumps back, turning pale as a ghost. The slimy tongue towers right in front of him like a massive pillar. Breaking into a cold sweat, he trembles and gasps in horror at the sight before the giant fleshy tongue slams right down on him. Han Tan gets thrown to the ground, losing his sword, and screams out in absolute panic for help. The writhing tongue retracts to prepare its next strike, launching forward like lightning to wrap tightly around Han Tan and squeeze the absolute life out of him. Next thing he knows, He is dragged violently and slammed right down into the newly shattered crater. His face turns pale with utter despair. Closing his eyes tight, he resigns himself to his fate, thinking he is completely finished. Right at the brink of death, don't blink, because a blinding green sword strikes suddenly tears through the air. Lam Vien leaps in, slicing the massive tongue clean off with his sword, coldly yelling that it is just a filthy underground beast. How dare it show its face in front of him, as fresh blood sprays like rain from the severed tongue. Grabbing Han Tan's collar, Lam Vien pulls him away, landing safely on the ground as his friend coughs violently and turns to look back toward the massive crater in absolute horror. Panicking, he warns. There is definitely a giant monster down there, so we need to run before it completely breaks free. Before he can even finish speaking, the ground in front of them splits open with a deafening, bone-shattering crash. The entire area crumbles, the earth shattering and collapsing over and over as the ground splits apart, breaking into pieces, tearing open wider and wider with an unstoppable force that completely destroys the cave floor. Ground shattering, earth collapsing, Han Tan stumbles backward in sheer terror, completely drenched in cold sweat. The quest log stated that the molten bloodscale cave only housed elite iron-eating salamanders. But this terrifying beast is definitely a boss. Taking a deep breath, he steps in front of Lam Vien. Gritting his teeth, he says he is sorry because if not for him, they would not be facing this level of monster. He offers to hold it off so his friend can run, but Lam Vien only smirks and asks if this is scary. Staring at the boss with glowing red eyes, he firmly declares that this creature is actually his prey. Han Tan gasps in confusion as the massive iron-eating salamander roars, charging forward with steps that shake the entire cave. Lam Vien leaps straight toward the beast, drawing a sword glowing with magical energy as he yells, "I will end you," as Han Tan calls out. "Trust me, we cannot miss what is coming next." You and I are jumping right into a war zone as a massive bird army takes position overhead, unleashing giant spinning scythe directly at the colossal boss with terrifying force. The boss reacts instantly, and the system announces has activated its Iron Tail sweep skill. It swings its steel-hard tail with massive force, deflecting every single flying scythe easily. As the boss roars, Lin Yuan seizes the perfect opening from mid-air to launch his strike. Hovering above, he casts his soul-summoning seal, launching a wave of screaming magic skulls forward. The skulls slam directly into the monster, exploding into a brilliant green light as Lin Yuan lands gracefully back onto the battlefield. But as the heavy smoke clears, the massive salamander seems completely fine, showing only minor scratches. Lin Yuan frowns, his sharp eyes evaluating the beast. Did that only cause a few minor burns? The boss tilts its head back, drooling venomous slime as it prepares to strike back hard. It spews a horrific stream of green poison, prompting a system alert that the boss has activated its high-pressure corrosive breath skill. Direct hits cause continuous poison damage, draining 3 to 10% of maximum health every second. This effect lasts for 5 seconds as the toxic energy slams the ground, triggering a massive green explosion. Watch closely as Han Qing screams in absolute panic for Lin Yuan to be careful. The corrosive wave rolls in, shattering the surrounding stone as Lin Yuan leaps back, sliding to dodge the deadly stream. The acidic ground melts and sizzles with toxic smoke, leaving Han Qing in complete shock. This concentrated corrosion attack is no joke. Glaring at the boss, Lin Yuan realizes this fight is tougher than expected. Right then, another devastating tail sweep cuts through the air directly toward him. He leaps high to dodge, a thrilled smirk crossing his face as he enjoys the sudden challenge. Still mid-air, he raises his hand and summons the Great Eagle Lord as the mighty Vulture Lord materializes from the void in shining armor. It spreads its massive wings and lets out a deafening shriek. Instantly, the giant birdman dives straight toward the salamander boss at terrifying speed, leaving Han Qing totally wide-eyed. I know what you're thinking. Is this majestic bird lord actually our main character's newest summoned servant? He stares with shining eyes in awe of its absolute majesty. Meanwhile, the Vulture Lord flashes behind the boss, raising its dual blades to trigger a backstab skill. Receiving the attack, the scaly boss glows as the system alerts that it has activated its ironclad fortress skill. This absolute defense increases its defense power by 150% for 10 full seconds. Suddenly, its tail whips backward with fierce force. Spotting the imminent danger, Lin Yuan quickly yells out a warning. But the tail strike is too fast, hitting the Vulture Lord. The impact triggers a blinding explosion, leaving Han Qing pale as he asks if the beast has eyes in its back. Lin Yuan lands safely, frowning as the giant salamander slowly turns around. He mutters about those rear eyes while the Vulture Lord recovers from the blast. He silently begins analyzing his opponent's major weakness. These salamanders have simple eye structures, relying heavily on shifts in light to perceive their immediate surroundings. This means if their prey completely stops moving, they struggle to recognize them. However, their motion tracking is absolutely superb, while their hearing and smell can capture the slightest movement from their prey. In fact, some salamanders possess advanced infrared sensory organs to detect target body heat. Remembering all of these unique biological traits, he realizes their sensitivity to an enemy's motion path is infinitely greater than any normal human. A sharp smirk plays across his confident face. To defeat this beast, he must force it into its own trap. The monster roars, taking hits from all directions. Lin Yuan raises his hands, forming massive, burning, magical fireball. Taunting the beast, he challenges it to see if its scales are stronger than his flames. The salamander weaves through the incoming fireballs with incredible speed, roaring back to challenge its opponent. Running fast, Lin Yuan smiles. He will provoke the monster until its attention is locked entirely on him. From a safe distance, Han Qing yells out in panic. So let's see if Lin Yuan can survive this overpowered boss, or if he just bit off way more than he can chew. Alright, you and I are about to watch this crazy main character risk everything in one hell of a high-stakes gamble. His eyes widen in pure shock as his friend suddenly charges forward. Wait, where is Lin Yuan running? Right in front of Lin Yuan is a massive pile of dead lizards. Han Qing screams out in absolute shock as Lin Yuan suddenly leaps right over their heads, charging straight ahead. Smirking, he gives the decisive command, "Do it now." He suddenly halts, pivoting with absolute perfection. As the giant salamander lunges, he unleashes a blazing wave of sword energy that completely catches the beast off guard. Right then, the pile of undead suddenly rises up. They grab the boss, pinning it down as the beast panics. Lin Yuan watches from afar, mocking, "You giant idiot, don't you even know how to stop?" The furious monster lets out a deafening roar. Raising his hand, glowing green energy begins to gather as he coldly mutters, "Time to enjoy this beautiful banquet of explosions." The system alerts that corpse explosion is activated. A devastating green blast completely swallows the beast, sending massive damage numbers flying everywhere. -50, -80, and -100. A spooky green glow casts over Lin Yuan's face. He declares that the boss's heavy armor is finally shattered. The massive beast shrieks in agony while Lin Yuan stands his ground, staring it down. Moving fast, he shouts a decisive command, "Vulture King, flank them from the left side." Now pay attention here because Lin Yuan instantly spots the giant monster's absolute fatal weakness. Its eyes simply cannot focus on enemies attacking from the left and right at the same time. Seizing the moment, the Vulture King charges in from the blind spot for a fatal strike. His arrow aims directly at the massive boss's eye. Sensing danger, the beast charges up a destructive energy sphere in its mouth to retaliate. But at that exact moment, Lin Yuan leaps high, channeling wild lightning into his blade. His reflection flashes in the monster's eye as he roars out, "This final strike is going to send you straight to hell." Plunging downward, he drives a devastating lightning-infused slash directly into the monster's gaping mouth. The blade buries deep into the weak point, and the system announces a critical hit. Notifications flood his screen, "Level up, level up, level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. The giant beast collapses as thick white smoke rises from its corpse. Immediately, glowing green energy from the body surges into his undead army, restoring 85% of their health. Lin Yuan reaches his hand out. A bright white energy wraps around his hand as the skill panel flashes, with Dark Curse rank gold level 3 with 200 out of 300 mastery. Staring at the prompt, his eyes sharpen. Using this skill scroll one more time will instantly max it out to level 4. Looking back at the giant boss's corpse, you know he is absolutely satisfied. Although corpse explosion used up most of his undead army, gaining this powerful beast makes everything totally worth it. The boss's new stat window pops up. Level 20 corpse-eating salamander lord, with 6,300 health points and 850 defense, 280 skill, and corpse tail whip. Fortress of Strength, Earth Burrow, Toxic Breath, and the unique undead body passive. Staring at the newly resurrected beast, Lin Yuan proudly declares, "From this moment on, you are my ultimate shield." Nearby, Han Qing is happily sitting in a mountain of glowing loot, waving while calling out, "Lin Yuan. This is literally the first time I have seen this much loot. Should we start going through it right now?" Lin Yuan turns around, his cold eyes scanning the cave entrance. Why rush? There are still a few rats left to exterminate. Meanwhile, in a different cave, the corpse of an armored player lies sprawled on the ground as Zhao Hui stands high on a rock. He looks down with pure disgust, muttering that those weak losers are not even worth his time. A swordsman and mage quickly approach him, brown-nosing. It is all thanks to our captain's brilliant leadership. With you around, even a lord-tier boss would end up begging for mercy. But Captain, based on those recent vibrations, their battle must be wrapping up. If we make our move right now, we can easily swoop in and steal all of their hard work. Zhao Hui ruthlessly crushes a small lizard under his boot, making its bones snap with a satisfying crunch. Shouldering his massive spiked mace, he smirks and commands his squad that it is finally time to collect some bodies. Out of nowhere, a massive blast erupts right above them, barely missing the mage. Instantly, a chain reaction of explosions detonates all around, forcing them to jump back in pure panic. Zhao Hui roars in absolute rage. Who is out there? How dare you ambush the Black Tree Guild? High up on a rocky ledge, Lin Yuan and Han Qing emerge from the thick mist with arms crossed. His calm voice echoes. Didn't you say it was time to collect bodies? Well, you and I know he is about to do exactly that. Trust me, you are about to see this mage lose his mind as he screams, pointing at them. They were supposed to be eaten by iron-eating salamanders. Han Thon furiously points, yelling that they should be ashamed. I actually thought the Black Tree Guild was a great faction filled with honor and justice. But I never expected them to use innocent players as mere bait to clear out a dungeon. The swordsman sneers back, saying that serving as a stepping stone for the Black Tree Guild is an honor for trash like them. Chu Koi grits his teeth, cursing under his breath that those two actually survived. Is it possible that their cave had no iron-eating salamanders, and all the monsters gathered around those unlucky fools instead? Hantan clenches her fists in anger, while Chu Koi glares at Lam Vien with deadly intent. The more I look at him, the more irritated I get. It is definitely best to just eliminate him right now. Now pay attention to his threats as he steps forward, wondering how on earth they survived that trap. He swings his spiked mace, roaring that their lucky streak is officially over. As the weapon crashes down, Lam Vien pushes Han Tan back and yells at her to retreat. Facing Chuo Koi alone, he calmly asks if he expects to kill them single-handedly as the villain chains rattle with pure power. The two clash violently, sparks flying as their weapons collide. Lam Vien blocks the heavy spiked mace with his blade, triggering a loud explosion as Chu Koi sneers at his weak effort. Lam Vien remains silent, his sword glowing green as Chu Koi summons demonic skulls. The skulls charge forward and explode violently, knocking back all of Chu Koi's minions. Chu Koi scrambles to dodge, desperately trying to withstand the shockwave of the blast. As the smoke clears, he stands alone, looking around warily and wondering where the hell his opponent is hiding. Suddenly, Lam Vien drops down from above, delivering a heavy strike. He asks if Chu Koi thought he was blind, forcing him to block with a loud clashing sound. Lam Vien mockingly notes that experience proves those who survive on sheer luck must sleep with one eye open, forcing Chu Koi backward until he disappears into the thick smoke. Watch this silence as Lam Vien stands completely alone. Suddenly, a giant shadow looms behind him as Chu Koi mutters that trash like Lam Vien can be eliminated easily. He swings his mace downward, roaring that worthless lives like theirs can end at any given moment. An explosion shakes the cave as Han Tan screams his name in terror. The enemy's swordsman and mage point their weapons at Han Tan, mocking her and claiming the rookie for themselves. Was your little warm-up not enough? Because now it is finally my turn to play, right? Emerging from the smoke, Chu Koi looks down, declaring that he has no more time to waste playing around. Raising his fist to deliver the final blow, he tells him to lie down and accept death. He freezes in shock, his eyes wide as he stammers, "What?" His fist is suddenly grabbed tight as Lam Vien asks if he is the leader of the Black Tree Third Squad. Chu Koi breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe how this kid could possibly do this. Through the darkness, a wicked smirk spreads across Lam Vien's face as he glares. With glowing red eyes, he squeezes Chu Koi's hand, saying he now knows the true level of this top 10 guild in the city. He stands up, easily lifting Chu Koi, who screams in pain as his fist is crushed. Lam Vien applies intense pressure, his eyes flashing with a sudden red light. With one hand, he throws Chu Koi like a toy, crashing him near his allies and leaving a deep crater. Struggling to sit up and coughing, he growls that he deeply underestimated him. Dragging himself up, he swings his mace and orders his men to attack together. The two minions obey and all three leap into the air, screaming for him to die. Lam Vien looks up, smirking that a weak mob is always just a mob. He swings his sword, blasting them all away in an instant, and that is how we end this battle. Just as that sword aura clears, two giant green bird-like spirits suddenly plunge from the sky, forcing both Trio Koi and the mage to look up in sheer shock. These spectral beasts instantly seize them, causing the panicked swordsman to scream in confusion. What? While the terrified mage shrieks out, "Arr!" Triukoi's eyes widen in utter terror as he senses a massive overwhelming power crashing down from above. He stands frozen, staring blankly as green ghostly skulls fill the entire sky, charging straight down toward him. A massive brutal impact slams Triukoi backward, forcing him to roar out in absolute agony. That terrifying aura completely crushes all three enemies. Grinding their faces into the dirt, struggling to lift his head, Triukoi's eyes lock onto the boots of Lam Vien standing tall before him. Terrified, he cowers backward and begs for mercy. "Wait, stop. If you kill me, the Dark Tree Guild is no joke. They will never let you get away with this, so think carefully." Lam Vien just stares down coldly with emotionless, glowing red eyes, until his gaze suddenly flickers. Shattering the tense atmosphere, Hantan suddenly rushes forward, hugging Lam Vien's leg tightly with literal hearts in her eyes. Excitedly, she squeals, as expected, "You are undefeated. I was honestly worried to death just a second ago." Annoyed by this clinginess, a cold sweat breaks out on Lam Vien as he kicks Hantan away, yelling at her to stay back. "Now pay attention." He points his heavy greatsword straight at Triukoi. Threateningly, he says, "From what I know, your Dark Tree Guild is not just arrogant to outsiders, but incredibly ruthless to its own members. So if you die, lose your level, and drop your gear, they will definitely hold you responsible. Am I right? Have you figured out how you will explain this to them?" Hearing that, Triukoi breaks into a cold sweat and quickly throws his hands up, pleading, "Fine, I give up. What do I have to do?" Lam Vien's lips curl into a faint smile. "Fine, give me a list of all the high-level players inside your guild," clearly detailing their specific class, level, and individual attributes. In his mind, he immediately recalls a cloaked, masked figure unleashing powerful lightning in his past life, using skills belonging to the first follower that were completely unfamiliar to everyone. Nobody knew what those skills were or how to counter them. Therefore, he definitely possessed a highly rare hidden class, keeping his true identity a mystery until the very end. Stunned by this unexpected request, Triukoi dumbfoundedly asks, "A roster of elites? Why would you want that?" But before he can even finish, Lam Vien drives his sword straight through his hand, unleashing a fountain of blood and a horrific scream. As he presses the blade deeper, growling at the agonizing Triukoi, "Are you going to write it or not?" Terrified to death, Triukoi weeps and screams, "I will write it right now." A moment later, Lam Vien holds the list and quickly skims through the names, thinking to himself that it seems all the top experts of the Dark Tree Guild are right here. You and I are probably wondering the same thing, but none of these classes match the legendary first follower. Holding his mangled arm alongside his trembling lackeys, Triukoi cautiously asks, "Boss, can we finally leave now?" Lam Vien turns his head back, flashing a highly mysterious smile. "As for me, I can let you guys go." Hearing this, Triukoi sighs in deep relief, bowing repeatedly in sheer joy. "Thank you, boss, thank you." But before their smiles can even fade, Lam Vien unleashes a blinding blast of light, blowing all three away as they shriek. At the same time, he coldly passes judgment, saying, "But you have harmed countless innocent players, and you must give them an explanation." After wiping them out, the system screen pops up to display their dropped items, including a silver rank demon hammer, a furious war dance sword, bronze rank, and a bronze rank twilight cloak. Picking up the newly dropped sword to inspect it, Lam Vien lets out a surprised Right at that moment, Hantan excitedly walks over, carrying a chest in both hands. "Lam Vien, look, they actually have a treasure chest that they haven't opened yet," as Lam Vien calmly reaches out to take it, saying, "All right, I will choose first. The rest is all yours," but Hantan quickly pulls the treasure chest back, saying, "No, you cannot." Instead of dividing the loot, Hantan smiles brightly and pushes the chest forward, saying, "I am going to buy it. I cannot just take advantage of you like that." Seeing her firm resolve, Lam Vien dryly replies, "Up to you." He turns his back and walks away, slinging his sword over his shoulder without any regret, saying, "Nothing here suits me anyway. You can keep all of it," leaving Hantan waving happily behind him, yelling, "All right, I will transfer you the money right now, huh." As the system logs 54 gold coins deposited, the scene suddenly shifts out of the game, where warm blood has already been spilling for 3 days. Trust me, we will see what's next, as he walks off, realizing it was all just silver tier gear. Let's dive into a world where getting gold tier gear is practically impossible in the current game version. As they walk, Hantan hesitantly raises her hand and asks if she should mention something. Lam Vien looks over and asks, "What is it?" Imagining terrifying shadow assassins, a sweating Hantan warns him that members of the Hakthu Guild hold extreme, long-lasting grudges. If they lose inside the game, they will seek revenge in the real world. She asks if she should send her bodyguards to protect him, but Lam Vien just walks on calmly, waving goodbye. He thanks her for the warning, calling them mere pests that he already knows exactly how to deal with. Back in reality, Lam Vien smiles as he takes off his virtual reality headset when a loud voice calls out, "Vien, come out to eat." He stands up from his gaming chair, turning around to reply that he is on his way out. Just as his hand reaches for the doorknob, a sudden clicking sound of a lock echoes through the quiet room. The door swings open slightly and Lam Vien freezes, face to face with a massive figure wearing a formal suit. He radiates an overwhelming, crushing pressure, his glowing eyes looming large and blocking the doorway completely. Watch his reaction closely. Lam Vien actually breaks into a cold sweat, looking completely caught off guard. Looking closer, he realizes this giant man is actually his dad, standing there with a virtual reality helmet on his head. Embarrassed, his father awkwardly reaches up to slowly take the device off. Immediately after, he clears his throat, smiling as he holds the gaming headset out toward him. Vien, look at this. Isn't this the headset you need for your game, or is it broken?" Lam Vien inspects the headset, asking in confusion. It still works fine, it doesn't look damaged at all. "But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming headset?" Sweating, his dad quickly waves his hands to explain, leaving Lam Vien facepalming in utter disbelief. "Huh? No, what would I even do with this? Your mom actually found it while cleaning up Lam Dan's room." Hearing his sister's name, Lam Vien instantly remembers Lam Dan wearing her blazing armor back in his past life. Around this exact time, she should have already awakened her hidden class. Just then, his mom comes out holding a plate of food, calling out, "All right, you two men, stop standing around there. Hurry up and eat." At the lavish dinner table, his mother teasingly smiles while his dad frantically tries to defend himself. She explains that his father doesn't understand these high-tech things, but always wants to find common ground to talk to him. So he struggled with it all afternoon without even turning it on. "No, that's not true, Vien. Don't listen to your mother. I was just worried you would break Lam Dan's stuff while your mom was cleaning, so I only wanted to test it." During the meal, Lam Vien eats while quietly planning his next moves. "You and I both know what's coming. If he brings his parents into the game, he can use resources to protect them when the world's catastrophic event eventually hits." With that in mind, he looks up with a bright smile, saying, "This game really isn't that hard. Tomorrow I will buy 2 more headsets so Mom can try playing too." However, his mother gently waves her hands to decline. "No, don't waste your money. It's fine, don't worry about it. By the way, hasn't Lam Dan come home yet?" She reaches for her phone, saying today is Friday, so she is probably out with friends. "I will call her in a bit, you two go ahead and eat." But Lam Vien quickly pulls out his phone to call instead. His screen shows that he is calling his little sister, but the automated operator informs him that the subscriber is currently unreachable. Lam Vien's face darkens as he realizes that even if Lam Dan didn't want to talk to him, she would still text back out of basic politeness, rather than completely ghosting him like this. Seeing him freeze up, his mother urges him, "Go ahead and eat first, Vien. She's probably eating out, so we won't wait for her." Ignoring her advice, Lam Vien stands up instantly, calling out to his parents, "Go ahead and eat first. I need to go buy something downstairs before the shops close for the night." His mother worries that the food will get cold, but his father quickly waves it off. "Just let him go." Watching his back as he departs, his mother sighs and asks if he remembers how Vien and Lam Dan used to be completely inseparable. "I don't know when they grew so distant, so we should let them connect and interact more." His father nods in agreement, saying that is true. Vien is bad at expressing himself, but at the end of the day, he is still her big brother. Meanwhile, Lam Vien slowly walks down the quiet, empty staircase with a deeply serious expression on his face. And that's where we're left, with a chilling flashback of his sister covered in wounds in his past life. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Let us dive right back into the memories, as Lin Yuan stands frozen with his instant noodles, completely shocked by his sister's return. Back then, he turned in shock to ask what happened, but she just clutched her bloody arm, coldly yelled at him, and walked right past. She snapped that it was none of his business, warned him not to call the police, and demanded he keep quiet. A loud door slam echoed, leaving Lin Yuan standing completely alone and silent in the pitch-black hallway. Cut to the present, Lin Yuan's eyes burn with a cold, fierce glare, remembering when she first played Eternity. She had quickly awakened her secret hidden class back then. But she also endured massive suffering that she never should have faced, all because of that mysterious organization's sudden dark appearance. He envisions a group of figures clad in mysterious armor and cloaks, the System Organization. This secret group was created by the Chosen Ones, and only those select few are ever permitted to join their ranks. Next, we see a hooded woman reaching down to touch the glowing red water. He recalls that they have a powerful entity called the Prophet, who can sense Chosen Ones in the real world, sending out members to recruit them into their system. Now pay attention, this massive organization was growing at a terrifying speed. Their overwhelming power in the game soon became completely unmatched. It did not stop there. He recalls them capturing real-world criminals. Their influence over reality grew immensely stronger, even though their unpredictable motives remained highly mysterious. Yet they still did some good deeds to maintain social stability. That made them incredibly hard to read. Once Dan joined, she constantly ran dangerous missions, but never uttered a single word about this secret group at home. Rushing down the apartment stairs, Lin Yuan grits his teeth and prays it isn't them. He forcefully shoves the main doors open, his eyes flashing with determination as he enters the dark night. He tells himself with fierce resolve, even if it is them this time. His expression turns completely serious. I will not let Dan get dragged into this blindly again. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he walks quickly down the silent moonlit street. Crowds brush past him, but his mind focuses solely on finding that one familiar figure. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he spots her. Right ahead is a brightly lit tea shop. Lin Yuan silently creeps closer, hiding behind a large stone pillar to observe the situation through the glass. I know what you are thinking. And yes, his sister had already met up with them. But they are sitting too far away to hear their conversation, and he absolutely cannot raise suspicion right now. Deciding to act, his hand glows with green light as he activates stealth. He has not used this skill in ages, so he must focus. Lin Yuan's body slowly becomes completely transparent. He calmly walks through the shop door, knowing his level 3 stealth skill only lasts for 5 minutes. Moving inside, he quietly stops in his tracks. Even while invisible, his sharp gaze remains locked on the target. Lin Yuan silently slips right next to the table where his sister sits opposite two young men, Xiaofan and Hao Chen. Hao Chen interlocks his fingers and speaks seriously, telling her he has explained everything. Whether she believes it or not is her decision, but joining them is not just about the organization's benefits. He looks directly into Dan's wide, startled eyes. He firmly states that when disaster strikes in 3 years, she will stand alongside them to protect this world. Hearing this, she lowers her head in deep thought. Right beside her, an invisible Lin Yuan watches silently with a cold, expressionless face. Xiaofan scolds his partner, telling him to look at himself. You are scaring her, so dial down that terrifying aura of yours. Ignoring the teasing, Hao Chen frowns seriously, replying that this is a grave matter for her own good. After all, this is about... Suddenly, Hao Chen pauses, seemingly sensing something highly unusual in the air around them. The room falls dead silent as Hao Chen's sharp gaze sweeps right over the exact spot where Lin Yuan is hiding. Immediately, Hao Chen reaches down to turn his ring, unleashing a red glow and activating his dispel skill. A wave of energy quickly ripples around the table, sweeping right over Lin Yuan's faded silhouette. Startled, Lin Yuan sees his system panel trigger an alarm, warning that stealth will be cancelled in 3 seconds. Trust me, you and I can feel his suspicious glare staring into empty space. Let's dive in as Hao Chen turns around to scan the bar counter, finding absolutely nobody, only muttering to himself. Right then, Xiaofan calls out to the shop owner to break the tense silence, asking him for another glass of his drink. But make it to go, please. The owner cheerfully nods, telling them to wait just a moment before quickly handing over their freshly prepared drinks. Meanwhile, behind the counter, Lin Yuan is crouching low, trying to hide himself. Sweating bullets, he desperately guesses that the guy used a dispelling skill from his ring. Luckily, his opponent's anti-invisibility skill has a 3-second cooldown. Right on cue, the system warns that his invisibility has indeed been dispelled. Back at the table, Hao Chen takes a sip and calmly continues, telling Lin Dan he hopes she will think carefully about joining their squad. As a person who values justice, he says, sliding a business card toward her, you cannot simply stand idly by when disaster strikes. So whenever you finally make up your mind, just call the number on this card. Clenching her hands with a determined look on her face, she firmly replies, all right. The two men stand up to leave, but Xiaofan turns around to wave at her, calling her his little beauty. I will be waiting, so you must show up. The moment their backs are turned, Lin Yuan immediately reactivates his cloaking skill. His body glows with light as he swiftly slips past the shop owner who is busy cleaning up. Out on the street, Lin Yuan watches the two walk away, wondering if they have finally disappeared. Pay attention here. As he moves, Lin Yuan accidentally kicks a discarded paper cup, making a tiny clattering sound. He freezes, his eyes wide with absolute panic. Right ahead of him, the two men suddenly halt in their tracks. Hao Chen glances back at the empty cup rolling on the ground, warily muttering that something is definitely not right. To make matters worse, the system suddenly alerts him that his invisibility is about to expire. 3-2 countdown triggers a cold sweat. Filled with bloodlust, the two men rush over to corner Lin Yuan's exact position. They stop right there, their sharp eyes scanning the empty, silent air directly in front of him. Hao Chen cautiously steps right up to the empty cup. The entire square is dead silent except for the whistling wind, and absolutely nobody else is in sight. Kneeling down to inspect the ground, Hao Chen mutters, "Maybe I'm just getting too paranoid lately, there's nothing here." Standing behind him, Xiao Fan chimed in, "Relax, big bro. Your nerves are fried. By the way, do you actually think that girl is going to join our squad?" As they walk away, Hao Chen says confidently that according to the prophecy, she will eventually join them sooner or later. "You and I both know those legendary prophecies are never ever wrong." Xiao Fan shrugs with a smirk, admitting he's much more interested in finding out which girl he will fall in love with. Xiao Chen strides ahead, coldly giving him a stern reminder. "Let's actually survive the upcoming apocalypse first before talking about girls." Xiao Fan just chuckles, walking leisurely behind him. "Yeah, right, that's still miles away." Up on a high branch above the square, Lin Yuan hides in the dark, watching them leave. Perched on the branch, he quietly analyzes the situation, realizing this group is much more dangerous than he expected. "If I get too close and they discover my forbidden power, I'm done. I'll lose my place in this eternal world completely. I need to be careful, and it's time to make my move." Cutting to the front of the shop, Lin Dan is tightly clutching that business card in her hand. As she steps out with a thoughtful look, clutching her phone, she suddenly stops. Her eyes widen in complete surprise, asking her brother why he is standing there. It turns out Lin Yuan is waiting right there on the steps. Holding a plastic grocery bag, he calmly says he just came to buy some food, asking if she has eaten yet. Looking down to avoid his gaze, she mutters that she is fine. Lin Yuan lifts the bag, gently reminding her that it is late. "Don't make mom worry anymore. Look, I bought some delicious food for us. Let's head home and see what you like." Lin Dan stands there dazed, thinking that her brother can't even take care of himself. So why is he doing this? Why is he acting like this? Lin Yuan turns around, telling her they should go. He looks back, gently telling her to go home. "Trust me, we can both feel the heavy emotional distance growing between them." A short while later, back at their apartment, footsteps echo as they call out that they are home. Their mother walks out, scolding them for staying out late and losing track of time. She asks if they've eaten, but Lin Dan closes her exhausted eyes, whispering that she doesn't need any food tonight. Let's jump in as the girl heads straight to her room to rest. Meanwhile, his mother turns to Lin Yuan and says, "You haven't eaten either, Yuan. I will whip up something else for you both." The sound of the door locking echoes from Lin Dan's room as she leans against it, letting out a heavy sigh. Slowly walking toward the bed, she mutters thoughtfully, "What on earth has been happening lately?" before collapsing onto the soft mattress with her hand over her forehead. Clutching her teddy bear, she thinks to herself, "Ever since I started playing that game, all sorts of bizarre and incredible things began to unfold." In her memories of the game world, a giant mantis unleashes an attack, generating razor-sharp gusts of wind. The purple-haired girl turns around and screams, "Little Dan, run fast, I will distract these monsters." Pure terror grips the purple-haired girl's face as the system displays details of the common scythe blade mantis. Level 5 health 300, damage 50 plus high defense. Now watch closely as the beast activates its double damage scythe dance skill, rearing up to launch a devastating attack that we definitely need to pay attention to. The purple-haired girl collapses heavily to the ground. She screams in terror as the mantis behind her swings its scythe, tearing through the air. Seeing this, Lin Dan leaps forward to shield her, shouting to go first while she holds them back. She tightly grips the massive sword in her hands. She boldly declares, "I am a vanguard warrior. How could I ever run away and abandon those behind me? Just leave this fight to me." With that, she roars toward the sky, gathering her strength as the swarm of giant mantises charges at her all at once. She swings her giant sword with full force, blocking the terrifying lightning-fast strike from the monster's razor-sharp scythes. Even so, the crushing pressure of the impact leaves her face filled with extreme tension. Right at this moment, another mantis looms silently right behind her back. The beast forces its sharp blade downward, making her cry out in agonizing pain. Just as she is about to collapse, The system chime suddenly rings with a notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully activated your true hidden potential. The screen continues to flash. Your power is now awakening, while the exhausted girl coughs violently from sheer fatigue. Suddenly, determination flares in her eyes as she grips her sword with both hands and lets out a massive roar. A brilliant burst of energy explodes from the blade, sending shockwaves that blow everything around her away. The blinding light tears through space, blasting the panicked monster backward in absolute terror. A massive shockwave slams directly into the ground, creating highly destructive deep cracks. After that terrifying strike, the girl stands there, gasping heavily from complete exhaustion. Huffing and puffing, she sheathes her sword and stands straight. I know what you are thinking. Is this just a game? Back in the real world, she stares at her hands, shocked by how incredibly real that power felt. I can actually feel the physical changes happening to my body in real life too. Lost in thought, her eyes fill with worry as she wonders, what if that disaster really comes like he said? Will I be able to protect everyone? Am I truly capable? A faint, mysterious glow gently flickers from her fingertips. Lying on her cozy bed, with her arm over her forehead, she ponders deeply. But if even this power cannot stop the apocalypse, does anyone else even stand a chance of surviving? Sitting up abruptly to grab a picture frame, she murmurs, whether I decide to join them or not. Staring at the photo, her eyes turn incredibly determined. I must grow stronger as fast as possible to protect them. Then she gently places the picture of the happy family of 4 back onto the desk. Switching over to Lin Yuan, he stares at his own photo thoughtfully, realizing moving to a new home cannot be delayed. I need to focus all my energy on the game, so I cannot stay on high alert all the time. The next day, standing before a modern building, Lin Yuan thinks to himself, it is time they live a better life. Just then, the receptionist greets him warmly as she walks over with a smile, asking if he is here to check out the properties. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Yuan calmly states his requirements. Do you have any luxury villas? I want a unit equipped with a high-end security system. The receptionist breaks a cold sweat, doubting silently if this extremely young kid can even afford it. Yet she keeps her professional smile and responds politely. Excuse me, sir, have you checked the prices for this residential area? After all, this prime location is quite costly. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan pulls out a prestigious black card and casually says, I haven't, but the funds in here should be more than enough. And that is where we leave it, with the receptionist completely frozen in shock. What do you think happens next? Alright, let's dive into this wild story where she grabs the card in pure excitement. Is not this the exclusive VIP card requiring at least tens of millions? Oh my god, our main character is literally a god of wealth. At their brand new home, the villa's AI system immediately chimes in with a warm welcome. Welcome home, master. AI employee number 2345 is ready to serve you with absolute and complete sincerity. His mother stands completely frozen before all this luxury, hesitantly asking Vien, did I hear you right? The entire family stares dazed at the massive grand villa right in front of them. His mother gasps in absolute shock. Is this really our brand new home? She steps out into the huge yard with a private pool, constantly amazed. A private pool right here is just as luxurious as on television. Meanwhile, his father steps into the bedroom, looking around in shock at how massive the bed is. His mother worriedly turns around and grabs her son's hand, asking Vien, how many years of installments will you have to pay? Or should we just go back? His father clears his throat, chiming in that his mother is absolutely right. We really do not want to put too much pressure on you. Lam Vien smiles to reassure them both. There are no installments. I paid full cash using my rewards from tournaments plus all my income from the game itself. So you two can live here in peace. I will be living in the house next door to focus on my gaming. His father puts his arm around his wife, smiling happily, saying he never imagined they would live in such a grand villa. Haha, this is all thanks to our son. His mother tearfully agrees. In the blink of an eye, our little boy has grown up and can finally stand strong on his own 2 feet. Lam Vien quietly lets out a gentle smile, his eyes shining with warmth as he watches his parents so happy. Stepping outside to inspect the grounds, he figures that the top-tier security here is absolutely nothing to worry about. His next step is getting his parents into the game so they can stay alert as the world's new order begins to unfold. But pay attention here, because his eyes suddenly darken as he sharply senses immediate danger heading his way. Out from the dark shadows, a shady group steps forward. Their leader sneers, saying they have been waiting a very long time for him to finally show up. A massive tattooed thug carrying a heavy iron bar steps up, aggressively growling that finding him was no easy task. Lam Vien calmly shoves his hands into his pockets, indifferently staring at the bald thug while analyzing him. Wondering if this guy is the leader of the Black Tree gang he already destroyed, he calmly takes a step forward despite being surrounded. Furious at his total indifference, the thugs immediately rush forward to attack, yelling, "Thought you were supposed to be good at fighting. Why do not you fight back in real life?" Ha, he is so scared he froze solid. "Go smash his head to pieces for me." One muscular thug swings his iron bar straight down at Lam Vien's head and roars, "Any fool who dares offend Brother Thoy is literally begging for death." Just as the strike is about to land, the system activates his stealth skill. Lam Vien simply smirks in mockery. Too slow. The heavy iron bar slams down, shattering the tile floor completely. The thug stares in utter shock, realizing his target has vanished into thin air. Watch this closely because the angry boss swings his iron bar next. Lam Vien dodges with ease, immediately launching a powerful kick that explodes with a blinding flash of energy. The bald thug screams out in agonizing pain. "Ah!" Sent flying backward with a panicked cry. He violently crashes to the ground, coughing up fresh blood. The terrified thug gasps in sheer horror. Is this guy even human or a ghost? Lam Vien looks down, pointing the sharp iron bar straight at his throat, coldly warning him. "You persistent leeches never learn, do you? It seems like you really do not value your own life at all." Terrified, the bald thug begs desperately. "Wait, I was wrong. Spare me, boss. Do not kill me. I still have value to you. I know a secret." Lam Vien commands him coldly, "Keep talking." With a boot pressing hard on his chest, the thug stammers out, "In the main city, look for a blacksmith named Hawk Thien. Then keep doing his ore delivery quests. Once his favorability rating is high enough, he will reward you with gold-grade gear." Hearing this, Lam Vien recalls that in his past life, someone did obtain gold-grade gear very early on. Rumor had it that it involved a hidden NPC, so this thug is likely telling the truth. Is that so? But he tightly grips the iron bar, releasing a heavy aura. Lam Vien squats down, warning him, "I hope you do not do anything stupid again. I have many ways to handle you, both inside and outside the game. If you dare touch my family..." Slamming his weapon down as a threat, he warns that this will be his end. The sweating thug terrifiedly nods, promising he understands. Let's follow him back in-game, shifting to the western desert main city at night, right inside the Crescent Moon Inn. Let's dive into a world of bustling taverns, steaming food, and loud rowdy adventurers. A heavily bearded blacksmith barks at Lin Yuan, demanding to know if he is joking about delivering 100-star ore pieces. The old man scoffs, saying this clean, neat kid looks nothing like a rugged, dirt-covered miner. But if he actually pulls it off, the blacksmith promises to forge him a free custom weapon. Leaving the tavern, Lin Yuan realizes the man was serious, meaning his next move is heading to the mines. Nearby, a drunk girl tries to escape a group of shady thugs who yell, "Wait, why run? Let us buy you a drink." Shaking them off, she cries out, "Get away from me, I do not even know who you are." She stumbles away blindly, warning them not to touch her as one of the thugs closes in to grab her. The creep fake promises to behave if she just follows him, while Lin Yuan stops nearby to quietly watch this unfold. Angry, the thug points right at Lin Yuan, yelling, "What are you staring at? I will gouge your eyes out." With a lightning-fast strike, Lin Yuan drops him instantly, muttering, "You absolute fool, wasting your own life like this." Rescued, the drunk girl stumbles closer and starts teasing, "Wow, what a handsome hero, thank you so much." She asks to buy him a drink, but Lin Yuan coldly turns away and rejects her, saying no need. She chases after him, pleading, "Do not go so fast," but he keeps his deadpan face, completely ignoring her. Suddenly, she loses her balance and falls straight into his arms, letting out a soft, tired sigh. She giggles playfully, whispering, "Oh, so you like it rough, do you? Well, so do I." Sighing at the sheer annoyance, Lin Yuan hoists her onto his shoulder, opens his room door, and steps inside. He lays her down on the bed, exhaling a deep, exhausted sigh of relief. Now pay attention, because he heads straight to the venomous snake mine, commanding his loyal minions to dig furiously with pickaxes. He calculates that he currently has 12 magical kobolds locked away inside his purgatory dimension. They are built for mining, meaning he will harvest a mountain of ore in no time at all. Boom! An explosion suddenly echoes in the distance, catching his attention and making him spin around. A new monster spawns as the system displays its stats, a level 10 normal rank frenzied mole. Health is 1200, damage 70, and defense 15. Its skill is Frenzied Bite, launching consecutive strikes with a 10% damage boost. Summoning his massive scorpion monster, Lin Yuan commands it to wipe them all out, its razor-sharp tail instantly sweeping the moles away. The defeated mole monsters lie scattered across the cave floor as Lin Yuan activates his glowing magic array. He realizes collecting different types of monster minions will bolster his battlefield tactics and make his army truly versatile. The freshly slain moles are resurrected, rising as loyal shadow beasts ready to obey his every command. Suddenly, a fiery explosion rocks the entire cavern, making a stunned Lin Yuan grit his teeth and mutter, "What?" I know what you are thinking, but look, a giant mole boss leaps from above, targeting a female priest as warnings flash red. It is a level 16 boss with 3,800 health, boasting 300 damage, 150 defense, and a tracking skill. Watching from the shadows, he wonders if someone is baiting this massive mind boss here on purpose. The player quickly raises her staff, casting a blinding white protective barrier around herself. Suddenly, she unleashes a beam of magic directly at Lin Yuan, who is just standing there with his sword. He instantly leaps back, dodging the incoming energy blast, while trying to figure out if this is actually some sort of target locking technique. No, just then a notification reveals a priest has actually cast a holy buff spell directly onto him. It boosts his defense by 20 points for 60 seconds, leaving him shocked to receive a buff from a support class. Nearby, another player looks around in total confusion, wondering what on earth is going on today. Why did all the iron ore disappear? He spots the priest from the iron gathering team, wondering why he is running solo, while another player controls a spy beetle to watch closely. He needs to act fast while the exhausted priest runs for his life, gasping out loud. Wait, I did not mean to lure this thing here. Just run, I will take responsibility for my own mess. On his stream with 15 viewers, the chat ruthlessly mocks a support player trying to solo a boss with the speed of an assassin. But you and I know things are about to get wild. Alright, let's watch Lin Yuan quietly respect this brave priest's loyalty, and happily deciding to accept this boss that practically delivered itself, especially since he just spent a fortune buying a villa. Suddenly, the stream's viewer count explodes from 15 to 130. The excited viewers realize this is the top-tier expert who soloed a world boss. They immediately start hyping him up to make his move. The massive beast roars with its jaws wide open, preparing to crush the screaming, desperate priest. In the nick of time, Lin Yuan steps in, using his glowing sword to block the giant monster's earth-shattering blow. Narrowly escaping death, the terrified priest falls to the ground, completely speechless and trembling. Far away in a grassy field, a muscular bald man is watching the livestream of this fight. He grunts in frustration, muttering that getting beaten by a beast of that level is nothing to be ashamed of. Beside him, another guy holding a drink chimes in, complaining about how annoying the hype around this expert Lin Yuan is. Everyone online is praising him, but if we are talking pure raw skill, I bet nobody can even match our guild president. The bald man smirks and points at a frowning warrior from the Frenzy Guild, who is also watching the stream. He continues mocking him. To be honest, the Frenzy God just benefits from his guild and class. But when it comes to raw mechanical skill, nobody compares to Lin Yuan right now. Irritated, the angry warrior glares. You and I can see the tension rise as he snaps, "Say that again." The bald man quickly backtracks. "Hey, you are the warrior from Frenzy, right? Look, I am not the only one. Even the stream chat is praising this guy. Some are even saying the Frenzy God, as leader of the top guild, should have stepped down a long time ago." The warrior wastes no words, drawing his massive greatsword to threaten him. He presses the blade close and growls, demanding his name. Sweating bullets, the bald man forces a fake laugh, replying that blaming him is useless since everyone else is saying it. He squints, adding cryptically that they must understand the Frenzy God is just being very humble. After all, once the heroes leave the stage, the villains will naturally make their move. Ignoring those words, the warrior turns away and asks if the kid is still live streaming. Finding out he is currently deep in the mines. Stomping away with his massive sword, he gives a cold, ironclad command. "Tell everyone online in the guild to follow me." Meanwhile, back at the mine battlefield, Lin Yuan repeatedly unleashes powerful slashes, easily tearing through the beast's thick hide. Standing right in front of the priest, he calmly tells him to leave. All of its anger and aggro are focused on me now. The giant beast roars in anger, raising its sharp claws to charge directly at Lin Yuan. Its heavy strikes smash massive boulders to pieces, shaking the ground with incredible force. However, Lin Yuan swiftly leaps back, easily dodging the monster's devastating area of effect damage. Quickly regaining his footing, he spins with his sword and commands an attack. A sharp wave of sword energy cuts through the air, blasting the beast back as the chat suddenly explodes with 1,297 viewers. We can feel their excitement as they study his every frame. They praise his absolutely perfect aggro control and his blinding speed that leaves after images, calling him a true combat genius. Enraged, the boss stomps its massive claws, cracking the earth. It opens its razor-sharp maw, charging forward in a blind fury until suddenly, a pack of summoned night wolves leaps out, charging straight at the giant beast. The wild pack tears at its limbs and body from all sides, catching the boss completely off guard. Taking the chance to glide past the beast, Lin Yuan coldly warns, focusing only on what is in front of you while ignoring what is behind will cost you dearly. Gripping his sword tightly, he mockingly adds that the beast does not need to understand this, launching a swift, decisive downward strike. Lin Yuan drives his blade deep into the boss's eye, causing dark blood to spray everywhere. Taking a fatal blow to the eye, the beast throws its head back, roaring in absolute agony. Just then, a magical werewolf leaps into the air with a spear, letting out a deafening, ear-splitting howl. It slams its weapon onto the boss's head, shattering its defense. A barrage of brutal, relentless attacks rains down without giving it any breathing room. Lin Yuan takes a stance, declaring that it is finally time to end this. With a flash of light striking the beast's head, the chat goes wild, wondering who the real boss actually is. Trust me, you and I are completely spellbound by this legendary power. Let's dive right in as the system congratulates him for defeating the Berserk Rat boss, leveling him up to level 15 and granting him the Stalker's Dagger and Swift Boots. The stats show 20 extra damage, 5% attack speed, 25 agility and bonus damage that triggers after every 6 strikes. The boots grant 30 agility, 5 movement speed and an out-of-combat sprint skill. The priest approaches in complete awe, exclaiming that those skills must belong to the legend who single-handedly defeated the giant wolf. Please add me as a friend, legend. With my support, the two of us will be completely unstoppable. But Lin Yuan just walks away, coldly turning him down, causing the desperate priest to scramble after him, insisting he has watched the video so many times that he would recognize him even if he turned to dust. But as he turns to leave, a fireball suddenly shoots toward him from afar, followed by a massive wave of energy sweeping through the air. Lin Yuan instantly draws his blade, unleashing a powerful counterslash that tears right through the dangerous blast. At the mine entrance, a group emerges from the shadows with a creepy chuckle as Jock Nan steps forward with his goons. Now watch closely as he arrogantly declares they will turn him to dust right in front of us. Chuckling, our hero asks if hyping up this trash is overkill, making Jock Nan snap back in absolute rage. To them, you are a legend. He orders his men to start the live stream and show everyone the cost of messing with their guild. They must remember that their legendary leader Chuang Than is the undisputed strongest player in the entire western region. Lin Yuan calmly realizes they want to use him for clout. Since they are practically handing over free gear, he might as well take it. Just then the system alerts him. Hostile ambush confirmed. Counterattack window is 15 minutes. Eliminating any of these attackers during this time will not incur any crime penalties. The priest beside him raises his staff high, ready to fight, and yells out with sheer excitement. Man, I have been waiting for this exact moment for so long. Fighting side by side with a comrade, I will shine. In the name of friendship, I shall protect my allies. Lin Yuan just stares back blankly. Who even is this guy? Honestly, he just needs to step aside. Jock Nan points and screams. Wait a minute, you bastard, hear this, Kwang Dan is. But wait for this. Before the guy can even finish, Lin Yuan blitzes forward, punches his face, and asks what he just said. He follows up with a devastating kick that sends the boss flying into the air, crashing hard while his lackeys scream in absolute panic. On the stream with over 5,630 viewers, comments explode. The fight barely started and his face is already swollen. This guy blocked a legendary strike with his actual face. Starting a live stream just to completely humiliate yourself is truly a once-of-a-lifetime show. Oh my god, he just soloed a boss and now he is about to fight an entire gang? Jock Nan struggles to his feet, holding his face as he spits out curses. You are just a guildless stray dog. How dare you hit me? Do you actually think you are a legend? He glares in fury and screams, finish him. The guild formation charges. Their commander bellows out, listen to my orders, warriors. Charge. Mages and priests chip his health from behind. They surround him, filled with absolute confidence. There is no way a single player can handle all of us at once. Lin Yuan slips into the shadows. Noting that this trash actually has some decent coordination, he decides to target their backline first, activating his stealth skill. Having lost their target, the panicked warriors scream for their mage to use a reveal spell. A female mage quickly casts her spell and a warrior smirks, praising her good work. But then, Lin Yuan ambushes them from above, blade coming down. The startled backline gasps in horror. What? He is right behind us. Jock Nan looks back, shouting that the bastard is on his last legs. He just fought a boss. so his health and mana must be completely depleted. Charge numbers are on our side. Meanwhile, the viewers on stream are laughing hysterically. This is the first time I have heard someone describe ganging up on someone so elegantly, but who knows? But what do you and I think? Will the #1 guild actually stand a chance? Alright, you and I are about to see if a legendary top player can completely flip the script and leave his enemies with nowhere to hide. Wish him luck. The massive crowd charges in, spamming skills and screaming to kill him. Claiming there is an unlimited cash reward for whoever deals the most damage, they yell to finish him off. Fireballs rain down relentlessly, while Lam Vien nimbly rolls and dodges the explosive chaos. Watching the flames brush past, he calmly notes that this mine corridor is extremely narrow, preventing the massive army of corpses from using their numbers, but wiping them out in one shot is not difficult at all. Endless fireballs keep launching forward, creating a massive wave of explosions right at him. Kanchat sighs in mock pity, saying it is a shame, but even a master is only human. Who could possibly survive this kind of overwhelming pressure and encirclement? Too bad for him, they took perfect advantage of his slip-up. Remember, our top-tier expert is fighting completely solo, while his opponent has an entire coordinated army. The violent impact blasts debris everywhere, filling the path with thick smoke. Once it clears, they realize he vanished and quickly give chase. Look at that, the bastard is trying to run. He is totally exhausted. Hurry up and take his life. The greedy crowd, hot on his heels, screams to keep chasing, insisting they must never let him escape. Daknan laughs triumphantly as he pushes deep into the cave. But pay attention here, because he suddenly looks up and freezes. Swooping down from the high rocky ledge, Lam Vien delivers a brutal dropkick right to his face. Spitting up fresh blood from the surprise assault, Daknan gets blown backward, sliding across the ground with a painful scream before collapsing. Holding his face in sheer frustration, Daknan snarls, calling it a cowardly sneak attack that has zero honor. Lam Vien grabs him by the hair, pressing his glowing blade right against his neck. Panicking, the guy screams out for backup. Lam Vien coldly tells him that they are not coming back, but he wants to know, since you sent the vanguard team to their deaths, won't your tyrannical master punish you? Daknan grits his teeth, cursing. Behind the narrow path, a horde of glowing, murderous monsters suddenly charges out, forcing the panicked lackeys to back away in confusion. Without hesitation, Lam Vien triggers his explosive magic, activating his corpse detonation skill. Grabbing Daknan's head, the helpless villain screams in absolute despair, asking what on earth he just did. Lam Vien looks down with cold indifference and tells him to ask them himself as the live chat explodes with over 10,000 viewers. I knew it. How could a legendary top-tier player make such a rookie mistake? Honestly, you and I knew he had this planned. 666 like a clown. He literally wiped out the entire squad easier than squashing weak monsters. I am completely sold. This play was absolute perfection and deserves a flawless 10 out of 10. With a single flash of his blade, he finishes Daknan in utter shock. Staring at the dropped loot, Lam Vien notes that this is a great unexpected bonus. He needs to pack up the gear and leave quickly, as this area will be swarming with players very soon. The system displays the details: bloodthirsty twin blades, gold tier weapon category, effects physical damage plus 50, attack speed plus 20, and critical strike rate plus 30. Bonus skill lifesteal, which converts 10% of all damage dealt into personal health points. After leaving the mine, he heads back to the blacksmith workshop in the main city. Gesturing toward the massive pile of ore, the heavily bearded blacksmith smiles and says he takes back everything he said before. You are truly a talented young man. If possible, I hope you visit us often in the future, as I still need plenty of raw ore. The system immediately alerts him that favorability with the blacksmith increased by 100, reaching friendship level, while Lam Vien quietly calculates, noting the blacksmith can only collect a maximum of 100 iron ore per day, meaning this is definitely a long-term quest, though his current haul will easily last him a full month. Walking away, he ponders how the heavy equipment dropped by the Tyrant Guild is too much to sell directly to Han Tan without causing him unwanted trouble. Therefore, selling to solo players might be slightly tedious, but it will definitely be a lot faster. However, trying to track down his first follower through guilds is far too passive of an approach. He must start from the clues he already possesses, his face filled with determination from his past life. Since that follower's loyal underling can control snakes, it likely connects to clues about the hidden snake people civilization in the sewers, and the key to solving this mystery lies right there. Lam Vien walks through the dark, murky sewers, where his footsteps echo alongside the steady, rhythmic dripping of water in the dead silence. Scanning the area, he conjures a glowing green energy wave as we watch him set out to slay 30 rat spirits. Let's see how he handles this next challenge. Alright, stick with me because this ordinary quest hides a massive secret dungeon right under our feet. He tosses it toward a mutated rat, realizing after a quick analysis that this is a snake demon nest. A hidden dungeon like this can drop a rare flesh and blood seed. Plus, there is a weekly limit on how many times we can enter it. Once word gets out, absolutely everyone is going to fight over it. So he plans to use magical corpses to block off the entrance. Suddenly, a sharp hissing sound echoes, warning him of immediate danger. Moving forward, he figures that finding the room with the snakes will lead him straight to the hidden dungeon. This is the only snake-related dungeon in these sewers, and his eyes instantly sharpen as he locks onto his target right here. Lam Vien instantly swings his sword, shattering the barrier with a powerful slash that kicks up a massive cloud of dust. But as he frowns, a bad feeling creeps in. Are the snakes in this nest really supposed to be this massive? A giant serpent rises with a deafening screech, and the system warning pops up: the Hell Snake King. With insane damage, defense, and skills. As the beast snaps its jaws, he dodges back in shock. Is this monstrous creature a product of the Snakeman civilization too? How is its level so high? It is at level 60, which means he cannot let it touch him even once. Without hesitation, Lam Vien leaps back and triggers his stealth skill to vanish from sight. Now pay attention here. If he dies, he will lose his levels and hard-earned gear, which would be an absolutely devastating setback. Even though he is currently invisible, that massive tail slams down, shattering giant boulders. He quickly realizes his stealth is completely useless here. Barely dodging the blow, he quickly changes his tactics. He will have to use this tight terrain to survive. Lam Vien rolls away as the monster bites through solid rock, the dangerous distance forcing his eyes to narrow in intense focus. The giant serpent lunges forward again, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks with its razor-sharp fangs. Its massive head crashes down, splintering the stone floor as debris flies everywhere. Dodging in midair, he realizes this situation is turning incredibly dangerous for him. He absolutely cannot block these heavy hits. To break out of this trap, Lam Vien immediately summons a thunder scorpion that charges straight toward the giant serpent. He plans to use the thunder scorpion to buy time, knowing magic must be countered with magic. Watching the clash, he smirks confidently, refusing to believe he cannot find a way to win. The thunder scorpion clamps onto the snake, releasing a blinding surge of electricity. Despite taking heavy damage, the furious beast keeps thrashing and tearing up the surrounding stone. Panting heavily, Lam Vien exhaustedly looks up at the ceiling. A glowing triangular passage reveals itself behind him, right as the snake's heavy scales slide forward and crush everything. Quick as lightning, he ducks and slides through the narrow gap as rocks explode, barely saving his life before turning back with high alertness. The terrifying giant eye of the serpent glares straight through the gap, letting out a furious hiss. Safe for now, he realizes even this monster cannot cause chaos here. After all, let's look at where we are. This place is. He looks up at the massive city in absolute awe. The Western Samark Palace, guarded by the Grand Protector. Any monster that dares to approach this place will be utterly crushed without exception. Unable to reach him, the giant serpent lets out a low, frustrated hiss and slowly begins to back away. He recalls the history of this world. The snake civilization and Western Samark share a deep, ancient blood feud. Western Samark's military power completely crushed them back then, forcing the survivors into hiding. They had to secretly retreat deep underground, and whenever any wild beast, magical spirit, or monster dares to step onto the palace grounds, the Grand Protector will instantly obliterate it without even a single second thought. This giant serpent is powerful, but it is no match for the Grand Protector. The snake demon nest must be near it. Following this clue should lead him straight there. But to make sure a dangerous situation like this never happens again, he decides to head to the market to try his luck finding some low-level snake bait to attract smaller targets instead. That specific bait will only lure low-tier snakes, ensuring he never has to cross paths with that giant monster ever again. Meanwhile, a majestic palace glows under the brilliant sunset. At a nearby stall, a merchant bows with a wide grin, thanking him for his purchase and asking him to return soon. While Lam Vien checks the bait's stats, which emits a scent to lure low-level snakes, you and I are going to have to wait and see if his plan succeeds. Let's dive right in as a familiar voice calls out with a bright smile. I have been wandering all over Sandstorm City just looking for you. It is that same priest from before. He eagerly runs up shouting, "My dear friend, I hope you have been doing well without me." Is this the same guy who was chased by the mine boss? He is totally clinging to Lam Vien. He keeps talking nonstop, begging Lam Vien to add him as a friend first. Finding you in this massive map was not easy at all, but I really feel like our souls are calling out to each other. Now pay attention here. Lam Vien frowns and asks what he wants, just as a system notification pops up. Lam Vien turns to leave, but the priest keeps begging, saying he has a very important reason. Do you not want to hunt monsters in Ash Valley? It would be awesome to fight side by side, but Lam Vien flatly refuses, saying he has other things to do. The priest quickly reaches out to stop him from leaving. Wait, my dear friend, do you not think a legendary trio would be super cool? Come join us. He opens his arms wide, dramatically trying to persuade him that he can join him, Lan Yet and Tin Han. They can become the ultimate quartet, acting as wings to help wake up this sleeping world. Hearing a familiar name, Lam Vien pauses to think. In his past life, Lan Yet was the leader of the city's second strongest guild, the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. He was also a core member of the Order, rumored to be one of the 9 saviors who founded it. He quickly weighs the benefits. Lam Vien realizes this is a golden opportunity, either to find clues about the Order or to recruit his very first follower. But tomorrow the hidden dungeon runs will reset. If he misses it now, he loses out on this entire week's loot. So it is best to grab the immediate rewards first before trying to contact Lan Yet. The system then alerts him that Southern Sun's friend request is accepted. Lam Vien walks away decisively, promising to run a dungeon together next time. I have some urgent business to handle right now, so I must take my leave. And that is where we leave them, with the priest happily waving goodbye, ready to wait for his call.